few months. Learning the songs and dances requires discipline and attending class every week. But their families say it's worth the effort.
Through singing and dance and rhythm and dancing and movement, they're learning stories, and the stories is their history, and they're learning their history that way in a fun way.
In addition to the Native American workshops, Music LA also holds literacy classes emphasizing a variety of other cultures as well. I'm Saida Pagan for LA This Week.
For more information on Music LA, contact the Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow us on Facebook to see stories you may have missed. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Dancers are still coming into our dance arena. The rave vectors are busy. The parents are proud. The song is strong. The rave vectors are busy. The parents are proud. The song is strong.
Election day almost here, it's a good idea to know where to vote.
Turn right, turn right, turn right.
You can find the location of your polling place on the back cover of your official sample ballot, or by logging onto the Election Division website, or calling 888-873-1000. Otherwise, you'll never know where you'll wind up. Make a note. Know where to vote.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good afternoon. This is the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have the entire committee, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Kretz, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith, myself, Bernard Parks, as the chair. Let me start off by asking the CLA about our upcoming schedule so everybody's aware.
Councilman, the schedule, today we're planning to get through all of the budget memos and a couple of other items that are on today's agenda. The plan would then be to recess until Tuesday, the 10th. And at that point, we would be bringing in the recommendations, the CLA recommendations. I want to leave the option open that to have the 11th available as well in case that's needed. Then beyond that, the plan would be to bring the committee report into the full city council on Friday, May 13, and then the council hearings on the budget would be the following week.
Okay, so that's our schedule, and so what we'd like to do today is go by the alphabetical agenda that's been provided to us. Let me just and ask, as we go through them, if it's informational, does not have an impact on this year's budget, if you can just announce that and move through so we can facilitate the time. Let me just ask, I don't have number 90. I don't have number 90.
Memo number 9?
90. Okay.
Councilman, we also have the resolution authorities and Exhibit H on the agenda if you wanted to do those first.
That's right. We have the resolution authority and Schedule H, and so we'll deal with that after we go through the memos. And could you tell us how many memos we should have so that we can ensure that everybody's on the same boat?
Approximately 119. I think the majority of them should be down already. How many are pending?
About 4 or 5.
We have about 5 that are still on their way down.
Okay. What I have in hand, I think, goes up to 104
107?
as of this morning.
Okay.
109 to 119 are on their way.
I believe the CLA has up to 109. So between 109 and 119 is on its way down. The copies are being made.
Okay. Well, if we can double, because from my count, I start off with, I think, 104 is the last one I have, so we may have different numbers. So why don't we get started with citywide, and then we can go through these, and I think it's orderly, the numbers identified on the far left as to the item. And again, if it appears to be information, just report it. Colleagues, if anybody has any questions as we go through, please comment so that we can address these incrementally as opposed to going back and forth. Okay?
Okay, this first memo under the citywide is memo number 23 regarding the furlough program of special funded positions. Under this memo, we basically summarize those special funds and proprietaries that have been exempt from furloughs this fiscal year. The list is included. There are other departments that were also exempted per council direction. They include the convention center at Pueblo, the library, and the zoo. In light of I know there's been discussion about whether to maintain the same exemptions for the following fiscal year, and it's our recommendation is that we avoid as many exemptions as possible next year in light of the fact that our fiscal situation is so tight, and that we're requiring to maximize as much of the savings as possible. And so we are recommending, with the exception of the convention center, that there be furloughs for Pueblo and the zoo, as well as a special fund, or directing us to work with the Department of Sanitation to look at a contingency plan should the rate increases in wastewater not be approved. That could include furloughs in wastewater as well.
Let me just ask this mechanically, so we're all on the same page. On citywide, we should be dealing with memos 23, 26, 60, and 90. Is that all we should expect under that category?
That is correct. I think there's one more memo that's coming down, and it's, well, there's a few more, actually. So you went as far as 90, right?
Yes.
There should be 106 regarding the senior account eligible list, 112 regarding signage usage.
And this is all under citywide?
Yes.
Okay.
116 on revenue estimates, just further clarification on the revenue discussion, and 113 regarding parking asset options.
Okay, so the 106, 112, 113, and 16 we haven't received, so we'll go through 23, 26, and 60, and 90, and then come back.
That's correct.
Okay. And so on 23, you finished that presentation?
Okay, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, let me just ask a question. On the zoo, because they are off of the general fund, well, operating costs are off the general fund, does it impact the fund if we don't eliminate the exemption on the furloughs but allow them to have those positions that they work within their budget?
Well,
leave them unfunded?
Our recommendation would be is that we do furlough them and that we allow them to use as-needed employees in the area of clerks in particular to prevent impact on their revenue.
And that needed would be part-time if necessary?
That is correct.
And if I may just clarify, the zoo is actually not entirely off the general fund. There is a $4 million plus direct appropriation, but if you include their entire sort of related costs, it's upwards of probably about $11 to $12 million full general fund subsidy.
They're kind of off the general fund.
We're moving in the right direction.
Okay. So the thing is, we're asking them to use as needed and even part-time to resolve their issue. Colleagues, any questions on the number 23? And then on the recommended new policy, can you kind of give us a brief thumbnail on that and how it differs from the current policy?
The policy on furloughs?
Yeah, and that's under recommendations, paragraph 1.
No, we're recommending maintaining the same policy as was recommended by the City Attorney's Office. What we're suggesting or recommending is that we went further than the policy on a few departments, they include the Convention Center at Pueblo, the library, the zoo, by providing exemptions for those departments. We recommend that when it comes to El Pueblo and the zoo, that the furloughs be imposed. So the policy stays the same. The council took specific action to make exemptions to those two additional departments.
Okay. But we're on that paragraph 1 on page 2 of that report, where you say we recommend that a new policy be established whereby special funded departments that do not meet their revenue targets implement furloughs as a means of reducing their expense. So that's new because of special funds.
That's right, and I think in that case we were referring specifically to the wastewater program.
Okay. So the thing is, I think we need to emphasize that that's a little departure, but there is an expectation that on some our specific special fund that if they go over budget, they're expected to furlough and not be basically carried over by the general fund.
That is correct, and in light of the pending rate increases in wastewater, that's a specific example, should those rate increases not be approved, we are recommending the department come back with they should frankly be working on a contingency plan now, so that the council has that as an option should they not approve the rate increases later this year.
All right. Any questions on 23, 26?
I just have one comment on 26. You're talking about NICLA adding, it's not really counted in our infrastructure 1%, and that needs to be looked at. I would caution you that purchasing Figueroa Plaza, as which you pointed out here, is not really adding to our infrastructure, it's adding to our infrastructure burden in the future. So if you're going to include all NICLA, it should be broken into two parts. One is NICLA uses to maintain infrastructure versus to expand facilities which become an infrastructure problem in the future.
No, we would agree with that.
Yeah. You know, one thing I'd like to see on your first recommendation is to suspend, that we take time and redefine it, because I think that once we redefine it, because we say capital projects, but also we've talked a great deal about technology, keeping our systems going. If we also talk about, as Mr. Smith says, that we talk about the issue of the NICLA use, the debt service certainly is general fund, but I think also if we keep in mind that even the purchase of Fig Plaza supposedly reduced our amount of money on going out to lease buildings.
Right.
And so that's adding to our floor plan and that level of infrastructure and things. So we need to redefine it, and in that way we'd have a better idea, as opposed to saying let's just eliminate the criteria. But once we redefine it, then I think we can come back with some suggestions and saying what the percentage should be, because I think if we add in things like we're using debt to, or special funds to fix sewers, or bond funds, and we're paying those debts off, that's general fund. But again, it would give an idea that we are paying attention to a lot of infrastructure that maybe our debt carriers would be interested in, as opposed to it being kind of meshed into the budget, and you got to go out and find it. So,
I think we agree. First, we agree with the idea of the 1%, and I think the challenge has been is that we've been inconsistent in what we define in that category, and if we do sort of a complete review of all related activities, we may actually be doing infrastructure work if we defined it a little bit better. I think the reason we're specifically used the word suspend is that until we resolve that issue in terms of defining, creating greater certainty and clarity as to what's included in infrastructure, we're essentially artificially increasing the projected deficit for the next 3 years. Because the reality is, as you know, we've only actually hit that mark or budgeted that amount one time. And so every year we have to go through the exercise of including in the deficit, then taking it out again. And it's been in light of the fiscal crisis that we've done that, but I would say it extends beyond that. I think it's the fact that we really haven't really fine-tuned this program to the extent that it should be. If we took the time to suspend the policy, even if it's for a year and beyond this one, to really come back with a much more comprehensive way of defining it, then we don't have to then assume it in next year's deficit, which obviously has implications throughout the rest, as we do our planning. And so infrastructure investments are important because we pay for it one way or the other, as you pointed out with the DWP. But obviously the way it's working now is not working. It's broken. We're pretending to do it, but in fact we're really not. And I'm just saying, let's be honest about it. Let's suspend it for this year and next year. Come back with something that's more specific. Come back either partially funded through NICLA, but in fact have it be through infrastructure, and then not have to pretend that we actually have a policy when in fact we really don't.
all I would say is that I think we should, we're not going to make it this year, and we didn't make it last year, But I would hope by our preparation for the 12-13 budget, we'd have a clear definition of what these improvements are.
What it is we're suspending.
So I would say, yes, we're not going to make it this year, but let's redefine it by the 12-13 budget.
And Councilman, you've had an ongoing instruction to redo the city's financial policies and codify those. This could be incorporated into the capital finance portion of that and brought back and as part of that whole package as well.
I'm just concerned when we have multiple years of suspend, it never quite comes back. But if we can look towards this year acknowledging that we're not going to make it, but next year's budget, we should have a real fine-tuned definition of what that 1% means. So if we can work towards that. Any other questions on 26?
But just to clarify, the committee is open to other sources, such as MICLA, other than the general fund. The reason why I raise that clarification, because that then helps us establish how it impacts next year's deficit.
Well, I think when we said general fund, if we're paying the debt service out of general fund...
No, it's still general fund, right, but as opposed to cash.
Yeah. Well, I don't think... maybe Mr. Smith could comment. I don't think it was ever intended for just cash.
No, I think it was just maintenance of effort. And where you get that from in the budget almost becomes irrelevant, but the way we've budgeted it got lost in the shuffle. So I understand the MICLA argument. I think we just need clear definition of what is a maintenance of effort and infrastructure support. And that's what we're asking, I think.
So then it becomes a targeted annual debt service, perhaps, that we program in the future to allow for the use of MICLA or another source to invest in our infrastructure.
What would happen is if you do something in a MICLA way that's an infrastructure thing, then you program in over the next few years the debt payment on a previous year's infrastructure upgrade. So that part of the debt service becomes every year a part of the 1%, technically, because you're paying it over on a credit card.
Yeah, once it gets to that point.
Yeah, you're paying on a credit card rather than in this year's budget. So you should get credit for that if it's truly infrastructure.
Okay, well, that's helpful. That's helpful in how we project it out.
But again, you should put a footnote and say, we will accept cash.
I wish I had to give you.
But the things, the MICLA, the debt service, technology is one that we're putting money into that we're not taking credit for. These are things I think we just need to define it for next year's budget, whatever all of us have a better comfort level.
Understood.
Next, 60.
Number 60 is a citywide memo on the feasibility of pooling purchasing power insurance.
That's in budget and finance, so we can just...
Yeah, that's informational. We've had a long discussion on this. Number 90 is information regarding the 90-day retiree program. There's no budget-related impact on this memo.
That's just info. Okay.
Number 106 is the citywide senior account eligible list.
Okay, let me... Now
Do you have that?
To what... Because we're going to go by the alphabetical list, so you now should be at airport 62.
No.
Okay, so there's a few that are missing.
Oh, I've got 106. You don't have 106?
On the airport?
No, it was 106 was the next one.
Okay. We have a... Okay. All right, we can go to...
Citywide?
Okay, 106 citywide.
Have you got 106? We did.
Yeah, so they're being copied now. So why don't we move on? So I owe you about 4 additional ones.
Oh, okay.
All right. What number is that?
Airport.
Let's put it. I recommend we move on to airports and then come back to these items. I'm sorry, I recommend we move on to airports, and then once we bring down those other memos, we come back to citywide.
All right.
So where's the demarcation line, so when we get these, we can know we're coming back to them?
105.
105 is where we're going to stop. Okay.
105 to 119, I think we still owe you.
You got it.
Yeah, we did. Oh, there's no memos for aging, so we'll do airports. Memo number 62 Airport, report back on 7 questions pertaining to the department. This is an informational item that the department responded to. Any questions on this item?
You know, what I'd like to do is, in going through this, most of this should go to TCT committee, but the one that deals with the issue of the EOC should go to public safety, so they can resolve that whole issue of emergency preparedness.
Be happy to.
And then, but I think the one thing that didn't get answered, unless I missed it, is that on question 171, they gave us an explanation of the 30% hiring PLA, but I didn't see anything about the city's 8-point preference on contracts, and whether they have adopted that for its LA businesses.
We'll ask the department to provide a specific response to that.
Okay. But the other ones, the issue of question 1...
There's actually a representative from the department here.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mark Adams, Los Angeles World Airports. Our board has not yet adopted the 8% for...
I don't think it's 8 points. 8-point preference for local.
8-point preference for local firms, right. We haven't adopted that. As far as we're sort of waiting to see what the city's ordinance is, and then what we will typically do in those circumstances is, as we did with living wage and all the other city policies, once the city has an adopted ordinance, we'll pass it along to our board and consider that in course.
So you're waiting for the city ordinance?
We're waiting for the city ordinance, yes.
Could we put on that question 171, I don't know whether it's the Housing Economic Development or the Jobs Committee, wherever that ordinance came out of, if we can have that report back to capture that. The issue of question 170 should go to public safety as it relates to that EOC issue. The 172 should be the TCT committee. Along with the other questions on that should go to TCT issue as information. But that one, I want to pull that out for public safety, and then the jobs or HCED committee. Okay. Any other questions on number 62?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Animal Services.
Okay, just so we're clear, 91, 92, 91 through 94.
91, 92, 93, 94. We have a 105 that should be coming down. 111.
You have a 105 for Animal Services?
Yes, regarding furloughs.
Okay.
We have a 111 regarding capital improvements to the South LA Animal Shelter. That should be coming down.
Okay. All right, so why don't we go through 91 through 94?
Okay, 91 is, there was question regarding partnering with a nonprofit provider for the South Los Angeles shelter. We support that idea. As we indicated earlier, we're pursuing that now for the San Fernando Valley shelter. We're currently in negotiations with Best Friends. As a provider, we hope to bring that to your committee within the next 45 days for approval to become and to make the relationship effective July 1st. We're hoping that through that we'll establish interest for other shelters, specifically the South Los Angeles shelter. As you know, that shelter will be vacated and that function will be moved to the new shelter in the middle of the fiscal year. So it gives us some time to try to implement or pursue an alternative service delivery model with a nonprofit. But when we issued the original RFP, we included all the shelters, and we only received interest for the San Fernando Valley shelter. So certainly after we demonstrate that it can be done, we work out some of the logistics, we hope that we have a higher likelihood of attracting someone to the South LA shelter. Any questions on that item?
Question on 91.
Okay, item number 92 is regarding online licensing. The update is simply informational, and the department has had a online licensing process since May 2008.
It's still in public safety, so
That's going to public safety?
it's still there.
Okay. All right.
Item number 93 is regarding planning code change to allow for 5 dogs and 5 cats to be owned at one residence. This is informational. The department provided a response that should be attached. Any questions on that item?
That's currently in Plum?
I'm sorry?
That's currently in Plum?
Yes.
Okay.
They're basically saying, though, at this point, we're not going to take it any further. If I'm reading it right, the department recommends the city not make changes at this time in the current ordinance.
That's right.
That's good enough as an answer.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, memo number 94 is informational regarding the DWP list and the volunteer canvassing program. The department did submit a response in the back. In mid-March of this year, the department received the list of residents and buildings with dogs. Unfortunately, the information that they were offered was unusable.
It was in DOS .1, right? .0.
Exactly.
Let me ask, and maybe they are coming down on the other memos, but one of the things we asked as agreeing that the new animal shelter goes to in the nonprofit RFP, where is the language to ensure that we add CD10's shelter for the upgrades as a remaining?
That's
that one coming?
That's memo 111.
Okay, all right. So we've gone through 91 through 94. Any other questions on animal services until the other ones come? We have 105 and 11 coming later. If no questions, we can go to...
Is there anybody from Animal Services in the room? Sure. I do have an issue, but not from the memos here. If there's somebody from Animal Services where they come up and stand over here, I want to show them something on something else. Nobody from Animal Services?
Could we contact Animal Services? We have 2 more items that Animal Services to come back to. Hopefully they're here by the time we get to 105 and 111.
Great.
Okay, we're building and safety.
Okay, building and safety, we have memos number 24, 48, 77, 83. I believe that's it.
Okay. We have 4.
Okay, item number 24 is an annual inspection monitor regarding the annual inspection monitoring program survey in Council District 8. And the department submitted a report. They indicate that they will provide a listing of businesses subject to inspections associated with the AIM program directly to the council office. Item number 48 is a general fund budget revenue and cost recovery. Our recommendation is that the preceding sections provide justification for the general fund revenue projections associated within the department. But in light of the proposed commercial paper borrowing, should the committee desire to reduce the department's general fund revenue projection by $600,000 in response to the department's request, we recommend offsetting general fund expenditure reductions be found. And you're going to find that paragraph throughout today.
Yeah. I just want to make, I think we should leave it as the budget projects.
I'm sorry?
We should leave the revenue as the budget projects.
Yes, that's what we're recommending.
Okay.
Item number 77 is the code enforcement fees. They indicate that the department's response will be provided to the city attorney so that the city attorney may provide an opinion as to whether the proposed fees require voter approval in accordance with Proposition 26. This is informational.
Can we just get that, send that to Budget and Finance as that report back comes back?
Okay. Item number 83 is regarding the quantity and location of the digital billboards. We actually, there's a number of items pertaining to the billboard issue. We're recommending that you direct the CAO and the CLA to create a working group to start bringing some clarity on these various billboard issues. There's been a number of concerns raised, and there's obviously a lot of different parts to this issue, and so we really need to spend some time hashing it out. So our recommendation...
Very much in conversations since we've discussed this when Alan Bell was here and others were here in the planning department, there's a lot of confusion, and there needs to be coordination. And if you get a working committee, you have somebody from the city attorney's office in that as well.
That's correct. We'll include the city attorney's office, and the respective departments are...
Good suggestion.
Let me just add one thing. I've had a conversation with the chair of Plum. So everybody's aware, what he's working on is a process of looking at whether they design a standalone sign unit within the planning department, and that it would be funded, that they're looking at as a surcharge, much as we did for community plans. So that's something that they're working on, so that we can bring these sign districts and all of these issues dealing with signs to a dedicated resource in planning that's going to be full cost recovery and funded via surcharge. So if we can add that to part of your discussion on your task force, it will, I think, may make some long-term sense of this.
We'll do that. That concludes all of the building safety. Moving on to MICLA. MICLA has memos number 3361.
Which one are you on?
I'm on number 33 and 61 of the two MICLA-related memos. Oh, I'm sorry, under CAP Finance.
CAP Finance. Okay, 33 and 61, okay.
Number 33 is a request for information on the amount of debt service attributed to the acquisition of technological items. For fiscal year 11-12, approximately 7.2 of the $202 million in debt service amounts budgeted in the Capital Finance Administration Program are attributed to technology items.
Okay. That's something I think we could merge into that definition of the 1%.
Got it.
I don't have that memo in front of me. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. For fiscal year 11-12, approximately 7.2 million of the 202.4 million in debt service amounts budgeted for the Capital Finance Program are attributed to technology items. The 7.2 million in debt service translates to approximately 55.2 million in bond proceeds that have been used to acquire such items such as antennas, fiber wiring, internet filtering systems, computer servers, transmitters, and FMS.
And we're trying to move away from using MICLA for technology, correct? And are you concerned with this number, 7.2 of this?
Well, I mean, I think it's a reasonable number in light of the size of the overall program.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Number 61.
Okay, number 61 is a report back on the availability of 600 MHz frequencies and the proposed MICLA finances to upgrade the current 800 system. Essentially, the 400 in MICLA financing included in the 11-12 budget is for the third year of the fourth year, 1.6 million project to upgrade the system. Many of the components of the system are obsolete and failing with increasing regularity. Therefore, to enable the system to continue to be used, the infrastructure such as radio antennas, channel banks, and monitoring equipment must be periodically upgraded and replaced.
Any questions on that information? Okay.
We don't have anything for the CIEP program. The next one is CAO office. For the CAO, we have memos number 17 and 110. I don't think, do you have that yet? 110 is regarding the additional reductions to offset the commercial paper program.
Okay,
So,
I think on our schedule shows 17.
so that should be on its way down.
Okay.
So on the first item related to the Disaster Assistance Trust Fund, Schedule 37, this is an informational item. Are there any questions?
I asked the question, I'm good.
We have number 7. Is 23 also CAO?
No, 17
17?
and 110.
Okay.
23 was regarding the furlough of special funded positions. So that's not CAO.
Okay, next, city attorney.
City attorney is a request, let me go through the memos, is number 45, 46, just those two items. Oh, sorry, and 81.
81, okay.
Okay, item number 45 is a request for a 7% versus a 10%, what that would look like. A reduction of approximately the city attorney's overall proposed budget increase of approximately $9 million represents a 10.5% increase from fiscal year 10-11. This change includes the general fund increase of $5.5 million, a 1.79 increase in special funds, and a 1.7 in commercial paper for the early retirement program payout. A reduction of approximately $3 million would reduce the overall budget increase to $6 million, or from 10.5% to 7%.
Okay. I would recommend that we go to the 7% so that we can fund some of the other things that is in the budget. And I think and again, we reduced last year's budget for the city attorney was 18% cut when we got it. We reduced it to 10%. Now everybody this year is taking at least the 10%. It seems inconsistent to jump 10% above what everybody else. And so I think it's more reasonable to look at the 7%. And that we look at how we can fund other things with that remaining money.
Well, could we just, instead of taking an action on this today, include that on the list that the CLA is going to be proposing on the $43 million as options, so we can have a discussion in a larger context than just today?
Yeah, we can put that on our $43 million list.
So that's the wish list.
I think on behalf of the mayor's office, what we'd like to recommend is that, because it doesn't talk about the impacts, because one of the things that we did is when we adjusted everyone's salary savings accounts, our concern was that we would then be into a situation where we'd be forced to lay off. So we don't want to be, so we would like to be able to come back and take a look at that and see if that does trigger layoffs.
No, I understand, but I think all I'm saying is 10% is considerably inconsistent with what we're doing and with other departments, and although we can't make up everything that was done last year, but when everybody else is getting a 10% cut in almost everything, I think another department getting 10% above, in my judgment, is inconsistent. So we can put that on our list of how to solve the 43. Yeah.
I just would like to register for the record my disagreement with that. I think this department has gotten cut back too heavily in past years, and I'm perfectly supportive of giving them the increase that we're currently intending of a little over 10%.
We're going to put it on the overall list.
So, we're not taking action on this?
No, the only action we're asking to put it on the list to talk about the larger deficit.
Yeah. And does this, right, does the city attorney need to speak at this point, or do you appreciate what we're saying? Okay.
So, any other questions on that issue? All right. Next item.
Okay, next item is number 46 regarding the requests made by the department One related to reducing the number of furlough days. There was a request to reduce the number of furlough days from 36 to 26. This item is subject to negotiation. The cost to reduce the amount of furlough days from 36 to 26 would be approximately $2.9 million for those who specifically relates to those employees who rejected the coalition agreement. There was also a recommendation for 7 investigators for the workers' compensation program, complex and specialized litigation, criminal branch investigators, and other investigation activity associated with the civil claims. This memo outlines the cost of each one with a total cost of $749,903. It should be noted that a current request for 2 investigator 2 positions is pending before managed hiring.
And this is above and beyond the budget as the mayor presented it?
That's correct.
Okay.
There was also a request for technology upgrades. The city attorney requested increased funding for the replacement of 100 personal computers and standard software, mobile connectivity, and for 135 BlackBerries, and reoccurring yearly software maintenance and license costs. Total cost for that would be $336,000.
Okay, now what number are you referencing?
On page 2 of the same memo.
Okay.
It outlines the request for technological upgrades and the costs associated with that request.
Very good. So we look at that as information.
Okay, item number 81 is regarding the liability payouts. This is obviously a very complicated issue, and we are recommending that you direct our office to work with the city attorney's office for a much more comprehensive approach to risk management. And we've talked about, adopting a model that has departments more accountable for their risk management, requiring them to adopt corrective action plans whenever we have settlements, having them actually have some of the settlements come out of their own budgets as a way of incentivizing them to pay attention to some of these issues. This is not something that's going to resolve tomorrow, but I think it needs to be part of the 3-year plan to bring about some greater control. Overall, I think we should shoot for a 10% reduction come out with what the average has been and try to work on a 10% reduction and evaluate whatever recommendation we have against that goal.
No, I think it's going to be a longer-term project, but we've asked for this in the last 2 budgets, that we asked the CAO, the city attorney, the personnel department to work with those departments with the highest liability. So if we can come up with the task force or some way to address it. The one thing that, and although it sounds great in the media to say we're going to hold them accountable, if we do that, be prepared if they do something and can't pay it, and employees do not get paid, how we're going to address that. And I think we have to be somewhat reasonable as to what the ultimate outcome of putting something in their budget and they're not succeeding, it's going to impact the payroll.
Well, it impacts today. I mean, it depends on how you define it.
I know, but I'm saying, but we've never had an employee or a department group of employees not get paid. I think that's the difference. We always seem to find a way to get the money into the budget, and I agree we have to find a way for departments to be more preventative, but unless we've made a decision that a department's going to fly alone and they're not going to pay their employees because they overran their liability account, I think unless we've made that decision, I think that's a step that we need to evaluate well before we place all those accountabilities that we can enforce. Because I've yet to see a motion come through to pay somebody's payroll that we've not satisfied and found a way to pay their payroll. So I think we just have to be sensitive.
And sometimes the department's liability is really the function of another department's failure to do something.
Right.
So, you can tell the Bureau of Street Services to fill potholes, but if they don't, then we get a lawsuit, and a lot of people suffer. So,
right.
Department of Disability, if we didn't fix all those sidewalks they wanted us to, they'd be out of business for a decade.
That's right.
Yeah. No, but I think we need to evaluate how we do it preventive. I just think we need to be cautious as to, again, people should be held accountable, but when you start saying you're going to deal with it in the budget, I think we have to be are ready for the intended and unintended consequences.
Understood.
Okay. All right.
That completes this department. The next item pertains to the city clerk. For the city clerk, we have budget memos 35, 43, 108. Do you have that yet?
Now, you said the city clerk is 35, 43, and which one?
No, it's 35, 43, and 108. You should have been, do you all have 108 now?
I think they just came in.
Greg is saying yes. Okay. Number 35 is, we were requested to identify possible funding sources to be allocated to the city clerk for expedited GCP fund administration. Would you like me to go through it, or do you?
No, I think that's one that the council office is already being cut by 10%. I think that's one in which individual council offices can agree to that, but I wouldn't think we'd impose that.
Can I ask a question on that? On that item, there's a suggestion by the CEO's office that we use Clark's funds. That's a fund that's dedicated to Council District 14. There's 5 other council districts with similar funds. Why only CD14? Was that recommendation put in there?
What fund would that be?
The one comes from the transfer station.
Yeah.
I think we were listing it as an example of council control funds that could be used for this purpose. It wasn't our intention to single out the 14th district.
Well, it's an example, but let me be clear, that is in the ordinance dedicated to the specific council district in which those funds are derived from. There are 4 or 5 other similar funds. We could change ordinances for all of them, but I certainly wouldn't want to make it that CD14 is going to be, making up for the general fund deficit. So I didn't feel comfortable that CD14 was singled out for this. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That's information.
Okay, item number 43 is the department report back on the status of establish a business improvement district in council number 5, council district number 5. This does not have a budget impact.
No, information.
Item number 108 is the city clerk request for the exemptions for election staff. There are 26 authorized full-time positions assigned to Elections Division and the City Clerk's office. We list what those are and their respective bargaining units. Exempting these positions from civil service would exempt incumbent employees from the provisions of the Civil Service World Commissions. However, such exemption would not prevent the employees being represented by a labor union because the job classification had been accreted to the individual bargaining units.
I just asked
It's an informational item.
To take that's information, but the CEO take that on as research that farther. Okay.
We'll be happy to do that. That concludes the city clerk. Moving on to CDD, we have memos number 75, 76, 78, and 101.
Okay.
Okay, memo number 75 is a report back on the impact of the Community Development Block Grant reductions on the Family Resource Center program. This is an informational item. Item number 76, a report back on the relocation of the Day Labor Center in Council District number 11. This is, again, informational item only.
Okay.
Number 78 is a report back on the summer night lights and youth jobs in Oakwood Park and Mar Vista. This is informational item. And Item number 101 is a report back on funding the Vera Davis Center in Council District number 11.
Yeah, on that one, could we direct you, the CAOC and the DCA and the CDD, to provide a cost analysis that could significantly drop the amount necessary to continue to operate the center? For starters, why not bring in a senior project coordinator at a step one, and one that is also bilingual, being there, a vibrant Spanish-speaking community that utilizes the center? It'd be much cheaper than the $180,000. But it's a big issue in Venice. There's tremendous concern about keeping the Vera Davis as it's been, which has been supporting low-income groups, and the idea of moving it to the art group is still problematic, but maybe can be worked out. But I do want a report back on a cost analysis of how we can do this.
Okay, we'll be happy to do that.
Let me ask on that item, is that something that we should ask for that and send it to Art Parks to resolve?
Yes.
But also to me, because it's my district that needs to be focused on.
The information Mr. Rosenthal asked for, but send it to him and to Arts Parks so that they can resolve that issue.
Yes, we'll work with the council member. That concludes CDD. Next item, CRA. There are no items for the CRA. The next department is the controller. For the controller, we have budget memos number 9 and 10. Item number 9 is discussion regarding the salary savings rate. Should the council wish to reduce the 4% salary savings rate in the controller's office, additional funding would need to be appropriate from the controller's salaries general account. We provide what the different potential reductions would look like from 1% to 4%. We are recommending that it would be appropriate to reduce the controller's salary savings rate by 1 or 2%. However, in light of the CP program, should the committee desire to approve a reduction in the controller's saving rate, we recommend that the cost be offset by a reduction elsewhere in the budget.
Okay. Let me just make a comment. I think that if we look at item 10 at the same time that talks about the issue of savings, we're putting in $500,000 for audits. We have had a tendency to roll over what was remaining.
Right.
And I would suggest that that savings cover both 9 and 10.
Okay.
And that way we're not finding new money, but we're using the rollover to drop the salary savings and the rollover to enhance the audit function.
Okay, so that covers number 10.
Okay.
Convention Center has no items. The Cultural Affairs has items. Memos number 16, 25. Are there any additional cultural affairs in the package?
If I could, I'd like to comment on 25. And I have a couple of questions and comments, and I will also give you this paper, Miguel, afterwards, okay? While the council has directed the Department of Cultural Affairs to amend current agreements to ensure that there will be no disruption of services, do we have a timeline for when amendments and/or new agreements can be made? Can that be accomplished by June 30th when CDD funding is due to run out?
Can it be accomplished by June 30th?
Pardon me?
Is that your question? Can it be accomplished by June 30th?
Is that a question, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand your question.
Oh, well, the question is, we're trying to get a timeline on what we're doing there with Cultural Affairs. That's the biggest issue that the Vera Davis Center has, plus the issue itself about Cultural Affairs managing it. So the question basically, again, I'll read it to you. While the council has directed the Department of Cultural Affairs to amend current agreements to ensure that there will be no disruption of services, do we have a timeline for when amendments and/or new agreements can be made? Can that be accomplished by June 30th when the CDD funding is due to run out? That's really the first question.
We can certainly report back on what the time frame can be, but there would have to be funding that's identified to be able to take care of that gap.
Right, and then the CAO is recommending that Prop K planning continue, identify additional funding, and make building improvements. Upon completion of those improvements, which according to this report back could take a minimum of 3 or 4 years, an RFP should then be released. So it's confusing to me at this point. In the interim, what is needed is a funding 4-year plan for how the center can remain open until Prop K analysis and construction is completed. In addition, relocation assistance must be provided for the current service providers once construction building improvements take place and the RFP process begins in 3 or 4 years. I want to direct the CAO, the CLA, and the CDD, and the DCA to create a 4-year plan for how the center can continue to be operational while the Prop K analysis is complete. Included in any operational plan should be a relocation assistance so that the community is not additionally burdened with the loss of much-needed services. CD11 continues to get hit hard with the change in income levels, social services being diverted elsewhere, and no plan for how our low-income residents can continue to have access to much-needed services. Therefore, a 3-4-year funding operational plan is critical.
Okay, well, we'll take these concerns to the Prop K Oversight Committee to have them look into.
Thank you.
And that's dealing with number 25?
25.
Okay, could we tie 25 and 101 together? 101 is in CDD, and both of them go to Arts Parks with those directions?
We're happy to do that.
Okay. And then, let me just ask on number 16, I'd ask that CAO and Cultural Affairs during this fiscal year continue to work at securing funds, foundation and grant funds to continue to remove this department off the general fund. Can we ask that? Okay.
Okay, that concludes Cultural Affairs. Disability has items number 64 and 82. On item number 64 is feedback on the proposed consolidation of the Disability Department with CDD, and there's a response submitted by the General Manager for informational.
So that merger has been withdrawn as a proposal?
It's not in the Mayor's budget.
Okay. All right, so that's information.
Item number 82 is discussion around mandated issues for Disability Department. Your committee requested the Department of Disability to provide a list of mandated issues facing the department. Attached is the list.
I'd ask that we put that on our reconciliation list because it's like $110,000 for those two items, particularly if they're mandated by ADA. We should try to be in compliance. Okay.
Okay, that concludes disability. Our next item is El Pueblo. And we only have one item, is item number 51.
Okay. Any questions on number 51?
Okay, no questions. The next department is emergency management. We only have one memo for emergency management, memo number 89. It's regarding identifying fundings to restore funding for Emergency Operations Fund. The funding would be approximately $500,000, and in light of concerns regarding the commercial paper program, we would obviously have to find curtailment somewhere else in the city to be able to pay for that.
Okay, and that's number 89. That's the one we asked that a concern about the citywide funding for training as opposed to funding for individual personnel training, that we look for some funds in that regard, so we never have a year without a citywide exercise.
Right. It's on the bucket list.
Okay. Do we have a dollar value?
500,000?
How much?
500,000.
Monique.
Oh, for the UV.
Monique, I need 89.
It's approximately 100,000, my understanding.
100,000? All right. So we'll put that on our list. Okay.
Okay, no items for the Emergency Relations Board, no items for Environmental Affairs, obviously, Ethics Commission, no items. Finance. Finance, we have item number 36. Regarding the LA tax package. There was a request that we report back on funding from the request from the Office of Finance for the city's tax and permit system, also known as LA Tax. The department's requesting $886,000 for 3 technology items to support this program. The request consists of $615 for the upgrade of the program, $101 for the replacement of the tape library hardware used to back up the recovery of LA Tax, and $170,000 in contractual services funding to provide programming support for LA Tax. And then we go into what that is in the memo. And again, in light of the concerns regarding the commercial paper program, if we plan to support this funding this program, we should find cuts somewhere else. Currently, it's not recommended for MECLA.
Okay, let me just ask on a couple of things. On the this particular funding, we have asked Office of Finance to look at the potential savings that ITA has offered as it relates to these upgrades. And then also, I believe ITA in their package is asking for a review of some positions in which they want to fund through their TDA account, I believe. And 2 of those positions was the LA Tax. And I'm just wondering if those positions in ITA are not funded, how does that degrade or impact LA Tax?
I don't know if there's some... Do you know the answer?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
There was a package that I believe ITA discussed in their time before the committee that talked about 9 positions that they were requesting that would be funded, I believe, through their TDA funds, and about 2/3 of it or 3/4 of it. And 2 of those positions were LA Tax positions, and I'm trying to find out if we do not fund those positions in ITA, how does it impact LA Tax?
Well, it's my understanding that based on the package before you, the department assumed that they would have 7 positions assigned to LA Tax on staff.
Okay, but is that in finance or the positions that are in ITA?
Perhaps finance can address that question more specifically.
Yeah.
Carl Sampson, Office of Finance. The 7 positions are the ITA positions.
7 positions are where?
Are the 7 positions referred to in the report are ITA positions that are the programmer positions assigned to the project.
Okay, so that's ITA position. Now, based on what we received recently, ITA believes those positions are unfunded. Is that true?
These positions are currently funded.
In ITA?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm not aware of the funding sources for ITA.
Let me just ask the one thing, we have a note that maybe we're talking about 2 sets. Is ITA here? Do we have anyone from ITA? Okay, what I got as a reference is that ITA asked us during the hearings to ask for, they asked for 9 positions. They were requesting 7 communication electricians and 2 DBAs for LA Tax. and Pacers. Is that a different set of employees? And they also said that they would provide $700,000 from their telephone savings, and they're requesting $260,000 from the general fund. Is that the same positions?
I believe these are the same positions, although we need to sort this out, but what ITA had requested was additional, as you just stated, some additional general fund money and some additional TDA funding to make up the difference between what's funded and what's not funded.
So that would, that's what I want to find out. Is it the 7 positions that cover LA Tax are funded in ITA?
There are, in the budget, there's 5 resolution authorities, which may...
That's what now? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. In the budget, there's 5 positions that were regularized, that were resolution authorities up until this year and are proposed to be regularized, turned into regular positions. There's also, I guess, additional positions in ITA that are continuing to be funded, existing resolution authorities that support LA Tax. There's no reduction in the level of support in ITA for LA Tax from 10-11 to the proposed 11-12 budget. ITA has requested, in committee the other day, they requested one additional database architect to increase the level of support for LA Tax. They already have one database architect, and they wanted to add another one for additional backup, and because those positions are always on call, so it's hard to keep that position.
Okay. So the key is that there's 5 positions that are in ITA for LA Tax currently that are funded.
Let me check. I have that. There are 5 positions in the budget, but there are 8 positions that are in the base that I need to get that number.
And just to clarify a little bit on their request, their request for the additional dollars was not just for LA Tax.
Oh, no,
it was
they have
for
other
a number of
positions.
other items as well.
I'm trying to basically find out if we're talking about the same positions, and that they're asking for 2 positions for LA Tax, and I just want to make sure that's above and beyond the funded positions that are in LA Tax
Well,
now.
Councilmember, I think maybe one thing we do need to clarify is whether or not if ITA receives that additional funding for that LA Tax support, if it in any way would reduce Finance's request for the $170,000 for contractual services to provide LA Tax support.
Is your impression, if it's 5 there now, they're asking to go to 7? Is that what ITA is asking?
Well, the understanding is that they have 7 bodies assigned to LA Tax.
Okay. 7 or 5?
The department has indicated 7.
Right now, from ITA side, there's a total of 11 positions, of which 7...
Total of 7?
7 of those positions are program or development positions. And then in the other positions, it includes database analysts and system programmer support, as well as supervisorial support. And so what we're really focusing on is with the contractual services, is to continue the work that this contractor is doing with the 7 positions that we have. Those 7 positions have been reduced over a period of years. There used to be, I believe, 9 positions a couple of years ago in the development side. And so we've been reduced. Have been some staff reductions in that area, and this is to mitigate, the losses there or any further losses.
Okay. Is ITA prepared to respond to that? I just want to get a clear picture on the support for LA Tax, because they tell me in the budget it could be 7, it could be 5 positions that are in your budget for LA Tax. Then you've prepared a request for 9 positions, of which 2 of them were identified for LA Tax. Is that part of the existing 7 or the existing 5, or what is that?
Good afternoon, Mark Wolf with ITA. Just for some slight clarification. I think there's a little confusion on what positions we are actually requesting in addition to what's in our current budget. In regards to LA Tax, all of the positions in ITA that are funded for the LA Tax project have been fully funded. The authorities are there and the funding is in place. So the request that we actually had, the additional request for your consideration that we had, was actually unrelated to the LA Tax project. It was for additional communication electricians to support public safety communications activities, as well as for 2 DBAs to be able to support the city's financial systems, both the LA Tax project, where the confusion may have been, and PACER. So similar to what you had stated earlier, Councilman, utilizing savings that we have in this current year plus a reduced expense amount that we're suggesting for next fiscal year, we were able to fund the majority of the amount that would be required for the 7 new communication electrician positions plus the 2 DBAs that we're asking for.
Okay. All right, so we're going to deal with the key I want to make sure is the positions that you listed on your report as LA Tax are separate from the 5 that you already have funded.
I'm not aware of any additional requests that we actually made in ITA for authorities for the LA Tax project, because as I mentioned, the only one that relates to LA Tax was the DBA support, 1 additional position for DBA support for that project.
Okay, it's one and the same, right? LA Tax is one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at it as categories of positions.
Okay, all right.
You are correct. It is the one position is the DBA for LA Tax.
Oh, when he comes back. So the issue is we're assured that LA Tax is fully supported for this coming year.
For the staffing, and I'll defer to Antoinette because I see her.
We're going to get to the issue of software, hardware for the staffing.
It is my understanding that the funding for ITA staff positions, with the exception of the DBA, which again is an additional position that we have asked for, all the rest of the positions, to my knowledge, are fully funded.
All right, we'll deal with that when they can. Now, let me ask the CAO, on dealing with this issue of hardware, software package for Office of Finance, what we'd like to do on that, I realize we can't do that this year, but I'd like to see that we can look at that during the fiscal year with the FSR, and if there's an ability to fund that during this year, or if not, that we actually make a commitment to upgrade that system July 1st of 2012.
So I would agree with that. I think we realize these upgrades and server replacements are actually critical items for LA Tax, and we don't want this request to be sort of tossed to the wayside. It is a critical system. We need to make sure we adequately support it, and certainly we need to find solutions.
And the other thing is, at some point, that we verify if what's offered by ITA as a cost-saving measure, that we determine if that is so during this fiscal year?
Yes, we will work with the CLA to flush those numbers out.
Okay. All right. So then we'll make a commitment that we'll try during the FSR, but if not, our commitment is to get LA Tax upgraded for fiscal year 12-13. Okay? Colleagues, any other questions on number 36? Okay. Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, that concludes this department. The next department is the fire department. We have budget memo number 49 and 95 for the fire department.
Okay.
Item number 49 pertains to the urban search and rescue. Simply put, can the city afford the related training and overtime costs for this program?
Okay, that's information.
Informational.
Mr. Smith, did you have any questions on the urban funding for number 49? I think that was your question.
Okay, the question is, on this USART training, first of all, the MFPA is not a mandatory standard. It is a voluntary standard set by an association. So is it necessary that we do this $1 million of training this year? It may be important, may not be important, but is it critical in this year's budget situation when MFPA is not a mandatory standard?
I believe it's a policy decision.
Chief?
Councilman Brian Cummings, Assistant Chief of Staff. It's important that we do it. It's not mandatory that we do it.
Everything you do is important.
Yes, sir.
I understand that. Is this more important than other things? Or can some of this be done this year, some next year?
Potentially, the Mayor's Office would like us to move forward with this in light of some of the natural disasters that we've seen happen both here in the States and around the world. We know L.A., as Dr. Lucy Jones has said, is due for that earthquake. So it's important that we do this. It's not mandatory.
You know what? Why don't you and I talk in the next couple of days?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, next item.
Okay, next item is informational only. It's regarding the fleet. The question was, when must the vehicle go out of service? Provide a schedule of the fleet's, the age of the fleet.
Any questions about information?
And when I look at the, I'm not so concerned about the fire engines. Looks like we're fairly much on schedule, although I know you have some issues dealing with maintenance, that mechanics, not so much the engines. But the ambulance system looks like we have a heavy burden coming in the next couple of years. And we've tried to do that at Nicola this year. As we look at next year, could be 40 or 50 ambulances next year, considerably up from this year?
Yes, sir. That's happening.
So are we looking, I mean, now that you've got this information, the CAO, are you looking down the road and saying we've got some bigger MICLA issues coming at us in the fire department fleet?
We'll obviously have to incorporate this information in next year's
Okay.
MICLA.
I think it's very valuable, and it goes back to the infrastructure debate we've been having here. This is a bubble that looks like it's coming at us.
Right.
So, all right.
Okay. The next item pertains to general city purposes. Thank you.
Let me just ask, on 95, that's going to be a long-range plan for the CAO and fire department?
We'll work on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. GCP, we have memos number 32, 34, those two items. The first is related to a report back from Aging on proposed cuts in their program, in the Adult Care Center program. Any questions on this item? I don't know if the department's here.
Okay, information.
Okay, item number 34 is a report back on clarification regarding programs at the Park After Dark, Youth Employment and Learn and Earn were the same as LA's Best and the Grid.
Okay, thank you.
It's informational. Item number 99 pertains to report back on the Summer Jobs Program and incremental funding for the program. Perhaps Tony's here to respond to that. Okay, number 99 we addressed earlier under the CDD item pertaining to the summer youth program.
Okay, now the thing that I think we asked for on this, to give us some idea that clearly we can't do the 10,000, but what would be an incremental cost of adding some positions to the summer youth? Because it appears somewhat inconsistent if we're expanding the summer night lights and we are spending money on grid, that we have absolutely none or very little money on hiring youth during the summer. And so, if I'm reading this, it's about $200,000 per 100 youths.
Yes.
Okay, help me with my math. What would it be for 1,000?
For 1,000 youth?
1,000 youth.
2 million?
Is that $1 million? 2 million? 2 million?
Oh, $2 million, sir. For 1,000 youth, it would be $2 million.
So it's $2 million per 1,000?
Yes.
Can you put that on a reconciliation list, like for around 500? 500 to go?
Okay, the next department is GSD.
On the homeless, did you do 102? Amendment 102?
Haven't done it yet.
You're not there yet?
No. On LASA?
Yeah.
No, we're at GSD. Okay, GSD, we have memos number 50, 53, 66, 114. Do you all have that now?
Okay, let's see. So what they get now, 50, 53, and what?
66 and 114.
14.
Okay, for item number 50, the question was asked regarding the total cost of services provided to the Department of Cultural Affairs by GSD for maintenance and other support costs. We established that it's approximately $980,960. That includes a combination of building maintenance and custodial services. This is informational. Item number 53 is regarding the environmentally preferred purchasing ordinance and buy recycled ordinance. The department has responded to your questions. This is informational only.
Let me ask, you're on the gasoline?
Number 66.
66. Do we know why no participation from LADWP on, there's item 2 on the front page of General Services report?
We could ask the department to respond to that. They're not here.
And then the other one is that we make a comment that our city rules are different than the county, and it's more beneficial that we follow the city rules. Is there something more clarifying as to why our rules are different or better?
We could report back on both of those questions.
Is anybody here from General Services?
There's no one here from General Services. Okay, the next item, 114, is regarding the nonprofit leasing policy. This item was referred to Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee in May of 2010. They provided some additional direction and instruction and to exempt all cultural affairs facilities that were to be partnered out from the general policy. The item has now been referred to ITGA and Budget and Finance Committee and is pending further review.
I talked to the chair of ITGA. We're going to work after the budget process and get that item before a joint committee. And so, and then we've gotten an update on the cultural facilities already.
Got it. That concludes that department. Harbor does not have any items.
Now, on 114, is it possible to get a timeline back?
We'll make that request to the chair. Make sure.
On the issue of the committee, I talked to Cardenas today, and we're looking, as soon as these budget hearings are over, to get that on the agenda.
Good. Okay.
Okay, Homeless Service Agency. Items number 96, 98, 102, 115. So item number 96 is a request regarding the restoration of funding. As you know, the 11-12 proposed budget provides $9.1 million in GCP funding for LAHSA for the homeless shelter program, which is approximately a 10% reduction or $1 million from the amount included in last year's 2010-11 budget.
Mr. Rosenthal, you had any questions on homeless?
Well, of course, I don't like to see a cutback in homeless funds, especially when the issues are becoming more impactful as the day goes on. But I do want to talk about 102 when we get to it. You're at 98 is yours, I think.
Okay, number 98 is funding for the New Image program in Council District 8, and it's a report back from LAHSA on that item.
I'm working on it. Okay, let me get... I can't...
Any questions on 98?
Let me find 98.
There's a representative from LAHSA if there's any questions on that.
Okay.
A representative?
Yes. Let me get Mr. Smith back. He's 98. Let me just ask on our, I don't know if you've seen our memo 98, what we're requesting to see as you look at 96 and the cuts, and also I think the specific request is whether there's any way that we could assist New Image, particularly being it's located in the second largest homeless area in the city, and that it particularly deals with female homeless, whether there's any ability for LAHSA to address their budget shortfall.
Yes, and the only incremental funding that has come through to LAHSA this year has been a $1.2 million increase in the Federal Emergency Shelter or Emergency Solutions Grant Fund. Unfortunately, the language around the Emergency Solutions Grant has changed the eligible expenditures and types of programs that can be funded by that, and they're now limited to emergency shelters up to 60% of the amount, and 40% of the amount must be spent on rapid rehousing and homeless prevention. So that additional funding is not, the program type is not eligible for that additional funding. And in addition to that, LAHSA is virtually a pass-through agency, so all funding that comes to us is programmed, and there is no available funding in any of the already programmed funding to support the program.
Okay. All I need you to do is, as you go through the year, is be sensitive to that new image. I think they're one of our better programs in the 9th District, and they've expanded, and we'd hate to lose that resource because there's no alternative if that facility is closed. And so we'd ask that you be sensitive to the new image in the 8th District. Okay.
Next item is item number 102, regarding savings available to fund shelter programs. Your committee instructed LAHSA to report back on identification of savings that could be reprogrammed. LAHSA's response is attached. They have identified $533,711 in emergency solutions grant funding that can be reprogrammed to fund shelter programs.
Yeah, and on that particular item, the $533,711, we obviously want you to roll it over and reprogram it for the winter shelter program for next year. And we're going to make a motion, Ms. Perry and I, on that to make sure it happens.
Okay, item number 115 is a report back on the various Prop 63 programs. The department indicates there are a total of $99 million in Prop 63 funds currently allocated in 27 projects within the city of Los Angeles. It's informational only.
Okay, on that Prop 63, which we just received a second ago, the real question is, in the report back, are there funds, since it's for mental health issues, and we know that 70% of the homeless folks have either addiction or mental health issues, do we see, Mike Arnold, an opportunity to get some of this programming money into the homeless issues?
I assume you're asking about incremental dollars. So on the memo that we provided, there's a listing of the 27 programs that are either in process or in operation that involve about $99 million in construction and or service dollars that are going into those programs as homeless service dollars. I think the question that none of us are very clear on is, what is the state's process for funds going forward? Prop 63 was enacted, I think, in 2006. It took them about 4 years to figure out how to begin to distribute those funds. Those funds, $115 million came to LA County in one-time funds as a big slew of 4 years' worth of accumulated revenues. It's not really clear how and when future allocations are going to be coming back to the county, which is the administrative agent for the determination of which projects get selected. So right now, all we know is that the $115 million is available. $99 million is being invested in projects in LA City. There's about a little over $2 million that is uncommitted, that they are soliciting additional projects, and there's potential that some additional money may be coming to city projects from that point. But as the state clears up how often and the amounts of MSHA funding that will be coming to local jurisdictions, we'll report back on that.
Yeah, fair enough on that. Is there any sensing that they might try to take this money for other issues up there? But I know it was mandated by the people in Prop 63. Is it pretty well safe?
Well, there was already one attempt to do that, and the voters rejected that.
Right.
I think it's always, there's possible threats to it on a regular basis, but, in light of the previous action by the voters.
Yeah.
There is a technical requirement that it not supplant other funding that jurisdictions are already investing in housing or services. So theoretically, it is supposed to be incremental to the level of support that's already being provided. But I think there's always a risk in tight budgets that any available funding at the state level is subject to raid.
When I look at all the projects, obviously I don't see any in my district. And I know that right now in Mar Vista Garden area there in Del Rey, I do have people looking at trying to do something, as well as in the Oakwood area. And of course, Venice Beach itself is a big issue. Is there something that I can ask you to look at in terms of doing something, like, for instance, Stand Up for Kids, which I'm just going to shout out, is dealing with homeless kids on the beach and dealing with kids who have mental illness. How do we go about programming this, like I see in the list here? Do you go through an RFP process with this, or which districts, or areas, like, Venice, people think 11th District is a high-end district, which it is on some levels, but when you get to Venice Beach, it's the beach, and the beach is a different animal altogether.
Yeah, actually, I used to be part of this program when in my previous life at the county. It's a very prescriptive process. I mean, there's categories of funding that some go to children, some go to homeless, some for adults, some for seniors, some for communities that traditionally don't have mental health services. So it's and all of that's done through a procurement process or RFP process. So it's a bit of a challenge to introduce a new concept unless it fits into one of the categories and the specific provider has actually submitted a proposal for it.
And it is administered by the Department of Mental Health at the county
Mental
level.
health, yeah.
But all the categories have been set by a very extensive stakeholder process that's required in the legislation.
Okay, well, when they do the stakeholder process going forward, I'd like them to look at some of those homeless issues on Venice Beach as an opportunity for us to actually implement something that deals with that. Okay?
Thank you. No. Any other questions on, is that 115?
Okay, there's no memos for the Housing Authority. Now on to the Housing Department. We have budget memo 97, 100, 104. Okay, on budget number 97, it's a response to the Controller's audit of the special revenue funds at the Housing Department. Attached is a response to the audit. This is an informational item. Item 104 is issues related to granny units. Note that the committee also instructed the planning department to report back regarding granny units. The report back is provided in the separate cover in the planning department. Did I skip one?
No, you have any questions on the granny units, 100?
Oh, I skipped. No, I'm sorry. I skipped item number 100. It's regarding affordable housing in the coastal zone. The department notes that all new housing developments are required to provide affordable housing pursuant to the interim guidelines for the city Mello ordinance as adopted by the council. Any questions on that? Moving on to ITA.
Hold on to that. I think Mr. Rosen, you have any questions on the housing issues?
No.
Okay.
Okay, ITA, we have memos number 39, just one memo, is regarding report back from the city attorney regarding the legality of the proposed expenditure of telecommunications development account funds. And the city attorney provided an explanation as to what jurisdiction the city council has pertaining to those funds and whatever federal mandates exist for that fund. Any questions on that?
Okay.
Yeah, just to go back, if I could, to memo number 100, which had to do with the affordable housing in the coastal zone. The answer on that said, the bottom line is, to date, the city has not adopted a permanent Mello ordinance, and all new housing developments are required to provide affordable housing pursuant to the interim guidelines. But what I'm trying to get an answer on is, can we not force the developer to do it within the coastal zone to make it happen, rather than be able to have a cash out payment or put them somewhere else? And I know that there's discussions going on a particular project right now And if, you read the report back, it says in 1982, the state legislature adopted the Mello Act, which requires new housing developments in the coastal zone to include housing for very low income, moderate income. In 2000, the city adopted an interim guidelines and for the city Mello ordinance, which requires a new development to include affordable housing. Well, obviously, it doesn't. To date, the city has not adopted a permanent Mello ordinance, and all new housing developments are required to provide affordable housing pursuant to the interim guidelines. So it's kind of an answer that is confusing for me. Does that basically say they don't have to do it in the Mello Act, or do, or what can we do about that?
I don't know if there's someone from the department here who could a representative of the department is not present. We could certainly follow up with them and ask
Would
for
you follow up?
clarification.
Because the answer doesn't help me understand it any better than I know it already.
Okay. Going back to ITA, memo number 39, it's a report back on the telecommunications development account funds. The response from the city attorney, which provides, outlines the jurisdiction and the authority that the council has and the restrictions for those funds at the federal level.
Yeah, if I could go back to that one again, which is my Channel 36 passion, which is the $250,000 that was taken out of their $500,000. They can't operate Channel 36 like that. I asked to see how we could put that $250,000 back in. I think it's inappropriate to take it away from an interconnected Channel 36 that is a community and public access channel, and they're expensive channels to have created to begin with, and I don't want to see it killed in this process. And when I asked for the report back, I asked for putting back that $250,000 in it. They didn't respond to it. Mark Wolf, you're in the room. You want to say something real quick? Don't fight with me on this. Don't destroy public access completely and community access on Channel 36. It is a public asset, and there should be a commitment to that.
Good afternoon, Mark Wolf with ITA. In our budget hearing for ITA, there was some discussion about adding back, at your request, adding back funding for Channel 36's operations, and that was, as you indicated, for approximately $250,000. And I believe the discussion was that it is a policy decision for this committee, and that the CAO's office was going to look at if there were any opportunities for addressing that issue.
And Councilman, this one will be included on the list of,
I can't hear you yet. The mic hasn't heated up.
Councilman, this one is also on the list that has come up during the course of these budget hearings, so as I said, it's on the list. And
Okay, but let's not let it go in the black hole, because Mr. Kretz did second my motion on that one to make it a reality.
right, and ultimately it'll be a policy decision from the committee as to what to put forward to the
And
council.
then put a big red line under it when we get 100 pieces of paper in a minute and a half, that it's there, and so I can continue to fight for that $250,000 for the public access issues.
Let me just also add, one of the requests we had from ITA on dealing with public access, and I don't know if it got into your budget to the mayor, but we'd ask that you also consider giving some guidance on a 5-year plan of what the intent of the department is in dealing with public access, so that they can have some idea of what the future, not only including the city clerk as part of that public access, but what are the things that we need to be looking at in a budget. And so we hope that during this fiscal year that we can have the 5-year plan so that we can compare it with the budget outlay in future years. So if we can ask the department to respond to that so that we can begin to evaluate that during this fiscal year.
We will bring that report forward to your committee, Councilman. Many portions of the components of the items that were proposed or recommended to be funded in 11-12 are actually part of the proposed budget. So those items should be covered, and as I indicated, we'll follow up with a written report that will address the items that came up in committee when we had the discussion about the 5-year plan.
I think it helps us all in trying to figure out what public access would look like if we can see it more than 1 year, and what is our expectation, and whether it's going to be upgraded, or that we don't just put it in place in 10 years from now we say it's all broken. So we need to have some kind of a plan. What we're trying to prevent is the process that we've had over the last several years, where we give you money and then take it back because there's no real plan of how public access is going to be dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, for that. And really, there are people out there that appreciate using that technology, and especially now, you can high-tech it even more with the computer and all of those things as well. So keep it in and put together a plan.
Very good. We'll address that.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes ITA.
Let me ask IT one other question. Where are they? Give us an overview. We have some paperwork that you were asking for 9 positions. Could you give us an explanation of what that's for and how it will be used, and your recommendation of how you're going to fund it?
Certainly. Councilman, we have requested 9 additional positions, of which 7 of them are for primarily supporting public safety network communications. Over the last 18 months, we have lost a significant number of our communications electrician staff, which support the radio communications for the public safety network supporting police, fire, emergency, EMD, and the rest of the departments using the city's radio system. In addition, they're the staff that support the 911 dispatch centers for both police and fire, as well as do the vehicle installations for the communications equipment that goes in both fire trucks and police squad cars. So those staff have been severely cut, and we are having difficulty adequately covering the staffing that we have to support those functions. So in order to shore up those resources, we've requested 7 additional positions in those areas to support that function, and we are suggesting that we would utilize savings from this fiscal year along with reduced expense amount for next fiscal year to cover the majority of this expense. So in addition to those 7 positions for public safety, we have also requested 2 database architect positions to support the city's financial systems. And one would be in direct support for the LA Tax project, and the second would be in direct support of the PACER system. And this is an area that is critical to the city in that we only have 5 positions in ITA supporting the city's major financial systems, the 4 major financial systems, SMS, FMS, PACER, and LA Tax. And right now, we need to have a minimum of 2 staff supporting these 4 systems, so a grand total of 8. And right now, we're having difficulty supporting them and having the necessary backup when we have on-call services to support these systems. So for those total of 9 positions, 7 for the public safety communications and 2 for the database support for these financial systems, the grand total of cost is $960,000, and we are, with the savings from this fiscal year as well as the reduced expense next fiscal year, we are able to cover $700,000 of that cost, leaving a remaining amount needed of $260,000. So that is the request that we have before you for your consideration.
Let me ask the CEO, does that money exist on the savings?
Yeah, I think we believe that the funding in that account probably does have the savings of those $700,000, $300,000 this year for savings, and $400,000 that they're saying that they'd be willing to cut out of next year's 11-12 budget.
Because what I got out of it is that, if I understood it, that about 7, between the savings from this year and next year, and then plus reduce expense for next year, they believe they can come up with 700,000 of the 960.
That's correct. Yeah.
Is that real money? Do we know if it exists? And then the other thing, have we identified what expense items in this fiscal year that will not be expended?
The account that those funds are coming from is the account that supports the city's telephone bill and data and phone lines. And it's a very large account, and ITA has been very active in trying to find efficiencies and receiving those services. So they've been able to generate savings in that account over the past few years and already in this year as well. So it's realistic to expect that they would be able to, that those savings would continue as they continue to work to reduce our phone and data lines.
Okay, is it also realistic to look at whether they can fund the entire amount?
The full 900?
Yeah.
It's certainly something that we need to take a look at. The savings this year, certainly it's some funds that would revert to the reserve fund. As you know, next year they've identified another pot of money. The issue, I think, really becomes whether it's ongoing savings, and if so, then there might be, for your consideration, to use some of that ongoing savings to then restore either in the communication engineers or electricians, whatever they are, or some DBAs. I think probably what we ought to do, to sit with the CLA and the department, just verify the numbers and what is ongoing, and then provide a recommendation.
Could you look at that, and then also whether, if it's not 7, if it's 4 or 3 or whatever, that we can come up with and see, again, it's absolutely essential it's ongoing, because we don't want the same issue for next year. And so if you look at that, 9 positions total, or 7 or 3 or 1, but the key is it's got to be ongoing and self-sufficient. We can't find funds to support it. So whatever we can leverage out of their budget, we'd be glad to look at. Okay. All right. Any other questions on ITA? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, going back to the library department. There's one budget memo for library, budget memo number 44. There was a request of the cost of using the commercial paper program to pay for the library department's early retirement program. This, like other departments that have dedicated streams of funding, were asked to absorb their ERIP costs. Should you choose to include the library department as part of the commercial paper program, it would be a cost of $1.9 million. It is not something that we would recommend.
Would you just explain to those who are listening why we made that different choices for ERIP, commercial paper for some departments, and ERIP that departments are paying for? What was the distinction?
The distinction was if a department had a dedicated revenue stream, either through a special fund or a specific assessment or tax, we recommended having that department absorb that cost through that revenue stream. If a department was significantly general funded, then we sought to recommend the commercial paper program.
Okay. And so the issue is, even with this recommendation for libraries, with Measure L, they're in far better shape this year than they were last year.
That's correct. And the same model was used for this year, if you recall.
Okay. Any questions on libraries?
But, I disagree with this approach. It sounds like we're going to move forward with this, but there's a reason why there's a dedicated stream. We are saying that because the libraries voters wanted to provide those fundings, we can't be on the other end taking away now because they just have the money through this dedicated stream. There's a reason why we did that. My approach would be that we just stay consistent with everybody and not just say whoever has money coming in through a dedicated stream It's libraries and rec and parks, correct?
Well, it's another special fund, so sanitation, those departments that are significantly special funds, like the proprietaries. And I mean, keep in mind, ERIP, everyone benefited from ERIP, including the library department, and they were able to have those savings included as a result of those people leaving early.
Now, Rec and Parks, they have a dedicated stream through also a charter
That's
amendment?
correct.
And are they better off?
Well, again, I don't think it was an issue of whether they're better off. It was more an issue of they have a reliable stream of funding that's dedicated to them.
Yeah, but they're still being penalized because of this decision that was made at some point to give additional funding to Rec and Parks for some reason, whatever that reason may be. Right? I mean, they're being penalized for having this dedicated stream, when at one point they were being awarded for the services they provide. Now they're being penalized because they have this dedicated stream. It just doesn't... I mean, the rationale just doesn't stick with me.
I mean, we're fortunate that the city charter has a dedicated stream for those two services, because in many other cities throughout the country, unfortunately, the hits to rec and parks and libraries have been much more significant because they come straight out of the general fund. And so in some ways, while there certainly has been an impact to those two departments and the services, they've been protected to a degree because of that dedicated revenue stream that they get. But at the end of the day, it's a policy call that your council needs to make.
Yeah, I mean, we could argue it either way, I think.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Miguel, two questions. The issue of ERIP is a one-time cost
That's
for this
correct.
year. And then if it didn't come from here, where would we find that revenue?
Well, if it didn't come from the commercial paper program, then in one of our budget memos that we've given to you that we'll go through when we catch up, outlines over $60 million worth of cuts that we would make in alternative to the commercial paper program. So your options are limited. Either you take it out of the commercial paper program, or you identify cuts through the rest of the other system to pay for this and the other ERIP component of the commercial paper program.
Okay. Any other questions on libraries? Okay, next.
Okay, the next item moving through is the Neighborhood Empowerment Department. We have for that department budget memos 59, 69, 109, those three areas. For budget memo 59, it's a report back on the stakeholder issues, funds in CD11, and mandating neighborhood councils as a CERT team. It's a response from the department, informational only.
Could we send number 59 to Neighborhood Empowerment Committee and ask them to look at what's required to implement question 182 that deals with the CERT, and the other, I believe the other three are just informational.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'd ask on question 182. On 59, did we do 59? We're on it now.
Okay. Yeah. Come on up on 59. We talked about it on the phone yesterday. Had a meeting with a group of neighborhood councils yesterday, and I really appreciated your interaction with them, my man. And obviously, I want to hear some more about the Westchester, Playa del Rey, and Venice situation, which I know you were going to call them and get with them. How did that go?
I did follow up with them, Bummer and Kim, General Manager, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and it's my understanding that Westchester Playa does have planned projections for the expenditures, so they met all of the demand warrant requests by the April 15th deadline, and they plan on using the rest of their funds through the purchase card. And Venice also has some funds that were committed for community grants that I think should be qualified for an encumbrance policy.
policy. So when we look at this beyond that, we're going to see those monies disappear. Okay. And then the thing is just a technical thing. You have the following West Hills. That's not in my district. Okay, I just want to make sure. But
You have it if you want.
can I have it? But as long as my Westchester and Venice are okay now, I'm happy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and then also during our discussions, we were expecting some response back from Neighborhood Empowerment Committee regarding the current structure.
That is correct, and that's budget memo number 109. Essentially, we did speak to the chair of the committee, and there will be a report that's going to be prepared on that matter.
Okay, is that going to be during the budget process or at some time afterwards?
They're hoping to have the discussion within the next couple of meetings of the committee, within the month.
Mr. Smith, you have...
Yeah, and I apologize, I should have asked, I thought we had this discussion the other day, but I didn't ask for a report back, and that was a request of the Department on Auditor and the backlog they have on getting the financial stuff done through the neighbor councils. And I think, what did you say, there are 800?
We're 800 quarterly audits behind.
800 audits behind.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's kind of a significant number. And I've been concerned through this budget process about audit positions because I think it's penny wise, pound foolish to eliminate those positions. So they had a request in, although we haven't looked at the department as a whole yet. It's too late for a report back, but I would like you to take a look at that before we go, and maybe CLA also, look at that as we look at corrections. I really think an auditor is critical in that function. It's too much stuff, too many dollars going through that, and there's been too many issues with improper use of money, and they really need that.
We can certainly work with the CLA and the department on that. The department did not make that request in their budget, but...
yeah, it was in the memo.
In their memo, right. Yeah. But we would recommend to deal with the backlog is to use the controller's auditor program, but for ongoing maintenance, there may be a need for an
Well,
auditor.
for maintenance effort, obviously they need that, but even that many audits, I don't think the controller's staff can pick up that kind of load either. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
59 on that memo.
It's kind of a...
Okay, so going back, we skipped item number 69. This issue pertains to the process of encumbering funds for large projects.
And that was just information.
We recommend instructing the department to report back to your committee with the status report detailing the amount on behalf of the neighborhood councils and provide a final description of the encumbrance process by the department.
Okay. Is that the same? Let me see. Okay, I see. All right, so that's a report back
Yes.
to both committees?
Yes. That's our recommendation.
That's not the way we're doing it, but...
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions on, we have one more, it's 109?
We just discussed 109. That relates to the overall structure of the department.
So that's a report back?
Yeah.
So any other questions on neighborhood? Okay, next.
Okay, the next item is Lacers, our pensions rather. We were requested to come back with a report on various alternatives that could be adopted by your council to reduce the overall cost of retiree health care among sworn retirees. We provided 13 different recommendations. Obviously, the most significant and the most, in terms of both savings and an impact, would be the adoption of an ordinance to freeze the maximum medical subsidies as being done on the civilian side. And I know we have a number of outstanding questions that we'll report back at ERC next Tuesday.
Okay. Let me just ask, one that we discussed over time in EERC about future increases, have some sharing mechanism between employee and the city? And I didn't see that in the 13.
Well, we refer to that when we say, when we recommend negotiating a different, with our bargaining units, a different amount, but we could certainly make it more clear.
Okay. All right, so these 13 and a half or 14 that are there, those will be dealt with by the CAO through EERC. And then let me ask you, recently, in the last day or so, what impact would all of this have on the San Diego case about vested medical benefits?
We could certainly have the city attorney respond more specifically, but their case is slightly different than ours in that retiree health care is clearly a subject to bargaining. It's in the MOUs, but what it provides a glimpse of where the courts are standing as it relates to pension and retiree health care issues. So we certainly see it as supportive of the direction that your council is headed towards.
Okay. Could we get when we get EERC, a briefing on that case and what the differences are between the City of LA and San Diego?
We'll ask the city attorney to do that. Okay, our next item department is personnel. We have budget memos, just one budget memo, item number 107. We were asked to report back on the kinds of retirement benefits that are eligible to part-time employees. Part-time employees are eligible for both the regular employment pension system we have as well as the pension savings plan. We articulate the specifics of those two plans. The details of what they're eligible for is enumerated in their respective MOUs.
Now, on the previous memo dealing with LACERs, is the same issues that we're dealing with on LACERs a part of the discussion on retirement benefits for part-time?
Well, freezing the benefit would obviously impact part-time too, to the extent that they're eligible for retiree health care. For those who are members of the coalition who ratified the agreement, the impact on part-timers is really reflected in their particular MOUs. Some of them have more eligibility to benefits than others, so it's hard to sort of make a universal conclusion on what those differences are.
But in general, they would have the same plans, just that they're in the...
Yeah, in general, that is correct.
Right. All right. Any other questions on personnel?
Okay, next department is planning. We were asked to look into the request to maintain 17 positions that are proposed for elimination in the mayor's budget. Our recommendation is that those positions continue to be eliminated and that the department use as-needed authorities and hire 120-day retirees to address any increases in workload, as opposed to restoring those positions. The department will still have some vacant positions available to them as well.
What number on planning, is that 85?
I'm sorry, that was number 54.
54.
Planning has two budget memos, items number 54 and 85.
You have a Plan B, and the reason I ask, my understanding is the planning department has been offering to bring back retired employees, and they're just not getting anybody. Nobody's interested in coming back and doing this work. So, yeah, Plan B was to use these bringbacks, and if there's nobody coming back, then what would be Plan B?
It's specific to planning or to...
Planning, I'm sorry, yeah. So we're just talking about planning.
Oh, okay. When we discussed that in their budget hearing, they didn't share that with us, but the Plan B could be they could use as-needed employees to provide backup support. I mean, the challenge with this department is that it's really tied to the economy, and so as the economy expands, then there's a greater demand for the department and the resources that it provides. But then, as we saw in this recession, when building stops, then there isn't. And so the question is, how do you have a base level of staffing and supplement that for the good years without having to deal with that later during the bad years? And so our recommendation is they find alternative models like as-needed 120-day, perhaps even contracts to address that, but certainly the department could provide more specific information.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Eva Yuan McDonough with the Planning Department. Would you agree with the CAO that as needed classes that they add to the proposed budget will be useful? However, the department believes that restoration of the vacancies will be really necessary, and for the following reasons. First of all, up until about 2 years ago, the department had 400 authorized positions, and in the past 2 years, 40% of the positions have been eliminated. And in those discussions, when the cuts were implemented, the department indicated that we felt that the core of our staff will be at about 100, 250, 270. At the time, we expressed to Budget and Finance and full council that we felt that no more cuts should be put in on the planning department because 270 was our core. Any less than that, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we're supposed to do. And to take away another 17 is cutting into our core. We feel that when the economy goes up and the department needs more staff to process additional cases or so, we will use as-needed classes to augment the capacity. But the problem is many of our assignments are long-term. As-needed employees cannot work more than half-time. If they work half-time, they're considered full-time employees, and they will add a pension burden to the city anyways. So the half-time nature makes it difficult for us to use as-needed employees for long-term or not so short-term assignments. In terms of the 120-day employees, that's even more difficult for the planning department because based on our experience, nobody wants to come back. And we have approached all of our AZAs in the past year or so. Only one was willing to come back, and we are using the person. So we really ask you your positive consideration for the department's request to restore some of the 17 positions proposed for deletion. We're not asking for all 17. We'll ask for some of them. Planners, support staff, those are absolutely necessary for us, for example, to take care of the assigned work, to take care of the sustainable transit community work. The money is coming, and we need to be ready to do the work.
That's the point is, no disrespect, but I've heard the story of woe from 40 other general managers. It's not unique. But your department and building safety are the two departments that begin to feel the economic recovery before anybody else does. I just want to make sure there's flexibility for you to move with that demand when it starts rather than have to come through a whole budget process of finding positions and all that stuff that we go through. If there is a recovery this year, and there's projections that are going to be modest recovery, you and building safety are the first two to feel that demand. So I just want to give you flexibility, not necessarily the positions right now, but the ability to get those positions when they're needed.
Council member, we have always been very diligent in managing our budget. For example, in the past year, too, we have now laid off one person, and we're able to manage our finances. We have never gone into the red. So I believe the department has proven our ability to have that flexibility. Secondly, we're not asking for position and funding. What we're asking is to leave the positions, don't give us funding, and when we do have the workload, when the economy does go up, we will go and work with the mayor's office and work with the CAO for permission to fill. We have done that with our expedite staffing model, and we at one time had almost 40 positions, but we only filled about 14 to 16. All the other vacancies were authorized but not authorized to fill. So I believe we can follow that model and be very effective and being responsive to the economy.
I think, Councilman, the only thing that I would possibly recommend as a compromise would be potentially unfunded resolution authority positions, so that when it does come in, that they can go ahead and activate those positions quickly and then report back to council. And then
they can go to managed hiring and eventually get an answer and move forward.
And I want to thank you for that suggestion.
Okay.
The medical marijuana and the possibly we're hearing some issues with illegal massage parlors in our city that we currently are being tied up in courts and not addressing the issue. But if we had an additional zoning administrator there that could work on these nuisance abatement actions, we could take care of these things like that. But now we're just waiting for the courts to finish. But meanwhile, we have all these illegal dispensaries continuing to operate. We treated them as nuisance basement cases. We could lock them up right away and close their doors down, and we're caught up. The police, LAPD, and city attorney are recommending this approach. But granted, you are already behind with all the tremendous cuts you've had in the past. General plans, community plans have been put back in a 10-year cycle, and we thought we were catching up. We're back to what we used to be a few years ago. Our HPOZs, we're back to 12 years, waiting, as opposed to we started cracking on them. So I would ask not only for economic, when we think the economy is going to get better and going to get busier, you can meet these positions. There's other policy issues out there that you're just going to be, we're going to need some more of your zoning administrators. It makes sense to do these, how did the mayor's office say it?
They're called unfunded resolution authorities. So our recommendation would be that as next year's budget would come in, that the CAO would then go back and analyze them to make sure that they're still needed. But essentially, it gives them a position, but it doesn't give them the money.
And they would still have to go through the managed hiring process, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just ask one thing. I think we had the same discussion with building and safety last year. The dilemma that we have is on these full-time peaks and valleys, that you can't get rid of people as fast as you can hire them. And what do you do with them when the workload goes down and the cost continues? And so the only way that I think you can manage that is if you had either part-time employees or people that you brought in for short duration, contracts, things like that. Otherwise, if you put them on the payroll as civil servants, they go away 30 years from now, and the workload diminishes much more quickly. So we need some assurances that if you have that flexibility, that it's going to be managed within short-time employment cycles versus full-time employment cycles.
Councilmember, as you remember, last year we talked about using contract planners, which will allow the department to expand the contract very quickly. I think as needed, classes will be, it's the same idea, that we can hire outside, hire additional planners or staff without adding pension burden on the city, and also we can hire them and let them go very quickly based on the workload. We have used student interns. We have used 90-day employees. We actually currently have more than 40 free interns helping us with our workload. And we have hired 4 student professional workers on a part-time basis. So yes, we have done many different things to make sure that our workload is addressed without adding full-time staff.
Okay. So I would certainly support that flexibility, but again, we have to certainly monitor that to make sure we don't end up with a budget problem around FSR 1 or 2. And so the other thing, and I think on the comment I made in building and safety about the standalone unit probably is more appropriately should be fit in this particular issue of 85, dealing with the whole issue of billboards in the standalone unit, and planning coming back with a surcharge and how it should be funded. And so that comment I made on building and safety is probably more appropriate here.
Right.
Yes.
So on that, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm probably missing something, but if you could clarify the difference between what the department's asking for and what's being proposed as a compromise.
The planning department is asking to restore some planner positions and some support staff positions. I think the total number is 10, and 17 positions are being proposed for elimination. And I think the mayor's budget team is proposing that instead of giving us the positions back, because these positions are regular positions, so
Instead of
they
giving
were
it back to you unfunded, right?
unfunded and as resolution authority, so it's not a permanent position. So we will work with the mayor's office on that.
Well, I have some of the same concerns as were articulated by Mr. Weezer. I'd like to get a sense from you whether there's a significant difference between the two approaches. I would be open to restoring them as they are. So,
Restoring them will be the best, but we will, in this budget situation, we're willing to work with the budget team on anything that will work for the department. I think in the end, what we're trying to do is to get full-time capacity in and not have to deal with half-time employees all the time and short-term employees, because if that's the only option, that will make it very difficult for the department.
well, frankly, I think the needs are great. The cost of providing an unfunded position obviously doesn't exist. It's just a question of how we approach the planning and dynamics of this. I would just as soon move to restore the 17 unfunded positions.
I think our concern, Councilman, is that, again, it goes back to kind of that bigger overall purpose of what we did and why we did it in terms of really shrinking the size of the city. In terms of the planning department, we'd like to be able to go back to that with them and assess whether or not the 10 are truly warranted positions. Do they need all 10? Do they need all 17? This is something we systematically did through all the city, is to eliminate the vacant positions throughout, with the flexibility of understanding that if they do have peak projects, we'd like to see them come in temporarily. I think the challenge that the city has always had is that although we bring in folks on resolution authority and they're designed to be a temporary authority, they become a 20, as the Councilman Park stated, a 20, 30-year authority, and we never get them off the books. That's why we regularized a number of resolution authorities this year and trying to clean up the books so that we don't have this shadow workforce out there that's really that's supposed to be temporary, that turns out to be a full-time and long tenured position.
Well, personally, I think this is an important department for our economic recovery. They have a lot of other projects that they often seem far behind on, like doing all the community plans. I don't necessarily buy into the idea that these positions should be temporary. I think when we actually have an uptick in the economy, I'd like to see us hire back these positions when we need them on a more permanent basis. So I don't necessarily buy into that piece of it, and that's why I made the motion. I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to second it, but I'd like to at least keep it out there.
I'll second it. I don't think there's... I'm seconding it.
And Councilman, again, this will be included on the list of the items that have come up in the course of these hearings, so we'll add that to the list too.
Thank you.
Does that cover the two items on plan?
Item number 85 is a discussion regarding the legality and fee structure for capturing revenue on digital and flip billboards. We recommend, again, including this issue as part of the working group, that we would coordinate with the CLA to address all these various billboard-related matters.
I agree with you on that, and delighted to see the report back memo on it. There were 2 points in. Thank you, Alan Bell, for your enthusiasm the other day. That got me even more excited to move on it. With the 2 issues, just for the record, that they mentioned there's potential is revenue from off-site signs installed on city property, as it says, the city is landlord. This concept is potentially feasible if the city sign ban is carefully amended in a manner consistent with recent rulings from the United States Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. In fact, the city was admonished, just for the record, only on May 2nd, which I guess was yesterday, by the Ninth Circuit or the day before, for overstepping its legislative prerogative to add sign district. At the direction of the Plum Committee, the Planning Department is currently reviewing possible amendments to the city sign code. One of those amendments might focus on the proper use of sign districts. City property within a sign district could generate revenue from properly permitted signs, but the one I like the most is the next one, which says revenue sharing from off-site signs installed on private property. This would have to be done as a tax approved by the voters, but from what I'm hearing here, adopting a tax on proceeds from new and existing signs is a practical and we believe also a legally defensible way to generate significant income for the city's treasury. A conservative estimate of the potential revenues that might be generated from such a tax is $20 million annually. As you are aware, City Council didn't put it on last time because we had a long laundry list of things. I would have loved to have had it on last time as well. So what I like the working group concept of getting back to it, but before it gets too late, I want to make sure we can propose potential legislation for the ballot to get this on next year. I think our citizenry would appreciate a revenue stream that would come from this, and I know that people would probably vote yes, though it might be an intense campaign, but I don't want to lose sight of this opportunity. I used to call it gold in the gutter, now I'm going to call it gold in the air. That's up there on these billboards that could be revenue for us. But thank you for that report, City Attorney's Office and the Planning Department and its leadership on it.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
Bobby.
Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hello, Sharon.
We'd be happy to actually recirculate a memo that CAO, CLA prepared last October with regard to this proposed billboard tax. At the time, it was estimated that it could generate up to $24 million to the city treasury. We'd be happy to recirculate that to you.
Yeah, and I think timing is everything, and more than ever, as we're going through this budget process, I think we've become always sensitive to the needs of monies, and this would be one revenue-generating stream I'd like to see us move forward on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the police department. For police, LAPD, we have memos number 22, 65, 70, 79. Thank you, Mayor. Number 22 is actually a request from our department to make some technical adjustments in the budget pertaining to the police department. Number 65 is a report back on the booking fee reimbursement. There had been a look at this issue back in 2005-06 with the department, our office, and the city attorney evaluate the potential to recover booking fees from the Port and LAWA for booking their prisoners at LAPD facilities instead of the county. At the time, it was estimated it would cost the department approximately $80 to book a prisoner from an outside agency. LAPD statistics show that the LAPD books approximately 1,000 arrestees combined from both agencies. The total revenue estimated is approximately $80,000. This is an informational item. Memo number 70 is a report back from the department on home garaging of authorities. Any question on that matter?
I just would like to continue monitoring that because if we follow the increase in the department, it has not necessarily been at the same rate as the increase in take-home cars in the specialized units because most of the increase has been in patrol. And recently, we've advised that the chief has moved a couple hundred people out of specialized units, so we just need that reviewable number needs to continue to be monitored. There's not much leeway in motor officers our command officers, but the reviewable number is the one that I think has exploded, even though the number of positions in those areas have not.
And we'll continue to monitor that.
Also, I had brought up a subject that a lot of people don't want to talk about, but that's motorcycle officers. I was under the impression that they contributed something back to the city for the use of the motorcycles. They don't. I would like to request that the department and you engage in a summer study as to what our best practice should be in recuperating some of the cost and our giving those guys those motorcycles to take home, particularly when so many live a long ways away, and it just destroys the bikes, eats up a lot of gas, creates liability issues for us. I think we need to explore that in depth.
We'll be happy to do that.
But, one of the things you may look at in years past, they used to say that position paid for itself and more.
Yeah, where is
But subsequently, with safety equipment, the vehicle gas, and workers' comp and injuries, I don't think basically you can make that case anymore.
Yeah, we don't get as much money off the tickets
And then
anymore.
the tickets also have dropped significantly, not only the number, but the dollar value.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a very costly program. It's very necessary, but we afford them rights that we don't give anybody else in the department. So this is a Mayberry RFD where people take their vehicle home.
Well, on the issue of the motorcycles, I don't know if you saw in the letter, it states that if you take a motorcycle outside of the county, it's $14.37.
Big whoops. That doesn't even pay for 2 gallons of gas now.
Okay, memo number 79 is a report on the sworn hiring plan for this fiscal year. This is an informational item only.
Yeah, let me the one thing on this one, maybe I didn't make it clear. You gave us figures for 10-11, and I thought I asked for 11-12.
We have that information for 11-12.
I just want that.
It's in the budget, but we could certainly...
I just want that so that as we reconcile, we'll have some idea of the number of classes and what each one of them costs. But for 11-12.
We have that information. Okay.
And then the other thing I think we asked for was the overall cost for 12-13, but you gave us the right information, it's just the wrong year.
Councilman, is it you want us to lay out our hiring plan to see?
The thing is, I think the hiring plan is in the budget. I just want the CLA to have as a reconcile, if there's 5 classes, what each class costs.
Okay.
And then for this year, I got a figure of 11.6. For 12-13 is 24. So we just need to make sure that as you go through it, we'll understand what each class costs.
Do you want to have each class by like 11-12, and then what the cost would be in 12-13 for each class?
Yeah, I think we got the overall is 24/7. But the thing, I think it's going to be a little off because it depends on what month you start.
Right.
But the issue is we'll have a general idea. That's all we're trying to get is an idea of cost.
We'll work with police and the CAO to get the information.
Okay.
I think we submitted some initial information already.
I just need that so when you start reconciling, we'll know what we're dealing with.
Okay, that concludes the police department.
Yeah, and when a full year is done with an officer, Jerry, what are the total costs on that? I only see the partial costs on that.
Total cost of, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Into the next fiscal year of a new officer coming on board.
His salary or his
the
or her
whole
salary?
package for that.
For us, for entire year would be $8.8 million for our budget, and it'd be 11.4, I think, for the fully loaded budget for the year. So if we hired 315 and you wanted to sort of average it out, it would be 315.
Yeah, and what would that cost next year then, when you add it up?
The year after or this
Yeah.
year? The year after is it 24 million or 14 million? 14 million.
14 million.
14.
Okay. And right now, we have a class that started on 328?
Yes.
Are there 45 in the class?
Yes, that's what we started with. We're not hiring pursuant to the city council's motion. The next class will be hired in the beginning of July.
Yeah, after the new law goes into
After the new law on the pensions and...
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
You need to be asked that question on 11 or 12, 13, it's 24 million.
It's 24 million, not 14, right, when you go...
No, it's 14, that's what I was just handed to
For 12-13.
For 12-13.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we're using the phrase fully
Oh, I'm
loaded.
sorry.
To make sure it's right.
I don't mean to be too provincial, but I worry about our budget to start.
Well, no, that's your job, and you do a good job at that, Jerry.
It's 14 for us, 24 total with all of the
Okay.
accoutrements that go with it.
Yeah, because people need to know the fully loaded cost, and it's
Okay.
24,
Yeah.
not 12. Okay,
And it's 11.4 for next year.
right.
Any other questions on police? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving on to Board of Public Works. We have memos, one memo number 6, regarding the graffiti abatement program. There was concern regarding the reduction in the proposed budget. This is, among other items, should there be funding allocated to make that program whole, we recommend that there be corresponding reductions that are identified.
All I'd ask is that when we mention the 500,000 comes from the overall program that funds 14 programs, one of which is a program we've already cut 10%, is that the funding, or that the cut for the 500,000 should go to the 13 CBOs and not the one that we've already cut by 10%.
Okay, I understand what you mean.
Okay.
Okay, the next department would be engineering. We have one memo, number 4, is regarding the restoration of a civil engineering associate 4 position in the privately financed program. We were asked to report on restoring a civil engineering 4 position without funding in the privately financed PFP program to address the workload program. Our recommendation is to correct the position delineation from the Civil Engineering Associate 4 to Structural Engineering Associate 4 for the same program.
Let me ask you, and I know the reason why we do it, but if we have personnel at the counter and they respond to communities' contacts, and because the community doesn't ask for a permit, we don't put it into the charge of the permit for the issue of full cost recovery. Why are we cutting it down that fine?
Well, I think that's more of a legal issue for the city attorney's office. We were always told that fees can only relate to the cost of providing that direct service.
But part of I would think, I'm not positive, but I think part of the direct service is you're sitting there talking to people about their issues of whether they want to do some project in the city. And you spend a significant amount of time, and because they do not get a permit at that time, it's all, I mean, because if you weren't funded, they'd have no one to speak to. So I'm just trying to figure out why it seems like a very fine line that we
It is a very fine line. It goes back to who's benefiting from paying that fee. The general questions, the person who actually takes out the permit, although they might have come on previous occasions and asked questions and eventually take out a permit, the fee is based on providing that service only, not your general questions. Now, we can always ask the city attorney to go back and research if there's case laws on this, but I think you have a similar problem with the planning department and probably to some extent with the Department of Building Safety.
Yeah, I know, but we've dealt with that, and I thought there was at one time at least one department was going to look at a way to address the massive amount of time that we spend with people trying to get them directed, and they don't come up with a fee. And I think building the safety, because these are not just 2-minute conversations. We're exhausting a lot of energy to keep people on the straight and narrow. And I just don't know, in the sense of cutting it, I know we can't, I guess, charge them a fee for coming in and just having a discussion.
Right.
But on the other hand, those people wouldn't be there to answer the question if it were not for the people that paid the fees in the first place. So I'm just trying to figure out, if maybe, I don't know whether it's the city attorney or what, it just appears that that's such a fine line that we are using to separate between the same identical function. It just is what the ultimate outcome is if the citizen decides to get a permit or not.
Right, we could work with the city attorney to report back on that.
Yeah, because I think it affects at least, building and safety planning, and a couple other departments
Right.
where, and I understand in some instances, particularly with engineering, you might spend literally several meetings and days with people, and they say thank you and walk away. And and on the one hand, we're saying you don't pay for it with the money you retrieve from the permit, but on the other hand, the same resource, we just eaten up 2 days of their time with no recovery.
That's right.
So there seems to be an inconsistency. If we're going to be right down the line with it, then we'd say to that individual, you can't talk to anybody unless they have a permit, if we're going to only pay for it by those funds. So I just don't know why we, deal with it that finely. So we can talk to the attorney and see if there's a better understanding, because several departments are working under that particular restraint.
Okay, we'll be happy to do that. Okay. Item number 3 is...
Mr. Chair, if I could add a comment on that. I really would like to see this position restored. I think we've been pretty disciplined about not restoring many positions, but I think this one is potentially the bottleneck between starting construction and not starting. And with the potential of an increase in construction combined with furloughs, I think we're going to be asking people to invest in the city and then saying, sorry, you've got to wait for months and months because this position doesn't exist. I know there's a concern in the report that there are some activities that relate to public counter operations and are not 100% full cost recovery. So I would just stipulate to not allowing them to do anything that isn't relating to the fees, and they're not 100% full cost recovery activities. But I think this is a critical position, and I really think it needs to be restored. I mean, if we're not going to just set ourselves up for failure as we're trying to find efficiencies in the development system to move things forward, I think this is one on-target position we need to restore.
Okay, any other questions?
The general manager requested he would be interested in getting a pilot in his department on flexible budgeting. Are we going to follow up on that? Should we? Any thoughts on what we should do here?
The
Can you work
performance
with-
budgeting item is a longer-term study, but we will start working on that as soon as we're done with the budget hearings.
Okay, so you will work with the department to see with the possibility of doing that, maybe not this fiscal year, but if you could start working with them. If you have an interested general manager in that, and it makes sense to us, we should pursue that.
Makes sense.
One thing with the longer-term studies, the committee can give those instructions as part of the committee report to report back on a number of items. This could be one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to sanitation. For sanitation, we have memos number 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 27.
Go over that again.
Okay, item number 2 is a report back on the reinstatement.
Go over that number, the numbers
Sure.
again.
It's number 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 27.
Thank you.
So item number 2 is a report back on reinstatement of an environmental engineer associate 2 position on resolution authority for the solid waste program. We recommend that should we continue the resolution authority for this position, that we delete a vacancy in the same class in another bureau, in other bureau operations.
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the things we need to look at on these positions, just as the one we had previous, if we're going to consider that, our first effort should be that it's within their budget. So that
We would strongly support that.
where there is no new revenue.
Okay. Memo number 3 is a report on the multifamily refuse collection franchise. There was a report back on proposed staffing for this program. We recommend that the Bureau of Sanitation present a status report to the council on the status of the program. We don't recommend any changes to what's being proposed in the mayor's budget.
Okay, again, I'll say it again, there is no program. It hasn't been approved by the board yet even. So why are we putting positions in the budget for that when there's no program to report back on until the board takes action and the council approves it? If they want to go out and build support for it, let them do it within their budget, but not create any new positions. So I would move that this be deleted from this year's budget and let them come back with a program and a plan, and then we'll talk about funding the positions.
I think, Miguel, on your earlier comment, rather than a status, they actually need to put together a program.
I hear you.
And submit it formally. And if they're going to rearrange their resources from internal, then they can comment on that. And if they're going to absorb the cost, they can comment on that. Sure. But they should give us some idea what they're referencing. Otherwise, they should have done it in the dark of night and not told us.
Well, if I could ask the Bureau of Sanitation to come up and talk to us a little bit about this multifamily refuge collection franchise, how they see it operating. There might be a difference of opinion among us, or there might not be, but I would prefer if they could come up and explain why they have that position in there and how they see themselves moving in the direction to make it happen. In some levels, I know there are people for it, and I know there are people against it, and I know it has controversy.
Let me just, I think, clarify. I don't think anybody is for it or against it. I think the issue is nobody knows enough about it until they propose it. I mean, so that's what we're asking.
Okay, is anybody able to propose it at this point?
No, I mean...
Or comment on it? Yeah. Please do.
Good afternoon, council members. Neil DeLeon with the Bureau of Sanitation.
Hey.
Oh, see bad?
No, you're supposed to be on this side.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, move over. You got to go over on this side.
Seats if you like.
You keep messing us up.
I'm telling you.
Track.
So what I can speak to is, in terms of the budget request, there was an anticipation of work, given the policy decision has not been made but would be made by the mayor and council at some point. We were looking at a large number of vacant SCM-funded positions in the Bureau of Sanitation, and recognizing there is a workload in the recycling division within the Bureau of Sanitation, moving some of those vacant wastewater-funded positions to that division and then changing the funding source. But you are correct, is that the policy determination has not been made by the board or by the mayor or council. So it is kind of a preliminary step to move some existing vacancies around. But they are vacant positions at this point in time. That's what I can speak to at this point. I'm really not as involved in the development of the franchise myself, so I'd be hard-pressed to answer those kinds of questions, but I'd be happy to refer that to my management and have them get back to you.
Yeah, I would like to get back, because Mr. Smith's point is a valid point, obviously, but on the other hand, I think you're trying to say you want to get it together so you can be ready to deal with it.
You don't know.
He is in committee right now, and I don't believe it's been discussed, but it's in committee, but the Bureau is planning to move forward with that. I'm wondering, I don't know how these positions are currently right now classified, but maybe we do the same thing as planning. We're not funding them.
Right.
But if we're moving in that direction, and the Bureau of Sanitation is planning for it, on the one hand, Mr. Smith is correct, why are we doing this? We haven't even adopted it. On the other hand, it's good to plan ahead when we know we're going to do something. So we do the same thing we did with planning, say they're unfunded positions. As we're preparing for that, I don't know if that's a direction we may want to go.
If I could just clarify, they actually are funded vacant positions in the wastewater program. We're not asking for any new positions in the budget for the program. Essentially, we're cannibalizing existing vacancies, moving them from one program that is funded to another program that is funded within sanitation. They're both special funded programs. But of course, the point is that the policy determination still has to come before your body, our board, to get approval.
What happens if the council does approve that plan this coming year? Then what? And you don't, and we don't approve these as you've proposed?
Well, at that point in time, the Bureau could come forward through the CAO's FSR process to request that those positions be reallocated.
These are specially
from the
funded?
source. Yeah, they're currently already funded from the wastewater fund, the SCM fund. They could always come subsequent to a determination by your body of a policy saying, now we're going to move forward with this. The Bureau at that point can move those positions over. They're still going to remain vacant, so...
You can make a resolution.
So, the last time, and I think the only time I ever recall where we actually funded something that wasn't something was P3, and what a great success that was.
Right.
This is another situation where you're funding something that isn't something yet. You're putting positions or leaving them in the budget, you say we're going to flop them around, move them around. The policy, the way you do things supposedly around here, unless we're changing the rules, is you get a program, you bring it to the board, Public Works, or normally the case of the council, they determine if they want to do it or not, and they determine, after you do an analysis, CAO, of what the cost is, whether they want to go forward or not. That's how you normally do it. We didn't do that in P3, now you're going to do it again in this program. Just come back to us when you got something.
And the Bureau would be more than happy to come back at a later point in time and look at the positions. It's really, again, a policy decision, and the positions are vacant, so we can move vacancies later just as soon as we have the vacancies
When you
now.
got
It's really up to your body.
Right, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and I think also that as you go forward, you just may find out after you analyze it that 4 isn't sufficient.
Yeah.
Or you may find that there's other issues that are unintended consequences. So I think that's why it's important that we have a larger issue to look at. And part of your proposal could very well be to move these positions from one source to the other, but not prematurely. You know.
How much time do we think we save by preserving these positions rather than abandoning them for now? If the project moves forward, what do we think the impact will be?
If I may suggest, since the positions are already in the Bureau, they are SEM funded now, I would just leave them there. I would recommend you just leave them there. And then in the committee process, as you go through and evaluate the program, then you would ask the Bureau to then reallocate those positions, and then we can move on.
I would tend to agree with you. That's why I was asking the question. I think we'd be better, give ourselves a better chance to be prepared to move forward expeditiously if we leave things as they are, and I'd certainly like to see that.
Emilio Rodriguez, CEO. Bureau has drafted an implementation plan for this program that's basically comprised of 3 phases, one of which involves a stakeholder process, which they've already been in the process of doing over the last several months. Our recommendations include a report back on those efforts, so we should be expecting that soon, in addition to what was included in the white papers.
Okay. Any other questions on memo number 3?
Okay, number 5 is pertaining to the cost to remove furloughs for stormwater pollution abatement. The total cost would be $907,000, $394. We do not recommend making this change and support the mayor's budget on this item. Item number 7 is construction and demolition recycling program. We were asked to report back on the reinstatement of an Auditor 1 position on resolution authority for the construction and demolition recycling program. We do not make it, we recommend keeping the mayor's budget intact on this item. Item number 8.
Let me just ask one thing. Could we have in the next fiscal year's mid-year a one-year analysis of the program so we'll know in the sense of whether we've impacted that, 40-some-odd percent, 48%, 42% loss of receipts and things like that, and they determine also whether how the new ordinance is dealing with AB 939. So we can put that as in the mid-year
report back.
On the report back for 11-12 mid-year.
We'll do that. Okay, memo number 8 is alternative technology study, Sunshine Canyon fee receipts. We recommend that there be no change to this particular item. Item number 27 is tip fees for illegal dumping and debris removal. The department submitted a communication addressing the committee's requests regarding tip fees for this purpose. This is informational. Okay, moving on to street lighting. We have one budget memo, number 56. This is regarding oceanfront walk lighting. The department was requested to report back on the upgrade of lighting along oceanfront. This is an informational item.
There's no additional information. So how do we deal with upgrading that lighting situation? Obviously, I see the figure of $340,000 upgrade the lighting fixtures on 63 units. Is Ed in the room? He wrote it. From street lighting.
Janice Chang, Office of the CAO. I don't believe street lighting is here right now. I have talked to them, and so what the memo says is essentially that the Street Lighting Maintenance Assessment Fund currently is unable to fund these street lights because they are considered general benefit lighting. What has been done in the past, but only along roadways, lighting along roadways, is that general benefit lighting can be funded by the gas tax fund. At this point, because in the Venice area, there are several jurisdictions in the area, so what we're looking at right now is determining who is actually responsible for maintaining these streetlights. The Bureau of Street Lighting currently does maintain them, but we have to make sure that it is their responsibility. We can look into possibly if there is a benefit to the businesses or any private property owners along the area to look into an assessment in those areas, but also look into, there's a possibility currently of looking into general fund. That is the only possibility at this point, because we will have to determine whether gas tax is available or eligible to pay for the streetlights here.
Well, it's not a good enough answer, obviously, for me right now. We're getting toward the summer, and we have tens of thousands of people on the beaches on the weekend, and we spend substantial money on our police forces there, and we've dramatically even upticked it. In fact, I'm going to a meeting at the beach tomorrow morning at 10:30 with a lot of merchants and the police and everybody else. So it's a bigger issue, the lighting from a safety standpoint as well. That we improve it and we deal with it. And it is a general overall regional issue, not just a city issue, but of course the city, it's our beach. So maybe you can come back with a stronger answer that could maybe give me some more hope that we can do something now about it.
We'll certainly come back with a more detailed answer.
I mean, one thing is, I just really recently read about the department looking at putting solar panels on some of the streetlights, and perhaps that could be a potential solution in this particular
It could be, but we're in an urgent moment because issues on the beach have picked up, as you've read in the papers, and our police have put a lot of energy in it, and I'd like to get a little more comfort that we can actually address this lighting problem. Do you want to say something? Go for it.
Councilmember David Hirano with the CAO's office. We've actually been recently, thanks to your inquiry, been in contact with your staff and discussing this, and they've invited us to come meet with them and work on this, and we will make a commitment to work on this project and identify the issues and identify potential solutions for you as quickly as we can within our existing staffing. So I think if I remember correctly from the email trail this morning, we're even being invited to a meeting later this week with your staff to work on it. So we will make that commitment to look into it.
There's truly an urgency right now, and I wouldn't bring it up if I didn't sense the need from a safety standpoint and a quality of life standpoint as the thousands of people come to the beach.
I understand, sir. And after we figure out what the full costs are and what the funding options are, we'll bring it back to your body for disposition as you see fit. So
great.
Okay.
I was going to ask, is utilitarian lighting still a program at DWP?
The outdoor lighting program, yes.
That might qualify for this because of the beachfront and all that. That's different than a normal assessment district.
That is a good idea. We will look into that as well.
Yeah, particularly because utilitarian lighting is for crime-related problems, too.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
It's called utilitarian lighting at DWP.
Thank you for that. And we look for that report back, and obviously the coordination, cooperation with our staff is critical to us at this point. Thank you.
Okay, item number 29 is a status on the illegal sign removal revised fee schedule, report from the department.
Did you go skip over 28?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that.
Let's go back to 28.
Oh, my staff's better than...
Number 28 is regarding the strategy to increase the special events fees in comparison to the city of Santa Monica. And our fees are structured based on the actual cost, which we assume is the same case for Santa Monica.
Yeah, I mean, what my note is here is that I've asked for a report back on the feasibility of charging for lost meter revenues when a not-for-profit, when a for-profit entity closes down a street for a special event. As I used to say, this is gold in the gutter, and we are not collecting. I'm also not going after the neighborhood block parties and nonprofits, but these big events that make money while we lose money, and they even go a step further. I know Santa Monica is doing that, but, you know, what ticket revenue would we have gotten if we didn't do it is also another potential thing. My bottom line is that when event promoters come into Venice in dramatic ways, which they do, and they're for-profit groups, the city needs to see a revenue stream in various ways, similar to the way Santa Monica has been very tough on them, and that's why they kind of end up on my streets. But I don't think we should, you know, be any more different than Santa Monica when it comes to those kinds of revenue streams.
And what the department reports says they are getting full cost recovery for special events.
Yeah, well, it's not full cost recovery if you're not collecting monies for meters that aren't being used like Santa Monica does. That's other monies. That's what you call, I don't know, that's money that we would have gotten if we did not close it off, not just for our cops and for our signage, but frankly, that's a revenue stream that other cities put up front, which either discourages them from doing it or they write a bigger check, you know, for those particular issues. So it's not an adequate answer of full cost recovery, because there is those other potential revenues that we're not getting. Yeah, lost revenues.
Item 29 is regarding illegal sign removal. The department provided a response to that. Item number 37 is regarding the feasibility of keeping the tree surgeon vacant positions unfunded. Your committee requested a report back on deleted vacant tree surgeon positions and the feasibility of keeping these unfunded until policy decision can be made on the future tree trimming. We recommend keeping those positions vacant, and should there be any further expansion of the program, should be done through contract.
Let me ask, from our prior history, is there some general idea of what a contract, if we're talking about 1,000 trees or whatever, is there some kind of
Where are they moving to sanitation? Where is that?
platform that we can use as a judgment? So that because we want, as I mentioned in the deliberations, they tell us we have 400 and some odd thousand trees that are overgrown, and we start looking at liability. We need to have some idea of what do you get for $500,000 or $200,000 or whatever, so that we get some idea that you're actually making an impact on some of these issues and not just responding to emergency calls.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. John Chavez with the CAO's office. We have been in communication with street services on this matter. As a rule of thumb, under contract, they could trim a tree for about $100 a tree. So if we had, just as a hypothetical situation, $1 million, they could trim 10,000 trees. We're currently, by the way, we are doing that now. There are trees that they are under contract to trim, and we found that the contract is less expensive than city staff.
Okay, but that gives, I think, a guide to the CLA as we look at that as to what impact we can make if we find money for that.
Okay, the next item, item number 38, is, the question was asked whether Prop C can be used for median island maintenance. The answer is yes, it can. However, there's currently no unallocated Prop C funds in the 2011-12 proposed budget. Should you choose to do that, then you actually have to find a reduction somewhere else.
Let's send that to T committee.
Send that to committee?
Yeah, to T committee.
Just make sure a copy of this goes over to the Board of Public Works, so they keep that in their mind someday in the future. That might be a good source for them.
When they plan. Okay, memo number 40.
Mr. Chair, could I... I apologize, I blinked and missed an earlier one. Can I go back to item 28 for a moment?
28, yes.
Item 28, which was a request to look at a full cost recovery, or closer to it, of, is that 28? No, 29, I'm sorry, I have the wrong number. 29, for illegal sign removal. And we've cut back the program dramatically because we charge too little for the fees for having an illegal sign posted after the first one. And yet the memo says, well, we reduced our program, obviously because we're losing money, so now we can't justify an increase. That's sort of a chicken and egg answer that says, hey, we don't want to enforce this, so we found an excuse not to enforce it. The way to be able to afford to enforce it is to charge enough for the fees, and that's what we've asked. So, very strange and non-productive answer.
Well, part of the challenge is that with an illegal sign, it's difficult for the department to actually track down who posted it, because usually they don't leave their name and address and phone number on that sign. And so the sign is posted, and you could have the highest fee possible, and you have no one to go after. So that's really the real challenge. It's not so much the fee, but it's that.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. For instance, right now we have a candidate for community college board that's probably posted thousands of signs in the one little election we have on the ballot. You know who it is. You go after them and you charge them. Obviously, at $5 a sign, even for hundreds of them, it's not worth it for us to track them down. But if they were paying $50 a second sign, we would get a very substantial amount back. And I can promise you that would be the last time someone put signs everywhere in the public right-of-way and on poles and everywhere else. It's certainly sometimes true with special events. If someone has a big dance and puts up 5,000 posters all over the city of Los Angeles, they're not hard to identify. And again, if you charge them for thousands of posters at $50 a poster, you would make your money back. So, while you can't always do it every time, you can find them enough of them. I mean, sometimes it's a commercial entity and they only provide a phone number, and at $5 a sign, it's not worth tracking them down. But at an appropriate number, I think they would be. So I think we're bailing out easy on that one, and I would like, again, to get a real assessment of where we think we might be able to break even and what an appropriate fee would be for those second and additional illegal signs.
Okay, we'll work with the department to bring clarity to that. Okay, let's see, where were we?
Yeah, let me just ask one question. On 28, what was the final issue on that? Was that you reporting back or dealing with the special events?
I think it was, we're going to, specifically on the loss of revenue due to not collecting meters, funding, we're going to report back on that with the department.
So that we consider that as part of future contracts, such as marathon and triathlon? Is that what?
What I understood Mr. Rosendal's concern was that it's not just, we need to look into the loss of revenue as part of the full cost recovery, not just the cost of doing the work itself. And so it would involve working with the department to determine if that could be established and how that would be done.
Okay, thank you.
That was on 28. Is that the question you had?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Item number 40 was regarding possible funding for paving of alleys. The question was asked to look into possible sources of funding. We've identified some options for you on that. Number one is to swap $3 million in gas tax with Measure R. This switch would occur specifically in the Wilshire Boulevard resurfacing project. The freed up gas tax could then be used to reimburse the general fund for related costs, and the general fund can be used to reduce commercial paper borrowing by $3 million. Number two is use up to $3 million in Measure R to directly fund alley repaving, and the final one is to swap $3 million in gas tax with Measure R. Use the gas tax to reimburse the related costs. This will provide $3 million out of the general fund to allow for this purpose.
Let me ask on item 3, if you swap $3 million in gas tax for Measure R, what related costs would you be reimbursing with the gas tax?
Sir, I couldn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I said, if you number 3, if you swap $3 million in gas tax with Measure R, and it says then use the gas tax to reimburse related costs, what would be the related costs?
That would, John Chavez with the CAO. That would be the overhead costs for street services staff.
Wait a minute. So you would put the money, you swap it with Measure R, and then use
gas tax.
Well, our recommendation is to use the $3 million in
just
gas
make
tax with Measure
it
R.
a straight, you're looking at option 2.
Well, we recommend swapping $3 million in gas tax with Measure R to reimburse the general fund for related costs.
And that way we could reduce our CP borrowing.
I know, but I don't understand what's the related cost you'd be paying with the gas tax that you put into Measure R.
Your gas tax general fund subsidy right now, because we're not at full cost recovery, it's about $19.7 million. So what we're saying is you would lower that subsidy. You have general fund now available for you to apply to one of the 3 options in the memo.
Okay. You're still going to explain to me what the related cost is, though. I mean, if we're taking gas tax and we put it into Measure R, we're taking the Measure R money and we're doing something else with it.
No, you're taking gas tax and moving it to the general fund as additional related cost reimbursement. The gas tax project, which is the Wilshire resurfacing, proposed to be funded at $3.2 million, will now be funded at $200,000. The $3 million will be shifted to Measure R.
Okay, I'm confused. The issue of, if we're trying to find out a way to get money that could pay for alley paving, but you can't use the gas tax money.
Cannot use gas tax.
Okay, so it appears the most straightforward is if the T committee, as part of next year's allocation of Measure R, local Measure R, are we talking local or citywide Measure R?
It's local.
Okay, so that would be the cleanest way, is if the T committee allocated $3 million of Measure R money to pave alleys. And it would be one-time expense. But I don't quite understand on option 1 and 3.
Sir, David Romano from the Office of CAO. If your goal, sir, is to fund alleys, yes, you can do that from Measure R directly. You can also do that using general fund monies, and we provide, option number 3 there provides you an alternative to do so. Our recommendation, though, is not that the extra money in Measure R and gas tax swap go to fund alleys, but first go to offset the use of commercial paper in the overall budget. So,
I mean, but then option 3 is contrary to what the original request was.
Yes, these are three options for you in terms, because the request was, how do we provide money for funding of paving alleys? So these are three options. Two of them actually provide money for alleys. The one that we are recommending, though, is to take that money to the general fund to offset the use of the commercial paper in lieu of doing alleys.
Yeah. But then we defeat the purpose of not getting the alleys paid. That's right. And
yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the opportunity cost, correct.
I knew if I kept asking you'd clarify. But the issue is that, and it's contrary to some degree on what Measure R our policy is, in the sense of how we're going to spend it.
Well, the council adopted a policy that appropriately reserves Measure R for projects. So all of Measure R, the surplus of Measure R would be allocated to a project, and that project is the Wilshire Boulevard project. So that is not inconsistent with the way the council has adopted it. In addition, the gas tax money that's freed up by moving Wilshire from gas tax to Measure R is appropriately used to provide reimbursement to the general fund for overheads. So there isn't anything that is contrary to either council or state policy. It's just a different option on how we approach things.
Yeah, I guess the way to look at it is that there's options to free up general fund dollars. The question is whether you use it for the alleys. Item number 41 is whether you use it for bus paths or whether you use it for additional median island maintenance, which is item number 42. So we've given you options to free up general fund dollars for these three different areas. We would recommend that you look at that in
Let me ask, if we and again, the cleanest one to me, if we're trying to fix alleys, would be option 2. But again, I don't think we want to supersede T Committee's efforts to look at next year's funding for local Measure R return. So why don't we send this to T Committee and ask them to look at whether, for option 2, whether that would be a reasonable expenditure for next year's Measure R to look at paving alleys.
To program it.
And the thing is, and again, so we're clear, it's not repaving alleys, it's paving dirt alleys. And because we asked earlier that the repaving of alleys go into the street program, so that we don't have to ever talk about that again. It could just be part of the ongoing street thing. So let's send that to T Committee and ask them to look at option 2 as a means or funding for paving dirt alleys.
And should we do the same for items number 41 and 42? Pertaining to bus paths and streets, median island maintenance?
The bus paths for Prop... Okay, let me just finish right quick. The bus paths for Prop A would be an appropriate discussion for T Committee. And I don't know whether on 42, whether that would be an appropriate use of Measure R, but that's something, again, for debate.
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. There is money recommended in the budget now, Prop A, to do bus paths, because the question really is, should we use Measure R to do additional bus paths?
That's right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a lot of comments on this. First of all, if I had my actual choice, I would like to keep the mayor's budget exactly as it is. To give a little background on where this came from, this is money that was used to partially fund the change to above-grade crossings on the Expo line. Mr. Rosendahl and I funded that, at least on a temporary basis, with West Side TIMP money to make sure that we wouldn't miss that opportunity, with a hope that some of that would be reinstated in the budget. And the mayor did reinstate it. So, in essence, I view it as our district's money. Now, I'm not completely adverse to using it for some things that are necessary. So I would recommend that we put $500,000 instead into median maintenance. And the other $2.5 million, I'm willing to have go to paving and repaving alleys. I would not want to limit it to dirt alleys and the need that is only in some limited areas in the city, but I would want that to be available for any kind of alley paving or repaving that was necessary for an additional $2.5 million. I think that way, both of those are things that may not get done otherwise, and I think are badly needed. Whether we look at this in T committee or just put it up there, I'm okay with it either way, but I'd just as soon do it, provide a couple things that the city desperately needs. I know alleys certainly are probably the area that we get the most complaints about in my district. Some of them are absolutely in horrendous shape. And this would allow probably every council member to do 2 or 3 of their worst alleys in their districts and start to resolve a significant problem in the city. I wouldn't want it just to fill a budget hole. I mean, we didn't write the budget. We didn't leave a $40 million hole. And I don't know that Mr. Rosendahl and my district should have to help fill that $40 million hole rather than resolving a problem that we need to resolve.
I agree, obviously, with my colleague, Mr. Koretz, on that, because when we quickly wanted to do the Expo line, we were able to be effective in making that happen, so we wouldn't do it at grade on Sepulveda. It was a big deal to our constituents. But we also do have significant issues in our streets and especially in our alleys in all of our districts. So from my perspective, either the 3 of us here from the Transportation Committee on the Budget Committee, or we can send it all back, those 3 items, to the committee, Transportation Committee, and have the clarity in that particular moment. Whatever my colleagues would prefer would make sense.
Let me just ask one question.
The medians needs to be taken care of. There's a huge inequity as to how we approached what parts of the city will be, the medians who kept getting cleaned or not. There's a huge inequity there. That needs to be addressed. We send this all back to committee, including the medians. That problem will be addressed. We have to address that problem through the budget. It's so inequitable. I can't believe we're going to allow that to continue. And, those of us who are left without our medians being cleaned, we're paying for them out of our discretionary funds this year. And we shouldn't have to do that again next year until T committee comes up with a decision. On the alleys, I'm all for, getting some money to pave or, fix the ones that are unpaved, but we do need to approach those somehow and can't continue to kick the can down the line. We need to start on some path as to how we're going to start addressing these alleys. But $2.5 million, how many miles of alleys can we either repave or pave?
I want to clarify something too. Street Services will be providing median alley maintenance throughout all council districts next year. I know they left a quadrant to the city without service, but that's not going to happen next year.
So 500,000, why is that a gap then for that?
Well, for this year, their base amount is $850,000 for contract. In 2010-11, through interim council action, we did add an additional about $500,000 to Street Services budget so they can take care of the entire city. The Street Services also tells us that in terms of dirt alleys to be paved, it's...
Let's go back to the medians. So every median, we're going to go back and make sure that every median is maintained as it was before, correct?
If there is an additional $500,000 added to the budget.
Okay, and if there's not, what happens then?
Reduce services in the council districts. But all council districts would be covered.
But it'll be equitable. It's not going to be that some street medians are not going to be maintained as it was this past year. Okay.
That's correct.
It's just the intensity of it, how often?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
So are we not talking about going to a 4-week cycle or something of that nature, which means we'll be getting the same kinds of frequent calls and problems that we had originally, but maybe just a little bit less because they'll be done?
Yeah. Looks like Nazario is ready to jump in on this one here.
Good afternoon, council members. Nazario Salceda, Interim Director, Bureau of Street Services. In response to your question, council member Weiser, if we are not able to secure the $500,000, we would have to be forced to decrease the frequency on the service. Right now, we have a bi-weekly frequency. That is, every 2 weeks, you see the contractor trimming the weeds, weeding, trimming the trees, doing some weed abatement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if we go to a 4-week frequency, and that's something that I want to share with you, obviously, the medians will suffer because the growth of the greenery will simply result in additional work at the end of the 4th week, which will eventually increase the cost per square foot of the tree trimming of the landscape maintenance of the medians. Yes.
It's recommended to do the additional and get the additional $500,000.
Highly recommended.
It's recommended. And on the alleys, I'm sorry, how much?
Councilman.
$2.5 million. How many miles does that get us?
One of the things in talking with Street Services is paving dirt alleys will cost about $650,000 per mile. If we resurfaced existing alleys that don't require a lot of additional work, site improvements, it's about $350,000. Is that correct, Nazario?
Yeah, that is correct. The reality is, as you mentioned last time, Councilmember Parks, there are only 18 miles left of dirt alleys, and those are the worst of the worst. That's the reality. I mean, those alleys require a lot of major engineering, a lot of construction in terms of infrastructure to properly drain the water outside and away from the properties. So those alleys will require major designing, and in addition, they will require additional work in terms of structural concrete work before we can actually pave the alley. And that is the reason why the cost per mile goes so high, yes.
And also, where might they be located?
Primarily in the south part of L.A.
Yes, okay. Let me just ask one thing. We have significant dollars on repaving of streets and slurry. And how much is in those two areas?
We have enough funding to resurface 235 miles and to slurry seal 400 miles of streets.
And also, with that allocation, because currently paved alleys can be part of that program, then it's a matter of a district giving a priority in their area as to using what's already been funded for repaving of existing alleys. Is that correct?
Well, right now, once again, the money has been obligated as part of the proposed budget to perform 235 miles of streets. Okay. It doesn't include any alleys. Okay, I guess it's a policy decision to allocate some of that money to
I think when we were
alleys.
here, we said that the alleys that have been paved should be part of the street program.
That's not that
So we don't have to every year say, go pave these 13 alleys. It's all part of the street program that should be allocated when you've come forward with your budget.
Alleys per se, and I've checked with different municipalities, alleys are not considered per se part of the street network.
Okay,
The alleys are a different network, streets are a different network.
Somebody told us before you showed up that you can use gas tax money to paved alleys.
One of the restrictions of gas tax is that the alleys must have at least a minimum width of 20 feet. And the majority of our alleys, improved or unimproved, they have a width of 18 feet. That's one of the restrictions that we get from the state.
Councilman Parks, I could probably... I think the question prior was, if an alley was considered part of the street system, we could use gas tax to repave that alley. So the question would be, will council approve that an alley be part of the street system?
Well, that's what we asked earlier, because we were told early in the deliberations that you needed different money to pave a dirt alley versus to repave an alley. And so when we were told that you use gas tax money to repave, it didn't say width of the alley, it didn't say length of the alley, it says you can use gas tax money to pave a already paved alley. We needed another source of money to pave a dirt alley. I then asked in the future that we then have our alleys that are paved to be inserted as part of the street program so that we don't have to every year come up with a figure for repaving, for potholes, for all of these figures, that they could just be part of the whole micro-paver system. And we were told, yes. And then if that's the case, then we can concentrate on finding money for dirt alleys as an extra concern until we get rid of 16 miles. So if we were told that, is there some difference today?
No, it really, the key is, will an alley be considered as part of the street system? That's really and if it is, then it's gas tax eligible.
Okay, well then that's what we asked early on, is that if we can spend gas tax money on a paved alley to repave it, that we insert it in the part of the street program so that it's part of the X number of miles of reconstruction, because we shouldn't have to sit here every year and say, okay, we have streets, we have slurry, we have potholes, and then we've got to find 2 extra pots of money for repaving of alleys and for paving dirt alleys. So if we can make it part of the street program, it seems like it solves a couple of things. One, we no longer have to treat them differently, and no longer do we have to have it a separate pot of money because it could be part of our street program. So that's what I mean, is that clear or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And if I may, Councilmember Park.
Hold on. Before you go ahead. For the past 6 years, in my district, I've been asking for alleys to be repaved. I've been told over and over, we can't because it's not part of the street program. From here on end, we are going to do that. And do we have to change any ordinance? Do we have to do anything else? I mean, what's the procedure? I just don't want to walk away today thinking that we could use funds that we're doing to repave streets to repave alleys.
Let us work with our sister Bureau of Engineering, because primarily the funding, if, let's say, for example, I'm going to use gas tax. Gas tax is restrictive in terms of the money must be used on a street that is improved. And the definition of improved includes that the design of the street was approved by the city engineer. That is why alleys, the majority or alleys per se, are not considered part of the street system, because they were built without, a city plan, what we call a P plan. So let me check, give me the opportunity to discuss this with my colleague in the Bureau of Engineering to determine exactly how can we make that transition between an alley to an alley that belongs to the street system.
Well, just to be clear on a couple things. One, it sounds like we're being given 2 different sets of advice. Yes, we can. No, we can't, because it violates state law. So before we make any assumptions in the budget, we should actually have a definitive answer. And I'm not sure who that definitive answer is coming from, but I haven't heard one today that gives me any comfort at all. Number 2, whether we can or can't use one pot or another pot of money, we're talking about $2.5 million, and whether we want to use it for alleys, improved and unimproved. And regardless of which pots of money we can use in the future from other places, I'd like to see us take $2.5 million and divide it presumably equally in all the districts and use it for whatever alley needs each council member has. The one thing I think we're pretty clear on, I haven't heard anyone arguing to the contrary, is that we'd like to put $500,000 of that into median maintenance and have our medians looking reasonably well, and not having people calling our office screaming about how these medians look like hell and what are we doing. So that would be my direction and my motion. And I don't know that it needs to go back to Transportation Committee or not, because I think that's essentially what we're all talking about.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO or CLA, whoever can answer this. What does it require for us to make the alleys that are paved part of the street program?
Nobody knows here. I think we got to go to the city attorney's office. It's
a city attorney opinion meeting, I guess.
Dion, do you have an answer?
We've been told that it requires an action of the council, but we'll need to confirm that with the
When you
city
say an
attorney.
action, does that mean that if we put it in the budget and say effective today, it's part of the street program, does it require an ordinance? What does it require?
Yeah, I don't know, sir. I haven't seen one of those in a while, so we'll need to confer with the city attorney and get back to you. And since Mr. Saceta is reporting back, maybe we can coordinate that issue along with all your questions on funding back in the same report.
Okay.
Let us...
Dion?
Report back to you on that one.
Okay. Let's ask the city attorney and the CLA and CAO to get together on not just this motion or this memo, but all of those that are dealing with funding, so that we can have some idea that if we can spend gas tax money by declaring the paved alleys as part of the street system, then we should be able to designate a portion of that to go into paved alleys. If we are going to look at medians and that's an appropriate cost, then we should bring that up to the standards that we have been used to of having a contractor fix the median. But on the other hand, if we cannot use one thing has been clear, we cannot use gas tax money on unpaved alleys. And so therefore, we need to have a source that we identify to fix unpaved alleys. But what I don't want to do is double fund paved alleys by saying let's use Measure R and gas tax money, because there's significant amount of money for 200 and some odd miles, and I don't believe anybody's going to get real excited if you do 230 miles and some of them are alleys and the rest are streets, because they're all part of the whole network. And if we kind of ride through our communities, at least in mine, at one time or even today, the alleys are part of people getting to and from their residences or businesses. It's part of the whole transportation system that we have been using. The problem is, I think somewhere down the line, and I addressed it when I first got on council, that we were told that gas tax money couldn't be used, and we said, well, you're going to make us declare every alley a street? Or what are you going to, because we need to get the alleys fixed. And we got some of the unpaved done, but we could never get a straight answer on how do you fix them once you pave them.
We'll work on reporting back.
Okay, why don't we get together and figure out, because we have, I think, 4 memos, 40, 41, 42, and I think 74 that deal with all these funding issues, because we're talking about the $3 million that we determine is no longer necessary for the grade crossing on Sepulveda. So if we're going to talk about that $3 million, we need to make sure we get the best bang. And we got one item earlier that it's about $1 million, I guess, for 10,000 trees. That's another one of those costs that we want to address with. Otherwise, I mean, it's if we don't use it appropriately, we're wasting. But we certainly want to have a clarity on gas tax money.
We'll report back on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you do the report back, also just look at the other aspect to that issue, because we took 5.x million out of a temp fund to do that at Measure R, and if in the budget now there's $3 million to assist that, maybe you could just give me the $3 million back and we put it in the temp fund, where it belongs.
No.
I know Mr. Parks doesn't want that, obviously, but I mean, I don't know if that's able or causes issues with the Measure R or whatever. Obviously, I want to do with Measure R money the right thing to do with Measure R money that's in keeping with what Measure R the people voted for. That's important. And then, of course, Mr. Parks's compelling needs for his alleys are different than other places, because there are an area where the alleys are part of the road system. Frankly, it's a different concept of alley than they are in the 11th District. And I really appreciate his commitment to wanting to be fair about that, and his needs as well. So I think all of these aspects need to be in it as we go forward with it. And I think Mr. Koretz's position, too, and Mr. Weezar's. I've been to Mr. Weezar's a lot, frankly. Highland Park is one of my go-to places every week. I see his issues there as well. So I'd like to somehow see how we can play this together in a harmonious way. If we can't, then send it back to Transportation, of which I'm chair of, and we'll just work it out in the committee.
Which I haven't heard any disagreement at all to set aside the $500,000 of that for median maintenance.
I don't think there's any... I don't think there's any pushback on the 500,000 for the median, so somehow we have to resolve that issue for the next fiscal year.
I think we give that direction to CLA and people to work it out, but I think we need to look at the medians, the trees, how we deal with the unimproved and the improved alleys, so that we can make sure that we're adequately expending those funds. And again, one of the things when we looked at measure, I think proposition for the bus pads, they're currently a small number being done there. And I think the last time we checked, Prop A and C are overfunded now. And so to add any expectation that they could fund anything else is probably not a reality unless we're also prepared to go in and start cutting bus services and other things that are already in the multi-year plan. And I think we emphasized that the reason we came up with a criteria for Measure R is not to load it down with multi-year ongoing expense, so every year you can actually get something done. So if we can kind of with all those parameters look at how we can resolve it. And in fact, we go back in history, this goes back to 2006, but Ms. Grew did a motion that basically asked Public Works to report with a list of unimproved streets less than 40 feet in width and unimproved alleys for determination that such belong in the street system, the city street system, as a matter of public convenience. So somewhere in transportation and public works, we have an 06 motion that asked that, and we never acted upon.
We'll resurrect that.
Which I second that motion, too.
Oh, yes, it's died. So somewhere in the system, they probably had an adjourning motion for it. So if we can look at those 4 memos that deal with the issue of paving, bus pads, medians, and trees as part of this package.
Okay. On to memo number 52. It's again on tree trimming cycle.
We just added that in that.
To add to that one. Item number 55 is report back on the status of the Century City Streetscape Plan and project prioritizations.
Well, to get my one street, okay.
As part of the adoption of the 2011 budget, we recommend that you approve the Street Transportation Project Oversight Committee to help address this issue. There's a report back from the department on this particular project. Item number 57 is a point-of-sale sidewalk program. Your committee asked us to report back on the status of the program. The Bureau indicates that the direction of the council is required and that the Bureau would need additional staff to implement the program itself.
And Public Works, Committee on Public Works would take this up right after the budget cycle.
So refer to committee?
Yeah. Mr. Rizzo said he'd get that moving, particularly that ordinance that we need to get approved that removes the city's responsibility on sidewalks.
Okay, item number 67 is a item regarding functional transfer timelines. We were asked to look at Special Events Permit Office, the Waste Reciprocal Program, and the Weed Abatement Brush and Debris Removal. We recommend that these items be transferred over, consistent with the mayor's budget.
I thought there was a consensus that on the Special Events Permit Office, we're going to wait until the Department of Transportation could say whether they have the capacity to have the technology to make this happen, and we're kind of moving this ahead
What I understood, maybe I misunderstood, was that there were to be a report prior to the end of the fiscal year outlining how it would be done and what system would be utilized. And so that the plan, there was a concern about exactly what kind of plan would be put in place. And that would be as a separate matter prior to the end of this fiscal year and before July 1st. That's what and perhaps I misunderstood.
I think what we asked is that none of these transfers would occur without a report back saying how it was going to occur and what were going to be the elements of that.
And the implementation won't occur until December.
Yeah. So that was, I think...
If at all, after we get the reports back. Okay.
All right, so we've covered...
So 68 is again more specific on the special events transfer, so that'll be dealt with as part of the report back. That concludes street services. The next department is Rec and Parks. We have memo number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 72, 80, and I believe, and 86.
Yeah.
The Rec and Parks, you got all those? Okay. So item number 11 is a report on possible revenue streams from filming on beaches and how other coastal cities are handling the issue. This is an informational item. Item number 12
Can
is...
somebody just make a comment on it, because I have it in front of me. My bottom line is, how do we compare with the other cities? I see the front page, there's no more info than this. It says the county charges $100 for prep days, $400 for film days, $60 to $100 for film monitors and lifeguards. According to Film LA, film permits for most beaches at other coastal cities are also handled by the county, while some are handled by the state of California. So when we're being film-friendly, the question is, in our film friendliness, are we competitive with the other communities or not? Or I just don't see the
doesn't the county manage all the beaches?
To some degree. The city and the county work together, but it's not, I'm told, unless somebody has some information, that some of the other communities charge more. I don't know how they get...
But all of our beaches, aren't they all managed by the county? Are there any city-managed beaches? Yeah, they're all managed by the county.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, if they're all managed by the county.
Which one? The one beach that we're thinking is run by a city is Inner Cabrillo Beach.
We have somebody coming up that seems focused on this one, with some information possibly.
What beaches does the city manage?
Venice Beach. Good afternoon, Veronica Salunvidas with the Office of the CAO. The department manages Venice Beach and also Cabrillo Beach. The inner beach. The outer beach is managed by the county.
I understand. And when we said that we manage the inner, I'm just looking at rates and charges and fees and that whole issue about us being competitive with the other cities or not competitive. It's just that I'm not seeing much of an answer comparing it with what my question originally was, that other communities seem to get a bigger revenue stream than we do when it comes to filming on beaches, and if there's no data to explain that or to compare that or to answer that, you really haven't answered my question.
Our understanding is that the department fees are more in line with the county fees. There are smaller cities like Santa Monica, Hermosa Beach, and Manhattan Beach. Their fees are higher than the city.
Right. And we wanted to know what they were and
perhaps the department could give you more clarity.
Regina, I was Executive Officer of Recreation Parks. We can get that information for you, Councilmember. But just one of the things in general for us, we're not so much trying to be competitive with the other cities as far as and also to keep up with the other cities. What we are trying to do, though, is be as film-friendly as possible for the city. So that is not our task, is to try to,
I understand. And maybe we could ask Film LA to work with us on that, just to see where we're at on that in another report.
We can do that.
That's all.
Okay, item number 12 is regarding the $3 million rollover.
Let me ask you one thing, Miguel, on number 11, because Jobs Committee has done so much on the whole issue of filming and revenue, and because it's hard, could we send that to Arts, Parks, and Jobs Committee, number 11? And they could look at that and see, because there's so many things that has happened as far as city property being allowed to be free, and those things that may be more consistent if they look at that as a request to evaluate.
Okay, we will work with the CLA to do that. Okay. Item number 12 is regarding the $3 million rollover. Your committee requested a report on the $3 million rollover in the 11-12 proposed budget. The department's projected revenue for 11-12 is increased by $3.3 million to recognize one-time available funding. This funding is anticipated to become available to Department UUFB or undesignated and unreserved fund balance, and the department converts the city's FMIS system. This is an informational item. Item number 13 is regarding the use of the commercial paper program.
Before you go, when we say it's that the projected revenue is increased by 3.3, that we recognize, is it already allocated?
That is correct, Councilmember.
So it's the rollover, and we've already allocated it for 11-12.
The proposed budget already includes $3.3 million in increased revenues for the Department of Recreation and Parks.
Okay, to recognize it, but is it allocated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Number 13 is a request to look into using the commercial paper program to fund the early retirement payout of 4.3. Again, this is similar to the issue we discussed in the library department.
Yeah, so the bottom line is on the ERIP, they're going to have to internally find a way to pay for it, and as they were pitching us, it will mean cut back in some of their service dollars.
That's right, as was done this year. Item number 14 is discussion around fee adjustments. You asked us to report on adjusting the department's fees, including community garden fees. This memorandum is informational.
Do they comply with our request from Budget and Finance that annually they update their fees before we start the budget process?
What we do is we do take to our board in June or July any recommendations for any fee changes that we may have for them, so that we can see if there's additional ways to bring in additional revenue. But we do that annually, and we also do that internally throughout the year if we think there are other changes that are needed.
Now, when you take it to the board June, July, is that for that?
For the new fiscal year, that's up.
New fiscal year?
Yes.
Now, once the board approves them, they do not have to be approved anyplace else? Or do they have to come to council, or?
No,
the board's
it's just through our board.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15 is regarding the Venice Beach parking lots.
Yes, go ahead.
I had a comment on the previous one. I don't know how everyone else's outcry has been that have community gardens, but we've certainly had considerable feedback. And I know there are a number of places where we've tried to get in the direction of full cost recovery, but charging very low fees and then suddenly increasing them by several 100%. Why have we taken this approach as opposed to more gradually trying to implement a move in that direction?
Today, as a matter of fact, our board took the final action on that item for community gardens, and we did not go for full cost recovery. We never did. What was approved by our board today is that for 2 of the 14 gardens that we have, that for 2 of them, Sepulveda Garden and also Orchid Ranch, the annual fee will be $120. What we had reported was that the full cost for those was $178 for one of them, and I think $197 for the other one. So we never did go for full cost recovery. What we did present to the board, and they approved today, is that for those 2 gardens, it would be $120. $60 would be due on July 1st, and the second $60 would be due on January 1st. What we've also put in there is that we would like to work with the gardeners at those 2 locations so that if they can form some type of their own organization, then they would no longer would have to pay that fee. They would then come under a partnership agreement with our department, and under that, they would work out whatever they want to work out with their gardeners, what they need to charge so that they can cover all the costs for the garden, which includes utilities and so forth, the water and everything else. But what they would pay for to the Department of Recreation and Parks would be approximately $2 per year per plot. And that would be for us to go in 4 times a year to do an inspection so that we can make sure that they're doing everything in the garden that's in compliance with our board's policies and procedures. This would also make sure that they're working, if they have a waiting list, so that they are working the waiting list so that the public has access to those gardens.
Yeah, a reasonable compromise, but at the same time, people should be aware this is almost a 500% increase in their fees. It seems like if we were a little more on the ball, we would have found a way to move the fees up earlier and not have these sudden jolts of fees in various places in the city. I assume part of that is our current financial position where we're looking at every corner, but I just wish we weren't so overly aggressive on some of the things that hit low-income people the hardest, because a lot of folks who are in these community gardens are lower income and raise the food and eat their own food, and part of that is it helps them get by, and they actually will feel this jump even though it's a little less than we might have originally planned. So I don't know how we can keep an eye on these kinds of things so we don't move so aggressively in the future. I certainly would have been happier to see it phased in a little more, but I guess it is what it is.
Let me ask, is this fee one of those that you do annually?
Yes, we took this, actually, this was supposed to be in effect for the current fiscal year. We took it to our board last July, and it was supposed to be effective January 1st of this year. So what also, too, has worked out for the board action that was taken today is that the gardeners at those 2 locations have actually not had to pay any fees for the first 6 months of this calendar year. So what we did was they paid their fee, which was $25 January of last year. They paid $25, which was for the whole calendar year of 2010, and then it was supposed to increase to $120 for January 1st of this year. However, our board, we've been back to our board several times on this item, especially from the public outcry about the large fee increase. And so what we came up with is that no one was charged anything for the first 6 months of this calendar year. So they've received the first 6 months for free. And like I say, the $120 goes into effect July 1st, and it'll be $60 on July 1st, and the second $60 on January 1st. If those 2 particular garden groups form their own organization that is in compliance with our partnership policies, then it would not have to pay the additional $60 that will be due in January of next year. They would then come down to about $2 per plot per year.
Let me ask you, when you give those figures, is that per farmer or is that for the use of the entire land for that period of time?
There is no term limit. Originally, we were going to have a term limit for each of the gardens, but today, the report that was approved, there are no term limits.
Well, not term limits, but when you give a dollar figure, you say it's $60, is that per farmer or for that for
Per
you?
plot.
Per plot?
Per plot.
So no matter how many farmers are on that, or do you consider their plot what they individually are growing on?
It's just per plot. For example, for Sepulveda, it has about 800 plots.
Okay.
So it's per plot.
So if a farmer had multiple plots, they paid the
They
per
pay that
plot.
fee, per plot.
Okay. And so the issue is, all of those changes really don't go into effect until July 1st
Yes.
of this year?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And we were clear that Ocean View Farms was not part of that project.
No, they will be coming under a new partnership agreement with us. They currently pay all of their fees and costs themselves.
And they would like to obviously keep it that way because they pay the fees, they assess themselves, and there are 150 to 200 plots, and they work well together. So they will be coordinating with you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
My final question, tell us again what the difference is if they become a partner?
If they are come under a partnership agreement, that means that they will take on the cost for the garden itself, which means that we basically will allow them to tender the garden, and we will only come in and we will charge them, like I say, it averages to about $2 to $3 per plot per year, and we will only come in about 4 times, one time per quarter, to make sure that they're in compliance with the city policies and the board policies. But they will continue to operate, such as for Ocean View, they will continue to operate the gardens themselves, they will pay the utility bills directly themselves, and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
And I might say, they really appreciate that, and I think you did a great thing when you created that partnership, made everybody happy, and hats off to you for doing that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 15. It's report back on Venice Beach parking lots and beach maintenance. As you know, the parking lots are overseen by JPA with the county. The county retains all the revenue from the concession of those lots. Should the city want to have management of the lots, we would obviously have to opt out of the JPA, possibly have to reimburse the county for any capital expenditures. This is an informational item.
Yeah, and as an informational piece, and I appreciate it, it's clear in its informational part, is it at all possible for us to look into it beyond this, not for the budget process, but make it a report back that Rec and Park would do? Because I'd like to know what options in real terms we could be dealing with, what the real costs are, and what the real potential, because the constant comments I get from Venetians, frankly, is they would rather have more to say and more control and more investment back into Venice. And the only way that can be more effective is if we took a real hard look at the dollars and cents. I know the history here is what it is, but if we could have them take a look at it and put in front of us potential options that maybe could give us more control over revenue streams, because we are getting more bills from the county now, and we don't have the revenue as a city to do it, and maybe if we had a better appreciation of the entrepreneurial skills that we might be able to employ with our incredible beach, that might be something to look into. And I'm not asking it between now and the budget, but when we're finished, it's something that I'd like to explore. People always bring it up to me, and I want to see if there's some direction we could do. Thank you.
Okay, item number 18 is a list, you were requested for a list of facilities with reduced operations. I understand the department will submit a list once they know the impact of the coalition agreement.
Okay. This is the one I want to just, I'd ask in the deliberations that we find some way to address some of their shortfalls, either the cost of what they're asking to spend or money that we can put, because I'm just concerned if we have them at a 2006 level of funding, that's not adequate. And so I just would like us to look at our wish list and make them a priority, that we can add some things back to their budget.
I think you're referring to item 21?
19, what we're talking about.
No, 19 is a list of those impacts.
I'm sorry, 18 dealing with the...
No, 18 is regarding just a list of those departments, but then 21 goes into a more clear explanation of the financial
But I just want to make sure that we find a way to do something, and I'm not giving you a dollar figure, but I really need to make sure we do something with Rec and Parks.
Okay, item number 19 is a report back on the use of Quimby fees. No, this is an informational item, no fiscal impact.
Yeah. But let me ask you on that, on one of the things, if I read it correctly, it talks about there were a while back there was a study and there were a lot of recommendations. Do we know if any of those recommendations came to pass, or where we talk about the prospects of looking at whether we should have Quimby funds for commercial or industrial or whether we should expand the distance on Quimby usage. Did any of those things get implemented?
Nothing has been implemented yet. There's still ongoing discussions.
Okay, is that in a committee, or is that just discussion within Rec and Park?
Within Recreation and Parks and also the Planning Department.
Or with Planning Department? Let me ask, if we can ask the CAO and CLA to look at how we can resurrect this, to look at how we can make Quimby funds more viable, and whether there's a benefit to the city that it's included in other, beyond just market rate residential, but other areas. And also the expansion, and that we can look at it so we can get a better sense of that it could be used more in a more flexible manner.
Yeah, we'll do.
Because I understand the distance is something we imposed. It wasn't the state legislation, it's that we said 1 to 2 miles as opposed to the state mandating that.
We'll report back on that.
We said that we could say it ourselves haven't been looked at since 1981. So even if we're not going to change them, something like this, it's worthwhile to go back and just re-examine where we are, how we compare with other cities, and if there's anything new that we can do to help this, make this better, serve more parks. So it's worthwhile.
Okay. Okay, the next item, number 20, is regarding childcare facilities. There was a request for a report back from the department. This is an informational item. Item number 21 is regarding potential restoration of funding to the department, given the reductions that are being proposed in next year's budget. Again, the challenge here is concern regarding the CP program, but I think you spoke to that earlier, Mr. Parks.
Yeah.
Item number 72 is a report back on restroom maintenance.
Yeah, that's the one that obviously is an issue for me. As recently as last weekend, we have a problem, and the answer we get is that the early retirement program lost 500 full-time employees as well, so there's a people issue there. Is it possible for me to direct the Bureau of Sanitation to assist with the trash pickup on weekends and holidays, and request that street services provide street sweeping and power washing services a minimum of once a month in the winter and twice a month in the summer? And Bureau of Sanitation and Street Services should provide a cost analysis associated with the above request. It's one of those rough moments, and Venice Beach is a tremendous asset, and we're just not functioning properly there. And even with be it Nadi RIP, these are basic services that the tourists and local residents should have. And we up the police protection there and spend a lot of money on that, but we have to empty the garbage cans and clean the bathrooms. I don't have any easy answers here, but we have to find a strategy that combines the various groups.
We can look into that and report back on whether that's feasible to have those two other departments provide assistance.
Yeah, because it's a serious issue, and it's a reality that I cannot ignore another minute. Okay, so we'll get a report back on how we can get them to cooperate and coordinate and potentially pool resources and funds to keep the beaches clean.
We'll work with the departments to report back.
Great, thank you.
Item number 80 is regarding the sign ordinance and its impact on public-private partnerships. Again, we recommend including this item in our working group. Item number 86 is regarding the Martin Luther King Park and the use of the likeness of Dodger players. This is a informational item.
Which number?
86. Again, this should be included as part of the working group.
Yeah.
And that concludes all of the Rec and Parks items. Okay, our next area is the SPRF fund. Yep. For the SPRF fund, we have memos number 88.
Could we just have just a minute? Let me call Mr. McQuiston up. He's got about 4 cards and gives you a little breather. Mr. McQuiston, you have, I think, 5 cards. We'll give you 4 minutes to come up and speak on all of them.
Jim McQuiston. As you know, I'm from East Hollywood, and I've served as their representative for some time. And one of the property owners there came to me over the weekend with a question, namely that the building safety was going up and down the street assessing people for their fence heights. Let me say this. All it takes is a stick, 42 inches long, that's been certified to be 42 inches long. You just take the stick, put it down on the sidewalk in front of the fence, and if it's higher than the stick, then you assess them. And in the budget, number 10 on the Blue Book, page 33, the general fund budget is $7.3 million. Of that, $1.1 million is for code enforcement addition, and they figure that they're going to make out of that $2.1 million a net gain. Now, there are about at least 50,000 overheight fences in the city. Everybody knows that. If you multiply that by 350, the assessment fee, that's $17.5 million income, which hasn't been put in the budget. 17.5. The time to recover that income, I actually figured it out, because that's my occupation. I come up with $17,505 at $30 an hour. That includes travel time. So the net profit is $17.48 million. The repair cost is approximately $800 per fence at $15 an hour, which means $30 million will be put into the private economy. Also, the city probably will get some income off of building permits, about $40 million, and there's a city sales tax in about $400,000. So in the net, we come out with about $17.88 million if there's no permit, or $27 million if there is a permit. And this actually takes, with travel time, 583.5 hours to collect. The problem is that once we start doing this, there's going to be an eruption, and building and safety is always going to blame it on the city council, especially people who are looking for ways to increase the budget. Namely, CD11 is going to take a big hit. So the question is, this is something that we're supposed to be doing, and we're not doing it, and we're losing about $27 million, $28 million, just because we're not doing it. Now look at the white paper we've got on the commercial paper. All of a sudden, we're more or less eliminating that. Then on the street services, we've got approximately $100 million, including alley paving and sidewalk repair and tree trimming, that we also are required by state law to collect from the property owners. That means that we have enough here to cover what I found is the budget deficit, namely $83 million, and we don't have to say anything except, well, look, this is the law, we just have to enforce the law. So these things we have to look at. However, the state constitution said that we're not supposed to charge more than the actual cost of the services, and here we're starting down this road collecting a lot more money than we're actually deserve, you might say. A lot of this that we are collecting, we did not collect before Prop 13 passed. And you know there is a restriction in the Prop 13 that if you could collect that money before, it's a tax if you put it on. And that means that there may be a taxpayer revolt which will kill the most important parts of our project here, namely trying to find people who are acting unsafe.
Thank you very much.
And these things we have to think about before we go through this. But I did want to let you know that this is available. I don't want to put this on paper because it's a dynamite thing. And Building and Safety is doing it right now.
Okay.
They've started. They're going to be in your area.
Thank you very much. Okay. We get back to CAO on SPRF.
Okay, we're back on transportation. We have...
Are we going to do SPRF?
No, I'm sorry, we're on SPRF.
No.
SPRF, we have budget memos 88, 103, and those two items. And we also recommend we take number 87, that's under transportation, under SPRF as well. Okay, number 88, it's a report on the 5-year plan funding. We were requested a report on the 5-year plan, namely the replacement of parking meters and other elements that were not included in the 2011 budget. Given sort of our concern with the commercial paper program, we recommend not making a change in this particular area.
Okay. The thing is that, can you tell us how much of the first year 5-year plan is implemented, and how closely did you follow the issue of the surplus?
Councilmember, good afternoon. This is Janice Chang, Office of the CAO. The questions you just mentioned are addressed in both memo 88 and 103. Number 88 is the department's response to the 5-year plan and what is different from what they submitted and what is in the 10-11 budget. And they do identify 3 areas in their memo where funding is not provided. One of them is the purchase of parking meters for low revenue areas. The other is enforcement technology for parking meters. And the third is additional staffing to restore a principal transportation engineer deleted in fiscal year 2010-11. And we concur those are the 3 items that we have recommended not funding in the 10-11 budget from the 5-year plan.
Okay, and how much is that?
That amounts to approximately $2.3 million.
Okay.
And that shows up in memo 103.
When we went through, as far as the 5-year plan and the ordinance, and said there were certain steps you had to take to determine what a surplus, did we follow that?
Yes, so the SPRF ordinance requires that prior to the declaration of a surplus, funding be provided for the cost of operations and maintenance of the parking system, payment of debt service, and the funding required for a 5-year parking operations and maintenance plan. We brought the maintenance plan to the council for consideration, and this office believes that the proposed budget meets these requirements, including a provision of funding for the plan as recommended in the CAO-CLA report.
Okay. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think it's very difficult for me to see how we could come up with an $18 million surplus, but didn't fund several projects that were part of the 5-year plan.
Councilmember, it was a recommendation of the CAO-CLA to hold on these certain items. It was our belief that these were not necessary or for the maintenance and for the support of the system at this time.
When it went through committee, did we alter that recommendation?
The recommendation was made in Joint Transportation and Budget Committee.
Didn't we alter the recommendation on the committee report?
The recommendation was not approved.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's what I want to get to. The committee had a joint committee. We looked at it and we took out a phrase that said we didn't support the CAO's recommendation, that we supported the 5-year plan, and that we needed to go forward. Again, I mentioned before, I don't mind sharing some of the funds that are increases, and certainly I understand the budgetary considerations for not holding the city accountable for a payback or a loan in this budgetary time, but you're going to have to find a way to get a bulk of the first year plan moving so that we didn't go through 5 years and then it ends up on a table like the 1% infrastructure. And we say, well, we just didn't get around to it. So somewhere between the CLA and the CAO, we have to figure out how much of that plan can we afford. But we put that together for a very specific purpose. It had to go through certain steps to create the surplus. And there's got to be a rationale why we didn't follow it if we're going to go that direction. But I think we, as a committee, which was two joint 5-person committees, said, we don't want to follow that. We want to implement some of this plan. So between the two offices, we need to implement some of that plan. And I realize you need the $18 million, but we also need to, at some point, begin to fund our infrastructure on our parking lots and our meters. So I asked you to look at that so that when we see you next week, we can have some sense that we're going to do both.
Clarification. So what you're looking at is the $2.3 million that wasn't funded in the 5-year plan. Is that the clarification?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. And again, we're not going to be greedy. You know, we could deal with $2 million instead of 2.3, but we need some indication that this is a viable plan that we're going to implement.
If I can clarify, we certainly believe that we are funding a majority of the 5-year plan. We're putting $47.6 million into the 5-year plan, into the 11-12 budget. And there are major initiatives that DOT has proposed that we recommend, and we certainly believe that those are worth funding.
If you can convince the CLA, because we've given them that clarity, then we'll see you next week and we won't have as many questions. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Got it.
On that, we can ask, on that, those two, 88 and 103, we asked the CLA-CAO to come together to get the 5-year plan on his first year of implementation while being sensitive to the need for revenue for the general fund. And as part of Measure H, we will word it in a fashion to where when we have a specific emergency declared by council, that we will not have a payback issue. So I think we've been very sensitive to all those needs. We just don't want to ignore 5 years of work as we move forward. Okay. All right. Is that all for special?
Yes.
Okay. Now we next.
I'm sorry. We did recommend item taking number 86, 87. That's in transportation. That was also related to SPRF, which it relates to the revenue, but you just referenced that.
Okay. So 87, 88?
Investing back into the communities.
Okay. So we
essentially, I would, when you move those other two, then we'll include that one as well.
Okay. So on transportation, we have any more than what's listed on this 7 reports?
Yes, we have several more on transportation. We have item number 30, 31, 58,
84 and 87,
73, 74, 84, we just did 87.
Okay, 87 is tied to 80.
To the other two SBRF items.
Yeah.
Okay, item number 30 is report regarding an increase to citations issued for parking violations related to car share expenses. According to the department, the estimated revenue from increasing the parking fine from 63...
Second, okay? If we could take 30 for just a second there. I know it might be a nitpicking, but right now, you know, when you get into a car share violation, car share is the opportunity for a car that's shared to have a parking spot. And when it's vacant, that means that they're using the car, and then it still should remain vacant. We charge $63 for that, and it could go up to $158. And if we went to 158, two things would happen. One would bring in $66,000 more to the city treasury, every penny counts. And B, it would be more of a deterrent for a person not to park in a ride-sharing violation mode. How do we feel? Can we do that?
We would support your recommendation, sir.
Support that?
Yes.
Great. Good, okay. That's terrific. What's the next one?
Item number 31 is information on restoring the principal transportation engineer position to the Department of Transportation under this SPRF fund budget.
Yeah. I'd like to ask our mayor to come up, Sadati, the head of the department, for that one.
And this is related to the other SPRF items.
Right. On number 31, the principal engineer position, I know there's controversy on it, but if I could ask Mr. Sadati this first question. Would this position be an internal promotion or an outside person? How would this come about? Good afternoon. Good evening.
Thank you, council members. Amir Sadati, interim general manager, LADOT. This position actually existed. The prior candidate ERIP as part of the ERIP program. So typically a principal position comes from the pool of senior engineers within the Department of Transportation. So we have existing senior engineers in the department, and I believe the difference between the two salaries might be about $15,000 to maybe maximum $17,000. So that's where it would come from. It would not be an outside source of funds. So again, I think it's critical for us to manage $60 million. As Councilmember Parks just said, we have this implementation of a SPRF 5-year plan.
Right.
And I think what the department would still have to go through the process, civil service process, establish a list. So what I would request maybe would be a partial funding, a resolution authority and a partial funding, at least for year one, maybe 6 to 9 months. And in addition, there will be salary savings within SPRF from the existing vacancies we have. So I obviously would think that this would be an important position for the department.
Well, that would then make it obviously a lot more reasonable than what we thought when we got the memo back.
Well, we would have to look at that and determine if that's in fact the case. So,
yeah, and if it is the case, an incremental cost would be worth it, considering the position is a valuable position. So can we have a report back on that with that information, and hopefully that will make sense. Ray, you're smiling on that one.
okay. Moving on to item number 58. This is regarding the ongoing Measure R costs. We were asked to report regarding the approved mayor and council policy regarding the use of Measure R for ongoing personnel costs. This is a report back, not a budgetary item. Item number 63 is, we were asked regarding the compensation for crossing guards, specifically on the crossing guard bonus. As indicated in our report, there are bonuses that are provided to crossing guards. The first is the work and last shift of the day bonus. The second is work and split shift, meaning working both in the morning and the afternoon, but no middle shift due to the implementation of the full-day kindergarten schedule. The third is the lead guard bonus. They oversee specific geographic locations to ensure all locations are covered. And the final bonus is has been employed for those who have been employed continuously on or before September 1st, 1986. The total value of all the bonuses for the crossing guard program is in the proposed budget is $1.6 million. The total budget for that program is in the proposed budget $4.9.
When I saw this, I said, are you kidding me, quite frankly? I would ask, Mr. LeBons is here, cool.
Take it over. I'm taking over.
He's in charge now. I would request that you, as CAA, go to the ERC and ask for permission to be instructed to negotiate all those out of the next contract. Some of those bonuses are ridiculous, and they're quite frankly an affront to the people of LA.
I'll relinquish it now to Mr. Smith.
They're under safety.
I didn't get bread. At least you could have brought me bread. This is the budget committee. We need bread.
All right, we will go ahead and do that.
That was a quick moment there. That was flashing. Okay, no.
Okay, memo number 73 is regarding Proposition C projects. We were asked to report regarding ways that Prop C funded projects can be expedited. The department provided a report. We also have a white paper in our mid-year report that establishes a new street transportation project oversight committee that's consisting of our office, the CLA, the mayor, and to ensure that we find ways to expedite these kinds of projects.
Is that still on 73?
Yes.
Okay, just two questions. How soon can we meet, and can we have a quarterly update to Transportation Committee so that we ensure this doesn't fall through the cracks?
The committee, I believe, still hasn't been, the white paper still hasn't been
pulled together.
It hasn't been approved by council yet.
Right.
So, but the committee has met informally a few times, even though it hasn't been officially endorsed by the council. And I think it's been referred to your committee, so...
Good, so then we can get that clarity as we go forward with it there. Okay.
Okay, item number 74 is regarding the issue we discussed earlier, the Sepulveda grade separation project, and we had a lengthy discussion on that. We'll include this, the report back with this particular matter as well. Item number 84 is a cost comparison of full-time and part-time traffic officers and the cost of furloughs. As you know, in this fiscal year, your council exempted traffic officers from furloughs. We are recommending that they actually not be exempted, that furloughs be imposed on traffic officers, and that we utilize the part-time officer program that is being recommended separately as a way of mitigating any loss in revenue. Overall, our recommendation is that we minimize any furlough exemptions next year to help pay for the 5% COLA increase that these workers will be getting. These workers did not ratify the agreement.
I sort of have mixed feelings about doing this, but the one question I have is more a labor law legality question. Are we clear that we know we need to hire a certain number of parking officers to fill our needs, and that we understaffed in this current year? And I know we're trying to do it by hiring part-time people, and we're clearly trying to avoid paying full-time benefits that we would have to pay them. Are we certain that we're legally allowed to do that?
Yes, we
And we had those labor law discussions with the right people.
Yes, we consulted with the city attorney. This is, the part-time program is completely allowable. We have part-time workers throughout the city, and that authorization is within the jurisdiction of the council and the mayor.
And so we proactively determined that this is not a meet and confer issue?
That is correct. This is a meet and consult matter, and we have consulted with the respective bargaining unit on this matter. They've expressed their opposition to it, but it's the city's attorney's opinion that the city has the jurisdiction to establish a part-time program for traffic officers. And there's both financial reasons to do it, as well as programmatic issues that allow the full-time traffic officers then to focus on other activities outside of citations through an expanded part-time traffic officer program.
Well, I haven't yet decided where I am on this. I'm struggling with both sides of the issue. Certainly, hiring part-time people just to avoid paying benefits to full-time people gives me a certain amount of discomfort, so I'd just say that for the record. But at least I want to be sure that we're confident that we're on strong legal footing on that issue.
Yes, and I think the city attorney did testify to that regard during the larger budget discussion when the department presented this issue to your committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 87, it's regarding the Special Parking Revenue Fund. We just did that one, so we're done with transportation.
Yeah, before you go off of it, as we mentioned in street services, which is also a DOT issue, which is lost meter revenue charges. We've asked for a report back on the feasibility of charging for lost meter revenue when for a profit entity closes down a street for a special event. We'd like DOT to work with street services on that because, frankly, we feel that this is another revenue-generating opportunity when we look at that.
We'll coordinate that with the two departments.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, moving on to the next, going on to water and power, item number 71. We have item 71, just one item. This was an informational item, a variety of questions that were raised. The department did provide a response. Any questions? Seeing none?
Let me ask one thing that we do have to do is follow up on their failure to respond to the direction on competitive health care in the sense that we realize that they have embedded in their MOU that there's only 4 companies of 5 companies that they can get services from, but nowhere in the MOU does it say these companies should or could not compete against each other. And what we were told yesterday that they saved 8-point-something million on just 2 aspects of the insurance. One was retirees, and I forget what the second one was. But we want to make sure that when you have a plan that has increased 157% in 10 years, we're going to have to hopefully have the department look at how they can cut back on those medical costs. And one of the things that's clear, we can't give each company a franchise that they can submit recommendations without any competition. So we need a report back on ensuring that as they go forward.
We'll work with the department to report back on that matter.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we could go back to citywide items. These are matters that came in the course of this meeting. Starting with a budget memo. I'll go through the budget memos that we will discuss. The ones that were submitted. I'll go through all of the departments to make sure that everybody has them. On citywide, we have a budget memo now of 106, 110, 112, 113, 116, 117, and 119.
Those are all in citywide?
I'm sorry?
Okay. Go over those again, you said on citywide, 106,
Yeah, it's 106, 110, 112, 113, 116, 117, and 119. Citywide. We could go through those items. We also have memos that came in just to make sure everyone has them. On animal services, 105 and 111. On the city clerk, we submitted one on 108. General services, budget memo 114.
City clerk?
We did 114 already. Okay, so what's remaining is for LASA, we have 120.
The last one, city clerk, was 108. Was there another one?
No, we already did 108. I apologize. So So for LASA, we have 120, and all that would be it. Oh, I'm sorry, and for the reserve fund, we have 116. 118. Okay, so I know we have some department heads, general managers present. I don't know if you want to consider those matters first, and we could do the citywide at the end since I have to be here.
The number on the reserve fund?
Got a kick out of that one. 118?
What was it, 118 on the reserve fund?
118 on the reserve fund.
Okay.
Should we begin with those where general managers are present?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one would be animal services, items number 105 and 111. Okay, on item number 105 is our report back on the furlough program. Our office recommends that, unlike what we did this year, that we impose the 36 days of furloughs to the department, to those remaining bargaining units, and not ratify the coalition agreement. The bargaining units will specifically impact clerk typists and animal control officers, and that to mitigate any impact to the department, that the department use as-needed employees, particularly for revenue collecting, and that, as they currently do, continue to prioritize emergency calls for dangerous animals when it comes to the furloughing of the animal officers.
If I could just ask the general manager, I know this is very challenging, obviously, in the world that you're dealing with. Do you feel that in the context of the animals and the people with them, and with that furlough, how you're going to be able to go forward?
Well, of course, we were hoping that they will revote and that will change. But meanwhile, I think the as-needed is a very good reality for how we can deal with it if we find out we cannot meet the needs.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
Any other questions on that? Okay, and the next matter is item number 111, is regarding the capital needs for the South Los Angeles Animal Care Shelter. As we had talked about earlier, our goal is to try to find a nonprofit provider for that shelter when it's closed later in the fiscal year. We are currently trying to identify what capital improvements would be needed to make it a much more viable facility for a foundation or a nonprofit provider. And we would like to work with the Prop F committee on establishing a list of potential capital improvements that could be implemented prior to the transition to a nonprofit provider.
And if I could just add to that, the old South LA shelter had a new washer and dryer installed in 2010, and that is a fully functional facility. We keep it maintained whenever it needs maintenance. So I don't honestly think that there's much, if anything, to do to that. It's had a facelift recently. The Lou Parker project went in there and redecorated. Yeah. So it's actually it's in good shape. We do have some other facilities who need some things from the Bond F money.
I think the reason I brought that up is that if I'm not mistaken, the two that were being considered, I thought had been built subsequent to the CD10's facility. And so that was why, and the fact that it wasn't until recently that both CD10 and myself realized that the facility that's being built in CD8 was replacing CD10, and that's why we decided to go with the nonprofit to cut the cost and have that facility run with very minimal impact on the city's budget. And so, because it would have served little purpose to open the new South LA and close the current one and give them that region to cover when you figure that even under his current status, the new one would be covering at least 2.5 to maybe 3 council districts, when you figure that CD-15s is all the way in San Pedro, so most everything on the north side. CD-9 has no animal facility, CD-8 has none, and then when you figure probably, I think CD-1 and some of CD-14 might even get service on the borders there. So we didn't think it would be of anyone's interest to close CD-10s just to have a bigger area covered by a new building. And so, but again, I would just like to make sure that as it was considered to be taken out of service, my assumption is that it's older and in need of some repair, and we just didn't want to leave it in service and not consider that.
Right. No, and I agree that that's going to be a huge area, and that we do need to try to find a partner to come in if we're not going to have the staffing to keep it open ourselves.
And we're fully willing to do that with a brand-new facility, and we hope that we can get the annex issue resolved, because it's not only holding up that facility, it's holding up the projects on the other 2.
Exactly.
Or 3. So that's what we'd like to do. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we could go back now to the citywide, I don't think there's any other general manager present. To item number 106. We were asked to report on the senior account eligible list. There is no current civil service list for the classification of senior accountant. The examination is currently open for filing and will close on May 5th. The written test is scheduled for June 11th, and those who pass are scheduled to be interviewed in July. And now eligible list should be available in September.
And you deal with 106 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a question. Years ago, we used to have a list of the companies that provided temporary services, and we had a standing contract you could go to if you had money for situations like this where there's nobody you can hire, and yet you have positions you got to fill. Do we still have that contract? It was like, hire Bob, you know.
I believe that there may be some contracts on a limited basis with certain departments. When there's a need, I think other departments have jumped onto those contracts. How extensive that is at this point, we'd have to get back to you on that.
I'm sorry, your question was on temp contracts for various counties. Several departments have used actually Apple One for some of these services, housing, finance, and there may be a few others. I believe this issue went to Personnel Committee, and it was desired to limit the use of that contract.
It was what?
There was, the issue went to Personnel Committee, and I believe there's some instruction coming out of Personnel Committee to limit the use of these types of contracts.
Yeah, I don't mind limiting it as long as it's there for situations where you need accountants, a critical function, and you can't get them because we don't have an existing list. Or, as I understand the cases in some accounting positions, we can't even hire people at those rates right now. So that
we
would
do
be
view
one.
this as certainly a viable option, and then we should have it on the table as one of our tools.
Yeah, for critical functions, and this certainly is.
We did use Apple One extensively, especially during brush season, when we would get hundreds of thousands of invoices in, and they were actually quite effective, and they did do a great job for us. Thank you.
So we'll wait to hear back from Personnel Committee.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, item number 110. This is an item that was requested to come up with alternatives to eliminate the need for commercial paper to pay for the ERIP as well as to have for operational purposes. This is a report that we prepared starting with a review of the 50 white papers that we had presented. What we offer is $62 million worth of general fund savings to give your committee options to consider. And let me say from the onset that none of these options are easy. They're all very, very painful and have very specific consequences on a variety of different fronts. Obviously, none of these are new. They've all been considered at some level through the operational plans that your committee has considered. We offer three different ways of identifying potential savings. One is just straight-out reductions within the proposed budget. The second is looking at additional cuts, whether it's in the general city purposes items, looking at council control funds, and then the final area is looking at ERIP itself and the payout. We identified the percentage or the dollar amount that goes to every department. Should your body decide that the best way to proceed is to not use the commercial paper program for ERIP and have every department instead eat that cost within their own respective budget, and now you have a sense of what that worth, the total value of that is. It should be noted that given the fact that the budget has eliminated virtually all the vacant positions throughout the city, that any position that involves making cuts within each department is likely to result in layoffs. And then we do have a challenge with some of our labor agreements where we're prohibited to contract out if there's a result of layoffs. We are required to find another place for an individual that would be impacted due to contracting. The list includes everything from further transfers from the SPRF, which I'm sure will be very popular with Mr. Parks, the suspending of funding for neighborhood councils, the elimination of graffiti funding, the elimination of the crossing guards, suspending police hiring. So we'll be happy to respond to any questions that you have.
Let me just say, rather than, for me anyway, going through each one, I'm going to just ask the CLA to put this in their list of things that they're preparing so they can evaluate what are some of their options and with the explanation. And then as we get a report back next week, we can see how this formulates in the committee's report. Any other questions on number 110?
Okay, 113.
This is the largest dollar value and the quietest item. Okay.
Item 113 is a report back on various parking asset options, another sore subject. Since the council voted not to proceed forward with the P3, as I indicated, our office has received a number of unsolicited proposals. We've also received informal proposals, and I'll quickly go through them in sort of a high level. Some of these proposals, if they were pursued, would provide one-time funding for the city to consider as part of an alternative to the CP program. We did receive one proposal with a total value of over $200 million that is similar to the concession agreement that was rejected by your council. The city attorney has advised us not to release that offer until we receive explicit direction from your council on a process. Then we will share it with you directly at that time in closed session. We have received a proposal for a leaseback, which two proposals on that end. Again, the dollar ranges are similar and possibly even higher than the $200 million range. One proposal by an investment firm in partnership with an experienced operator specified a term of 20 to 35 years and provided that the city would retain operational control, including rate setting authority and usage. The second proposal by an infrastructure firm specified a term of 15 to 30 years and provides that the firm purchases the buildings but the city retains the ownership of the land, with the title reverting to the city at the end of the term. The third option relates to a leaseback alternative that is similar to the previous one, wherein the firm would pay the city an upfront inducement fee structured as debt, and the city would make payment to the firm for management fees and debt service over a 25-year period term. Revenues will be split 95% to the city, 5% to the firm, and an experienced operator will be retained to manage and operate those structures. And then the final informal proposals that we've gotten are inquiries regarding management contracts. There's interest not only to manage our parking garages, but as well as to manage all of our lots. And under this kind of arrangement, the city would contract with the private parking operator to operate and manage all the city's parking structures, whether with either an upfront payment to pay off the debt, revenue sharing, or a combination of both. And also contemplates having this operator upgrade the capital equipment and more efficient payment technology to reduce costs. So clearly there's still an interest among the private sector over these assets. If we were to pursue any of these strategies, we obviously have to go through a procurement process. We can't just hand over the keys to some of the unsolicited proposals that have been submitted. If we've been advised by the city attorney, if you would like to go into detail on the various unsolicited proposals, that we do bring that into closed session, and we also need to get authorization from the various entities to share them with you.
Would this be appropriate subject that we talked about having a revenue day after the budget in July, or do we have that kind of time?
It would be. It's obviously based on how you want to fit it in. My recommendation would be that we avoid doing what we did last year, where it's sort of one of the ticking time bombs throughout the budget, and throughout the fiscal year, rather, that if any of these options are pursued, they be pursued on the merits, and any discussion about any revenue be a separate matter that we consider. And so having a revenue day or just, even just on these, they're very extensive issues, and what we're requiring is some direction as to how to proceed forward.
Why don't we look at Revenue Day, July of 2011, after the budget is settled, and this and many other things that are forthcoming. We can have a full day discussing on the council agenda, and certainly closed session on this item.
Very well. Okay, item number 16 is a more specific discussion on the revenue. There was a number of questions that you raised specifically in comparison to the controller. Again, we believe that our revenue estimates are in alignment with actually more conservative than some of our counterparts. This is done in consultation with economists. The difference between our revenue projections and those of the controller often have to do with the fact that she did not have all the same information we had due to the timing of her report, or doesn't have access to the same kind of information we have. And so we could certainly go into detail, but we spent a lot of time discussing this at the onset of the budget hearings.
Okay. This is basically validates what's in the budget. The one thing I was going to ask you, in addition to this report, so that we're all somewhat consistent, that have we come upon an agreed upon deficit number?
I think that in terms of how we communicate to investors and bond rating agencies, there should be one definition of the deficit, and I would hope that at the end of this process that there would be a clarity on that issue. It also obviously impacts our forecasting in the future. If we were to define the deficit based on the information, the policy issues raised by the mayor, then obviously next year's deficit would go up accordingly based on the consideration of the overtime in the fire department and the police department in particular.
Okay. I mean, because one thing I think we're going to be consistent is that the CLA is going to write a report for us that comes out of the committee. We have your ongoing report on what, in fact, the deficit's dropped a little bit since, I think, your last report.
Right.
And then we have the current budget. And so we need to have a consistent message because I think it drives a couple of things. It drives the investors and people that say, where are you? And it also drives the decision that came out of ERC as to who's responsible for what part of this deficit and how does it get paid. And I think that's the consistency we need to make sure it's there.
Come back to committee next week to actually outline what we believe the deficit is. It will reiterate the things that were discussed with regard to what's been presented in here in terms of what the deficit is. It will not include things that we believe are a management right. Some of the things that we believe are a management right are with regard to your deployment, the payment of overtime, that type of thing. So when we come back next week with our recommendations, we will be asking the committee to recognize certain things with regard to the deficit and defining it very specifically.
Okay, very good. All right, so that, in the sense of the revenue figures, we'll move with those.
Thank you. Item number 117 is a number of policy questions that were asked in the course of these hearings. They obviously will take more time than the few days that we have now, and so we hope we captured all of those issues and the attachment. We obviously would want to report to the respective committees on these various report backs, but they range on a variety of different issues. And so this is just requesting that you allow us to report back to the various committees on all the larger policy questions that don't have budgetary implications.
The only thing I'd ask in this, that we end up with CF numbers so we can track them, because I think last year we had some of these that were hanging, so that we can have the ability to locate them when they go to committee.
Our report will include a number of report backs, and we'll work with the city clerk to ensure that we can get council files assigned to each one so that there's a tracking mechanism.
And I think that's, appropriate use of our time, the things that are long-term, that we get the budget out of the way and then go through what the remaining issues are. And I'd also like to make sure that when we put these CF numbers on them, if they're joint committees, that we ensure that both policy committees get access to them, and that if there's a dollar value on general fund, that we make sure that budget and finance is a part of that designation also.
Yeah, those will be part of the referral process, so yes.
Item number 118 is Exhibit H, instruction pertaining to the reserve fund. You asked for clarity on our recommendation to adopt a goal of achieving a reserve fund balance of 5% of the general fund by June 30th, 2012.
Hold on just a minute, let me find 118. Nick, you have a 118?
And to dedicate 50% of all new one-time revenue sources to the reserve fund until the 5% goal is reached. We try to do this mindful of the question, the budget stabilization fund that was also established by your committee under the leadership of Mr. Smith. What we had originally thought of was to try to find, in the same way that the reserve fund has the emergency reserve fund as part of it, we wanted to find a way to do that and add the stabilization fund as to be counted as part of the reserve fund, but we have to make sure that we're consistent with the latest charter amendment that specifies that it actually be a separate fund from the reserve fund.
Can it be a separate fund within the overall fund?
Right. It's a matter of how we define it, I think.
Or at least even if the city attorney says you can't do that, the language is that clear, at least do we have the ability to lump it in the same category so when we go to the bond agencies, we can say,
That's right.
we have this fund and this fund also.
Right, and I think that's the important thing, is that they all serve the same general purposes. Obviously, we also need to establish policy around when the stabilization fund could be accessed. I think that's a pending item that we have. But the larger objective here is to really place having the reserve fund be 5% as a goal, and that we do that by dedicating any one-time revenue, half of it, for that purpose. And so that for us is very important in light of the concerns raised by the bond rating agencies that our reserve fund hasn't quite hit that mark. And certainly is better than it was where we were this time last year, but we still have a way to go to finally hit that 5%. And again, we see the 5% as the floor, not as the ceiling. Obviously, it's difficult to expand it beyond that during these difficult times, but we would like to see it closer to 8% at some point in the city's history. Any questions on that issue? Okay, item number 119 is a report on managed hiring.
Let me just because I've just got 118. So you're basically reflecting that on the reserve fund, on the new revenue, we should put it in the reserve fund and pump up the 5% before we begin to look at the stabilization fund?
Well, what we're saying is that the goal should be to have the 5% reserve fund, but we also, it's maybe not as clear in the memo because we have to clarify how the new charter amendment impacts this. But we're also looking at incorporating or defining the stabilization fund as a portion or part of a larger reserve fund that the city has. And so that, it certainly as for reporting purposes to the bond rating agencies and to outside investors, these are different funds that are established to help us deal with, uncertain times and certainly help us deal with cash flow borrowing that we have to do. And so we still need to refine that further, but the larger goal that we're establishing here is that we dedicate half of any one-time unanticipated dollars for the reserve fund until it hits that 5% mark.
And again, this can be addressed as part of the ongoing report on the financial policies and developing recommendations and incorporating that into the policies, because you have a reserve fund policy, you have a budget stabilization policy. We talked earlier about the capital investment, the 1%. So this is another area that the financial policies can also address.
I think the only concern I have in making that differentiation between the reserve fund and the stabilization is that there's an extra step you have to go through to get it out of the stabilization, where in the reserve fund it becomes contingency immediately.
Well, I think that's right. I think we need to refine under what circumstances we should dip into the stabilization fund. What I imagine you would like to see is a pretty high threshold.
Yeah. I think that was part of the original recommendation, and I think that's the thing that if we make it contingency, we could have in the beginning, middle of the year, 5%, and lo and behold, at the end of the year, it could be 4.6%.
And we share the same concern as you do.
All right.
Okay, see no other questions on that item. Item number 119 is specific to managed hiring, and we wanted to be responsive to the questions and concerns that have been raised. Let me start off by sort of laying the context of the volume of requests that we've received. So far in this fiscal year, we've received 486 requests. Managed hiring has approved 350 of those requests, consisting of 988 total positions. Of those positions, 323 were specific to the general fund, 640 were in the special fund, and 26 are grant funded. 109 of them have been held for various reasons, and we explain sort of the reasoning behind some of those holds. Usually they pertain to the largest fiscal situation of the city, the uncertainty of some of the revenue, such as in CDD, where there's federal discussion around some of the program. And then of the 323 general funded approvals, half of them have been public safety related. In the communication, we define the process that has been approved by this council and the mayor for positions that should be, approved. They need to be revenue generating, fully funded through grants or special funds, public safety related, DNA related, or critical. We also have established, we try to balance the operating needs of the department along with larger policy goals. We approve the transfer of general fund employees to sustainable special funded positions as a way of protecting jobs and mitigating layoffs. We restrict promotions only when required for critical departmental operations and functions. The decisions are limited. The backfill of positions to transfers only so that the hiring from outside the city is limited. Obviously, we do have a limitation on any backfills under the ERIP program. It's in the ordinance that no more than 7% should be backfilled, so that's one of the responsibilities managed hiring has to make sure we're within that. And managed hiring reviews and determines whether part-time employees or 90-day employees would be more reasonable or cost-effective instead of hiring from the outside. Over 70% of the approvals have been granted within 3 weeks. The remaining requests have either been held for the review, approved after additional information or events have occurred, or returned to the departments or have been denied. The reasons for that is usually, number one, the current year budget shortfalls, the timing and the approval of the P3 alternative plan. Obviously, we were waiting for that resolution to that before engaging in new hires, possible fee adjustments and the availability of special funds, requests for promotions, pending outcome availability of future federal and state funding, as I indicated. After managed hiring meets, it's important to note that we have established a website through our Google system that announces all of the decisions that have been made so that general managers and departments could quickly find out the outcome of those meetings. And we've attached sort of an accounting of all the positions. So certainly, as a larger statement, I have to go through managed hiring too. I made my own request for, and we had to make sure we could make an effective case. But it's been an effective tool to control the size of our workforce. It has been the primary vehicle that has allowed the mayor to present a budget with no layoffs. And to the extent that we allow hiring we are creating a situation where we're bringing on new staff that in a time where we could barely maintain the staff that we have. That's not to say that the city should not hire anybody. There are obviously exceptions, and there are critical positions and positions that are fully funded through special funds. But we think it's an unfortunate reality of the city's fiscal situation is one of the things that we believe we've done right, but certainly welcome any suggestions on how to improve on the process and could relate to the concerns and the sort of the objections of general managers, because nobody likes to be told no. Nobody likes to be told wait and see until we find out the following issues. And so we could we'll work on trying to maintain that communication so that people don't feel they're somehow in limbo, as I think has been shared with you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a couple comments. One, first of all, I didn't realize it was this volume. But in the scope of things, with 31,000, 32,000 employees, 800 ain't so bad. So that's fine. I would suggest one thing that you put another column on here would be a rating of urgency. Like 1, 2, 3, really urgent, needs quick review, can go through a normal process, or there's no urgency, let's just look at it. 2, and you explained a little bit of what the hold issue is, and I looked at some of these, and they've been on hold for 9, 10 months. It might be more beneficial to tell the department, we deem this one problematic for the following reasons, and remove it from the list, rather than sitting on the list for all these months, so that the department says to me, or any other member of the council, we had a request in for 9 months, we still haven't heard from them yet. Right. So I think it provides you with some coverage. And then secondly, to the chairman, I think this is a great list that's really transparent, and nobody could ever argue to any of us that, we're getting unfair treatment if we saw this list, that maybe the committee should get a monthly transmittal of the list from you on the status, just like this list, so that we could see. And a perfect case in point was the DNA situation a year ago, that if this council had seen it, we would have said, wait just a minute, we have an agreement with these social organizations that says get it done, and we're waiting, I think it was 7 months to get them done. Right. It was an embarrassment to all of us. So I think if we had this really open process where we could look at this list once a month and say to you, wait a minute, why is this particular person not been approved already? We don't understand. That you could either explain to us, or we could say, that's not good enough, we want you to hire them. Because that is ultimately our responsibility. That's great. So I think from a transparency point of view, to all the general managers, be a great way for us to have that very open interchange, and I think that's what's been failing us so far.
That's a fair request, I think. Thank you. And a couple of things I did want to share as well. You mentioned emergency requests. The committee is open to looking at emergency requests and actually approving them through an email process. So that is a mechanism that we have, and so we recognize the need for those. I will tell you, I think over the past several months or year, the committee has sort of evolved in the sense of looking at sort of the form, the process, trying to be more transparent. We certainly understand, and we've gotten lots of feedback not only from yourselves but also from the GMs, and so we're trying to improve the ways that we respond, communicate, and get the information back out there. So
I appreciate it, and I never expected when we first had the discussion the very first day that it would turn into a landslide of comment from all of our general managers. I think the bongos went out that, someone's finally talking about it, let's all jump on it. That was not my intent, but I think it was a good conversation because it really brought out a lot of anger in some departments, and it gave us an opportunity to really clarify the issue with seeing what you are doing. So it was good.
So on number 119, what do we get, a monthly report, or is that overwhelming?
To your committee, correct?
Okay, is that an update, or are we looking at just the new ones?
Is this a list like you keep internally anyway, so you can easily transmit it? Is this list that we have here a list you keep internally, or did you prepare it just for this meeting?
It's basically a report that's generated from the database that includes all the requests, and so it's just a matter of running this report and then transmit it to your committee.
So we'd look at the entire report, or are you going to bring us updated information as to requests that were made during a certain period?
You know what, if I may just confer with my other colleagues on the committee, either way, much of it depends on what you would like. We can attach either new requests, those that are on hold. If you're happy with this format, this is what we can...
I think this is a good baseline, but I don't know if you need to give us 30 pages every time. You may give us, use this as a baseline and then give a period and say from this date to that date. And that way we can, and then, you can maybe on the face sheet give us a running tally. Since this period, there's been 800, we've approved this number, but just give us the backup material for a certain period of time.
Sure, that would be good. And I think one other thing I just want to note, there are a number of holds. And once we get through sort of the next couple of weeks through the budget process and we have an approved budget, I think the intent is actually go through and actually clear out some of these by either returning them or actually approving them, so.
Yeah, and council members, one of the things in that monthly update, it could be sorted either with the approvals, or if you're more interested in what's pending, that can be provided. So this can be sorted any way that meets your needs.
It might be good to just see what's still outstanding, not what's closed is closed. So whether you've rejected, held, and sent back saying we resubmit or approved becomes irrelevant almost. We want to just see what's still hanging out there and how long it's been hanging out there.
Since it's after a certain date, like after a certain time, and they're 9 months, some of them are here 9 months, so I'm not sure what the correct time would be, but if it's 6 months, 9 months, we're already looking to the next fiscal year anyway, so it's probably going to be irrelevant.
That's correct. What we tried to do last year, actually, we had a number of pending requests from the prior year. Back in, I think, June or so, we actually sort of closed all those out. And we asked departments, if it's still a critical request, go ahead and resubmit. If not, then we're just going to go ahead and return it back to you. So we can discuss whether it's a 6 months period or 3 months or how.
Yeah, and we had talked about that, so we don't have a whole lot of items that are just pending for a long period of time, and we can come up with a way that can be addressed, and we'll keep departments informed as to what's going on as well.
Any other questions?
I think, colleagues, any other questions?
You did a good job. Really appreciate your work.
Thank you. Okay, item number 120. It's a report back from LASA regarding transitional housing. Your committee requested a report back regarding transitional housing for the chronically homeless. There's no budgetary implications on this matter. Okay, so now that concludes all of our citywide. We did animal services. Going on to the city clerk, 108.
What do we do?
Maybe we'll make it to the Laker game. Okay, number 108 is regarding exemptions for election staff. There are 26 authorized full-time positions assigned to Elections Division of the Office of the City Clerk. I thought we already did this one.
We already did that one.
Yeah, we did do this one.
Yeah, we asked you to come back and look at that.
Right, to take it to ERC. That was the direction given. Oh, okay, now we're on Exhibit H.
Okay, let's just do the residents.
What number is it?
It's not in the memo. The memo is just an office session.
On colleagues, on the Exhibit H, page 28, I think it's like 4 pages. These are the ongoing instructions that the CAO and others need as far as implementing the budget. And what we'd like to do to make sure that there's clarity, we're going to ask the CLA and the CAO to reconcile from what we've done. But we'd like to go through them if you have some particular ones that you want to ensure that the wording is more precise, that we can address that, because it basically gives the, as the CLA is putting forth our committee report, it gives them direction also. So if we look at page 28 of the Blue Book, starts pages and ends with Public Works Street Services. Let me ask, Sharon, is this where we also asked the city attorney to get all revenue ordinances
Yes.
completed by July 1st?
That's where we can include it.
We'd like to add that one as a standard, that we ask for those revenue generating ordinances to be done at the first of the fiscal year. And then, colleagues, any comments on trans on the first one, or the city clerk?
The neighborhood council issue has been brought up to me, which is the city clerk requested to prepare an ordinance to amend administrative code to postpone the neighborhood elections for 2 years. Many of my folks would not like it to go to 2014. They don't mind going to 2013, but beyond that, they think it's too much. Frankly, they don't want to do that. They think it's a problem in their politics. Somebody help answer that to me. I'm moving it to 2014.
Councilmember Terry Sauer, CAO staff. The problem with deferring the neighborhood council elections to 2013 is that it would coincide with they need to be on the off year from the municipal elections, and so 2014 is the next off cycle. Elections Division does not have the staff to accommodate both a municipal election or any kind of large election and neighborhood council elections in the same year. That was why they were put into an every 2-year cycle, and this would, by postponing it to 2014, keep within that 2-year cycle and keep the clerk from having to do both in the same year.
Yeah, but is there another way to do an election without the clerk involved in it from that perspective? Because when I met with 8 neighborhood councils a couple of days ago, they felt uncomfortable about extending their particular terms to 2014.
Part of the hope is that as this moves forward, that because there are no municipal elections in 2012, or there will be no neighborhood council elections in 2012, it would give the clerk the opportunity to continue with the working group that's already in place with CD2, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, and some of the other stakeholders involved in neighborhood council election, to conduct a study and then to come back to council with recommendations for improvement for the election process, whether it is the clerk continuing to conduct elections, or whether it's some hybrid where neighborhood empowerment conducts the elections, or it's the whole manner in which neighborhood council elections are changed. And so that's part of why, that's the other part of this puzzle, is looking for additional improvements to the neighborhood council election process.
No, I understand that, and that makes sense from that perspective. But say you were elected in 2010 into the neighborhood council, and they don't want to be extended to 2014. The particular people that were elected in 2010, how do you deal with that?
I believe that, and I would have to defer to the clerk, we can get back to you or to your staff on this, but I believe there are, if someone resigns and it's in an off year or it's in an interim period, I believe that there are, the bylaws provide for appointments to the board to fill those unexpired terms, but we can get back to your staff on that, on specifically how that works.
Yeah, because they raised it to me, because most of them do not want to be extended to 2014 for them, and some of them consider it, inappropriate politically for them, frankly, and others just don't want to put that time into it to 2000.
We'll get the information for your staff.
Okay.
And Councilman, in addition to the appointment option, you may want to ask the city clerk to include as part of their report whether neighborhood councils can do elections on their own outside of the city process.
I think that would be an option, too, that could be developed, too.
And that's what the intent, that's part of the intent, is to have them look at a way to streamline the process, maybe get the clerk out of the process, but make sure that it is a defensible and legitimate neighborhood council process.
Yeah, and I would suggest that, some of the groups have regional neighborhood councils. There's one on the west side called RAC, which is that they consult with them as well and get their input, the clerk, as they go forward, because they have lots of thoughts on this and what they think makes sense and doesn't.
Let me ask, wasn't that what we were expecting from CD2, is this whole evaluation to move away from the significant cost that the city clerk to come up with another strategy?
And Mr. Chairman, that is what's going on right now. They've had a number of meetings. There was a joint Education and Neighborhoods Committee meeting and a Board of Neighborhood Commissioners meeting where I believe it was agreed in concept that the elections would be postponed to 2014, and an outgrowth of that was the clerk volunteering to do this study, because in part, it's the way the elections are conducted, and also if there are some sort of electronic, they want to look at electronic systems, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a system that, for example, why the city has to have a certified electronic voting system. There may be options that are available to neighborhood councils that would make it a lot easier for people to vote, but the clerk needs to do that assessment so that we have a legitimate, defensible process.
Okay. Any other questions on page 28? Okay, page
Yes.
2.
Yeah, on Public Works, street lighting on the banners program, they're expanding that program. We had for many years now allowed a banner, say it was a neighbor council function, and the bottom 20% could be Sears as the sponsor of that event. Are we changing that now to allow more commercialization of those banners?
My understanding is it's expanding the program to allow, but it has to be tied to city interest.
It already is. That's kind of the rule now, so what's different?
Sorry, Councilman, can you repeat that again?
Yes, the current banner program allows sponsorship on the bottom 20% of a banner to have a commercial name attached to it. So you have Sears sponsoring a neighbor council event, and the upper 80% has to be the event.
That is correct.
So what's changing now?
What is changing? The current allowance, Janice Chang, Office of the CAO. The current allowance is for nonprofit events and nonprofit entities to post banners, and they can have a for-profit sponsor, but the sponsorship logo has to be less than 20% of the banner. And what the change proposed is to allow for commercial for-profit events to post banners without any nonprofit affiliation.
Okay, and is there going to be a different fee structure then for those?
There is proposed a different fee structure. The current average structure is approximately $10 per banner for a 3-month period, I believe, and the Bureau of Street Lighting has proposed for the commercial banners $100 per banner for a period of 30 days.
Great, that's exactly what I want to hear.
Okay. Any other questions on 28? Go to 29. Let me ask you on the very top one on 29, we've identified one transfer, but there's multiple transfers in the budget of functions. Could we just ask the city attorney to prepare those ordinances, but add that phrase that the council should be made aware of the operational changes prior to the implementation of any of these functional transfers within the budget? Because we're talking about the one-stop, but there's several between sanitation and street services that I don't think are mentioned in Schedule H.
In going through this, we'll clean up the recommendations based on what the committee moves forward with. Some of these may actually drop out if the recommendation ultimately is not to move forward with them at this point. So.
Okay. And then also on, on the special parking revenue, I'd just like to alter a couple of words. That in the third line where it says transfer during any fiscal year, that we say during the fiscal year in which the council, instead of city, has declared a fiscal emergency. And then if we can add a sentence that says surplus funds shall be identified and declared as per, and then put the section that identifies the 4 or 5 things that must be evaluated.
For those functions that we are looking to transfer from departments, and we are waiting for the reports to come out within 6 months before the next year, we are preparing the ordinance, but we're not going to vote on it.
Councilman, if the desire is not to move forward with some of these recommendations, then the recommendation in Exhibit H would be removed as part of your committee report, and then the council would take that up. So the request for a report back would be a separate recommendation, and then the ordinance would follow that. So these aren't necessarily going to stay in here based on your actions.
So when would the ordinance come back to us?
it would be after, my understanding is that you want, the ordinance would come back after you've had an opportunity to see what the program is going to be and give whatever instructions you
All
want
the
at that
budget does is
point.
direct the preparation of the ordinance and not the adoption of the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay. But there are some things that we do have to change by ordinance through the adoption of the budget. Do we point that out, the two types here?
No, they still have to be drafted.
They still have to be drafted?
Yeah.
Okay, so all these are still have to be drafted. We're not adopting them per se in the budget. We're saying we're going to make these changes. At some point, they have to come back and
Again, it depends on whether you want to make that recommendation at this point. If you want to have the report with the plan for the program before giving that instruction, that's an option for the committee to do, rather than having the instruction given and then wait. So it could wait until you've actually seen what the program is going to look like and you want to take the next step.
I thought what we've done in the past on these is that we've gotten the operational plan and the ordinance accompanied it, so that if you approve it, you have the ordinance, so that, because what gets disconnected in a lot of these things, we approve something, and 6 months later, we think it's implemented, and we find that the ordinance hasn't come through. So we've tried to tie some of those together, so that if you approve the program, you approve the ordinance, and then you are sure that it's all operational. If we separate it, the tendency is that the ordinance lags, and what we think is going on may be months behind.
There are a couple of ways of doing this. The Exhibit H is, the actions in Exhibit H are meant to implement the budget that's adopted. So if your instruction is to move ahead with a certain program, then there would be an Exhibit H item instructing to carry that out. You don't have, and this is something that the committee can instruct. If you want to wait to see those reports first on the programs and wait to give the instructions to draft the ordinance, you can do that.
But I thought what we asked for was that basically these items that are in functions that are being transferred, that we ask for a report that identifies the operation and how it's going to happen, so that we could approve it as a document, and then it would appear that the ordinance would accompany that, so that you can implement that report. But we didn't want, the fact that we said, like One Stop, it's in the budget, but don't implement it until we get the report.
Right. Again, you'd have an instruction within the committee report to ask for that report back that basically defines what the program is. As part of that, you can either have the instruction to prepare the ordinance at that point and then move forward, because the city attorney won't know what to draft unless they've seen the program. They have to have some definition before they can start drafting.
But again, if we could get that as a package, I think that's what helps us keep it together.
We'll figure out a way to write this up.
Because there's the verbal understanding here, but there's nothing in the document itself that we're adopting to say we're not going to do this until we see the report. So I'm just wondering where that trigger is.
I don't think they can do it until the ordinance is activated. Otherwise, all these things are in the report can't move until you have an ordinance that says you now work for street services.
That is the vehicle.
So, in effect, you need the ordinances to make the budget go.
You need the report defining what the program is going to be. Then you need the ordinance, and then the ordinance will allow you to implement.
That's right.
So those are the three.
And if we can tie those this close together, then we wouldn't have this lag that we've had in the past, where ordinances lag well behind the program. Or we have to approve them both for it to become effective.
I think I understand what you're saying. We'll figure this out.
All right, okay. Any other items on 29? The only one else on 29 at the bottom of the page, we specifically deal with the zoo on the issue of the signs, but I think we also have a similar issue for rec and parks.
Yes, we concur with that.
And then on page 30, on the top, you're going to distinguish between reserve fund and stabilization.
Yes, we'll clarify it to reflect our memo.
And then I think that second asterisk is the one we asked earlier, that we establish annual program for 1%, and we spend our time defining it as opposed to waiving it or suspending it. Any other issues on... Let me ask you one item, and I think we asked them for a report back from ethics on that Supreme Court decision. We don't need to put that in here.
I'm sorry, what was
On
that?
the Supreme Court decision about funding from corporations, that we had to change the charter. We asked ethics to find out if they have ever fined or disciplined anybody because of that unconstitutional segment that they were going to report. Do we need to put that in there? Because we asked for a verbal report back during their session.
That wouldn't necessarily be an Exhibit H instruction. That would be a separate report.
Okay. Okay, any questions on 30? 31? Anything on 32? Or 33? And the last one on 33 is just the combination of all the things you're working on.
That's correct.
Any questions on any of the items on Measure H? Okay, so we'll see you later. Basically, correlate what we said during the committee and add, subtract, merge.
Burn. Be creative.
Be creative. Okay, we have something else.
Did you, Mr. Resos, did you want to have a discussion on Resos?
I can do that privately.
Oh.
I just want somebody to explain it to me. Okay. Do we have anything else? Okay, we're going to recess until
Tuesday.
Tuesday, what time? 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
Okay, can you tell us what we would expect on Tuesday at 1?
Yes, on Tuesday, based on these discussions, our office will present to you a set of recommendations. On Tuesday, the committee will take up that report and give further instructions to our office, and then the committee report will be prepared, and that will be presented. The plan is to present that to the full council on Friday, May 13, and then the full council will take up the recommendations of the Budget and Finance Committee the following week.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll recess until Tuesday, 1 o'clock, and thank you very much.
And just one additional thing, on recess until Tuesday, the 10th at 1 o'clock, and then I would also want to leave the option open to have a meeting on the 11th if that's necessary.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, May 4th, 2011. We're here in the John Farrar Council Chambers, Room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to welcome members of the public who have joined us today in the audience and in our remote locations in San Pedro and Van Nuys. I'm City Council President Eric Garcetti, joined by my colleagues who are here on time, Council Members Alarcon and Cardenas, Labange and Perry, Rosendahl and Wesson. That brings us to 7 members. We are awaiting 3 more members to make 10 or 2/3 of our 15-member body, which would constitute a quorum and allow us to begin business. So Council Members Hahn and Weezer, Koretz and Parks, Reyes and Smith and Zine, if you'll please join us as soon as possible so we can begin the meeting. In the meantime, we want to also welcome our viewers on Channel 35, which broadcasts these meetings live on our city's cable system and rebroadcasts them each evening, also on Channel 35. We're available not only in person here, but as I mentioned, in San Pedro and Van Nuys, if that's closer to where you live, to save you a little gas and a little time. And you can also testify remotely from there on any items which are of interest to you. But we're also available online for your convenience, and that address is lacity.org. Click on the links on the left side, and we have live streaming webcasts of these council meetings, searchable indexes of all of the items that we have before us, and all the supporting materials and agendas for these meetings, which council members receive, are also available for the public's enjoyment as well. Finally, you can use your telephone and call into council phone, which is 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, and listen into the council meetings. That service is also available for our committee meetings. Our agendas are made available 72 hours in advance or 24 hours in advance for our special meeting items. Those are posted in city buildings and made available online. For any special meeting items, those are made available 24 hours in advance in compliance with the state's Brown Act. Also, in compliance with the state's Brown Act, we have public testimony on items, either in committee or here in the full council. All the items before us today are split into 2 sections of items that have already had public hearings or those that have not yet. If you'd like to fill out a speaker card for any of those, please do in the back or in Van Nuys and San Pedro. Hand that to our sergeants at arms or our city staff, and we'll be sure to get you in the mix, although any items that have already had a public hearing require a reopening of that by the members of the council. Any item that's not yet had a hearing will automatically be triggered by a card from the public. We are awaiting a few more members. Thank you. Mr. Zine is now here and Mr. Reyes is here, so please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Rosendahl moves and Mr. Reyes seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zine moves and Mr. Cardenas seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Ms. Perry, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I'm obliged to make the following announcement at the beginning of the council meeting regarding Council File 10-1256 regarding the Grand Avenue project was advertised to be heard by the City Council on Wednesday, March 4th, 2011. However, the item will be heard on Friday, May 6th, 2011 at 10 a.m. Thank you for allowing me to do this announcement at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. City Attorney?
Just, Ms. Perry said March 4th.
Yes,
I believe she meant May 4th.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Smith is here. If we can please clock him in as well. If we can run through the agenda for the items that are before us today, still awaiting Mr. Koretz and Mr. Parks, and I believe Ms. Hahn is going to be here, even though she is excused to be away. First items, please.
Very good, Mr. President. Items 1 through 6 are items noticed for a public hearing.
Okay. Let's hold on those. Do we have cards on any of those?
We do have cards on number 1 at this point in time.
On number 1? All right, we'll call that special for cards in the public. We'll close the other public hearings, and let's hold those 2 through 6 on the desk until we have one more council member. Next items, please.
Items 7 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held. The committee report for item 9 has been submitted and distributed to council for its consideration. There is a request from member to continue item 13 to May 11, as well as to call item number 7 forthwith.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue 13 to the 11th. And Mr. Cardenas, number 9.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Item 9 special, please.
Okay. Any other specials, colleagues? Number 8 from Mr. Labange.
Try something new.
10 for Mr. Alarcon. And let's hold 7 special while we're waiting a 12th member as we wait Mr. Koretz and Mr. Parks. Yeah, Mr. Weezer?
No, 13.
13 was continued till May 11th? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Great. And let's take up the 11, 12, and 14, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 15 through 19 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Do we have any cards on these items?
Sir, before doing so, there's been a request from a member to continue item 19 to May 11th.
Okay, is there any objection on 19th to continue that to the 11th of May, item 19? No objection, so ordered. And do we have cards on any of these?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 15, 16, and 18.
Okay. Any specials, Mr. Weezer? Would you like to also call it special on top of the cards?
18.
18, okay. We'll also call it special for Mr. Weezer. Okay. Let's go ahead on the balance, which is just, I think, number 17. Please prepare the roll on 17 and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next items, I think...
Mr. President, items 20 through 22 are items noticed for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Mr. Smith?
Say, item 20 and 22 are workers' comp cases. We normally have been passing those through unless city attorney has an objection to that.
No, unless there's a request to discuss any of them in closed session.
Mr. Zine?
Mr. President, I reviewed 20, 21, and 22. All three of them are matters I discussed with the Deputy City Attorney handling that, and I would recommend we move those forward and not have them closed session.
Okay. Let's vote on those individually. I think some people want to vote differently on different ones. So
20, 21, and 22.
Let's take 20 first.
Very good, sir. There's item number 20. There's a recommendation for settlement through a stipulated award in the total amount of $195,299.98, plus a life pension at the weekly rate of $162.34, payable at the conclusion of permanent disability payments, with an estimated value of $109,741.84 in the case entitled Randy Nunez versus City of Los Angeles.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 20. Please open the roll, close the roll, and if you can add Ms. Hahn, she's in the room real quick before you tabulate the vote, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, item 21, please.
Very good, sir. There is a recommendation for settlement through stipulated awards in an aggregate total settlement amount of $123,172.29. After taking credit for permanent disability advances, the aggregate new money payout will be $86,790.47 in the case entitled Gene Gallagher versus City of Los Angeles.
Okay, please open the roll on item 21. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved as well. On item 22, please.
Mr. President, there is a recommendation for settlement through a compromise and release dependency claim in the total amount of $250,000 in the case entitled Edward McKeon, deceased, versus City of Los Angeles.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on that item as well and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. If we can take up items 2 through 7, now that we have 12 members. Let's go ahead and take a vote on those ordinances. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That's approved. If there's no objection, we'll send 7 forthwith. If we can go to the next items, please.
Very good. Mr. President, on the continuation agenda, items 23 and 25 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, those are before us. So we have cards on 23 and 24. Anybody wishing to call 25 special? As we've stated, there are cards on 23 and 24. Please listen closely, Mr. Walsh. 25 is what is before us. Anybody wishing to call 25 special? If not, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, that is approved as well. We'll call, before we go to public comment, we have 2 items before that. Item number 9 first. Mr. Cardenas, if you'd like to take up item number 9, we can do that. I'd like to call on you on that item. We may pause that item depending. We have the visit from the ambassador of the African Union, but why don't we go ahead and start on item number 9, and we'll see if she arrives shortly.
Staff is here.
Mr. Cardenas.
And also ask the CLA to ask them to distribute it.
There you go.
Ask them to distribute the memo. Remember.
Could we, thank you, Mr. President, we're on item number 9. Thank you so much. Could we have the staff come forward to present on this item? This item is relative to the City of Los Angeles, the government of the City of Los Angeles, making sure that we reduce our cell phone cost and improve our efficiency on cell phone usage. And the reason why I say both of those, as a matter of fact, is we had an announcement by the new governor of the state of California claiming that the state of California could save $20 million if they would just cut down the number of cell phones being used by government employees. Yet at the same time, the City of Los Angeles staff had already embarked on making sure that we do two things. One, that we evaluate who does need a cell phone, and then secondly, that we reduce the cost of the cell phone usage, and then third, that we make sure that overall we reduce the cost of cell phone usage throughout the city in raw dollars. So that being the objectives, I'd like the staff to comment on where we are at today, and if you could give an example of one department that has converted over to new contracts, less expensive contracts, and whether or not that department has more cell phones in use or less, and whether or not that department is actually saving the city money. Go ahead.
ITA. It's not working. Kevin Crawford, ITA. We have reviewed the contracts that were in place for the city, mainly the WSCO, or Western State Contracting Alliance, and the CWC contracts, looking to see if there were efficiencies that we could bring to bear within those contracts. And in doing so, we also reviewed the usage within our department, ITA, to see how the minutes were being used and so on and so forth. The department was actually using standard minute plans before we started migrating. We found that for our usage, flat rate plans or per minute use plans would be much better. So what we have done is, over the past 4 months, we have migrated all minute plans to flat rate plans. In doing so, we have reduced significantly the cost of those phones. We also reviewed our pager system and found that zero-cost phones, meaning that there is no upfront charge, you only pay per minute, was actually cheaper than those pagers. In that we reviewed the per minute usage for those phones overnight and found that the average usage is about 50 minutes a month, or $2.50 with the charge, which is 25% of the original charge of the pager. Overall in the department, we have increased our cell phones by 50%, and in the year that we were migrating to the new plans, we've already decreased the overall charges in the department by 30% and expect it to be over 50% for a full year of usage.
Okay, so you said something that seems to be counterintuitive from what, for example, our governor said in one statement. And I must say that, with all due respect to the governor, he did get a lot of top-of-the-fold press around the state of California when he announced that he thought or thinks that he can actually reduce the state tax dollars being used for cell phones by state workers by as much as $20 million a year. We have yet to see whether or not that is going to take place. We have yet to see that simple announcement that he made is actually going to result in a reduction of tax dollar usage. Yet at the same time, you said something that doesn't seem to make sense. So why don't you clarify for the taxpayers who are watching right now, why don't you clarify how you can increase the number of cell phones by 50% in your department, yet at the same time reduce the cost to the taxpayer by 30%?
In the agency, we have decreased the smartphones by 10% due to the reduced staffing that we have. However, in migrating people from pagers to zero-cost cell systems, we've actually increased the actual number of cell phones across the department. Those phones are at no cost unless we use them, and if we use them, they're 5 cents per minute. And as I said before, we went back and checked on that phones, and there are 80 of those in our department now. the average usage is about 50 cents per minute, which is 25% of the cost of the pagers.
So did we go from using people like AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, Verizon, et cetera, and then go to some new cut rate, fly-by-night company, or are we still using some of the biggest providers in the industry?
We're using one of the providers listed.
But the thing is, the new contracts, we still give departments the option to use AT&T, we still give departments the option to use Sprint, we still give departments the option to use T-Mobile, Verizon. These are contracts that are better, more advantageous to the user, which is us, the City of LA, than before, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Go ahead.
Debbie Ramos, Department of General Services. We are actually using the same contracts that we were using previously. We're only using them much smarter. We found that by diving into all the details of the contracts, there were a lot more options available to us. The Department of General Services has also made a switch in the last few months, and we've taken a strategy or an approach totally different from what ITA has based on what our requirements are. So we are more familiar, we've become more familiar with all the options available to us. We're getting the best rates possible. We did check with the proprietary departments, and they are also using the same contracts. So as a city in whole, we are using the plans, and like I said, we are becoming more familiar with the various options because there's a catalog of options that we can use, from flat rate to something similar to the family plans that people are aware of.
So if we were to go back to a one-size-fits-all, we would definitely be wasting city money.
Yes.
Yes. So we're not using a one-size-fits-all.
No, we're optimizing the contracts as a whole, basically putting together plans that meet our requirements in order to become more efficient and more effective in terms of...
Whereas before, and I'll push my button again, Mr. President, whereas before we may have had a department where they had, say, 50 cell phones, and the average cell phone was easily, after taxes and all the billing on that one thing, the average might have been $70, $80 per. Now what we're realizing in that same department, somebody still might use a cell phone a lot and actually have an $80 billing a month, but they're using it to the maximum ability. But at the same time, somebody in that same department might have a billing that might be $17, $18 all in, which means that we're actually saving about $60 on that one person because we are no longer using a one-size-fits-all.
Correct.
Okay. I'll push my button again, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue that we discussed yesterday in committee on this particular matter, there was a motion that I submitted. It was item number 29. I don't have the date. March 2nd, 2011, regarding the 10% reduction. Phones excluding the fire and police department. Where did that motion go as far as IT and the phone distribution in the city of Los Angeles?
Within ITA, we reviewed all of the phones that we had, and as I said, we actually did do a 10% reduction through staffing reduction.
It wasn't IT. It was all departments, not just
right.
IT.
Yeah. Right. Up until now, we're working with GSD right now. ITA has controlled the cell phones within ITA, and now we're working with GSD, and we will be sharing some of those requirements in the contract where ITA will be doing reviews citywide.
I understand contracts, but there's also that request for a reduction.
Right.
If it's necessary, if it's not necessary, if it's optional. We were looking at that to have a reduction in the number of phones, obviously would reduce the cost, and I understand from yesterday's committee meeting, we have fewer employees that have cell phones, but we have more cell phones in use, which didn't really match out successfully.
We actually are in the process of establishing criteria and working together to determine, who needs a cell phone.
So it's a work in progress.
Exactly.
So we don't have an answer yet, but we're still trying to achieve that goal.
Exactly.
To all departments, including the